The tension mounts as the elves tighten their grip on the battlefield. The entrance to the secret realm pulses with a violent purple glow, a storm of power waiting to be unleashed. Their dragons stir, roaring in anticipation. The battle for dominance is about to begin. The elven country is really putting on a show, he remarks sarcastically, watching their overwhelming display of force. But beneath his casual tone lingers a hint of suspicion. They are wary of Tang. Who knows if he'll actually keep his word? Suddenly, a young warrior from Shiva steps forward, determination burning in his eyes. His crimson scarf flays behind him as he makes his move. "Uncle, I'm going," he declares. His uncle's response is immediate, fierce and filled with pride. "Do well. Let them witness the true power of Shiva." Nearby, a sneering voice cuts through the tension. "Little beauty," he leans forward slightly, smirking. "Want to team up with me later?" The girl's expression twists in visible discomfort. Her lips press into a tight line, but she doesn't dignify his words with a response. Instead, she simply lowers her gaze. Her silence is a protest louder than words. Below them, the ground pulses with an ominous glow. The air hums with an eerie energy as the swirling purple circle etched into the stone intensifies. Faint spikes of power burst upward, signaling something ancient and dangerous awakening beneath them. A whisper of excitement escapes him as he watches the ritual unfold. 6 new lambs from the elven country. He mutters under his breath. What a bonus. They have no idea we hold the stone tablet that bends dragons to our will. A tremor shakes the battlefield, and part of the rocky terrain crumbles under the growing force. His eyes gleam with unrestrained glee as he envisions the impending slaughter. Killing them means 8 dragons for us. What could be better than this? The earth cracks further, debris cascading down as dark energy surges beneath the surface, ready to explode. The anticipation thickens with every fracture in the ground. Then, a thunderous force erupts. Augustin, cloaked in crackling lightning, unleashes his devastating might. The battlefield trembles under his raw power, but something is wrong. His movements are unnatural, controlled, manipulated. His will is no longer his own. He is nothing more than a puppet, his immense strength serving another. Above, the true mastermind watches with a sinister smirk. In his grasp, a glowing sphere pulses, the Augustin's very soul, trapped within. Controlling such power is intoxicating, his grin widening with satisfaction. But his gaze remains cold, calculating. This isn't just a spectacle. Behind him, the black dragon, an overwhelming force of destruction, looms. Its crimson eyes burn with primal rage, waiting for the command. The protagonist's voice cuts through the storm of energy, resolute and commanding. Follow your bloodline. Devour everything. In an instant, a pillar of fire erupts into the sky, consuming everything in its path. The sheer force of the blast shook the battlefield, sending shockwaves that ripped through the earth. Cracks splintered across the ground as debris and embers filled the air. Onlookers barely had time to react before the devastation spread like wildfire. Damn it, Augustin's lost his mind. We have to stop him, warriors shouted, scrambling to their feet amidst the chaos. Coughing through the swirling dust and embers, Atel struggled to regain his footing. The urgency in his voice was undeniable. If they didn't act now, there would be nothing left to save. But before they could even regroup, the attack came, fast, ruthless, without warning. A blade sliced through the air with terrifying precision. Steel met steel in a violent clash, the impact rattling his arms. His breath hitched as he staggered back, shock flickering in his eyes. Damn it, why are you attacking me too? The warrior before him wasn't himself anymore. His eyes burned with an eerie red glow, half his face darkened by some unnatural force. Force command activated. The battlefield trembled as the warrior let out an inhuman roar, his blade crackling with a sinister energy. His strike came down like divine judgment, raw power surging with unstoppable force. But his opponent barely flinched. A sigil ignited beneath them, pulsing with unnatural energy. Then, light exploded from the ground. A violent pillar of raw destruction erupted, swallowing everything in its reach. The shockwave shattered the earth, sending bodies hurtling through the air. Above it all, the true mastermind watched with a smirk, his eyes gleaming with cold amusement. The Force command lasts only 1 minute, he mused. Let's see how much chaos they can create in that time. His smirk widened as he stepped back. I'll take my leave now. Below, the battlefield convulsed with destruction. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the control lifted. The aftermath was nothing short of a nightmare. Augustin blinked, his senses returning, his hands still crackling with the remnants of a spell he had no memory of casting. What exactly happened? His breath hitched as his gaze swept across the battlefield, now reduced to smoldering ruins. Bodies lay motionless, the air thick with smoke and the acrid scent of destruction. The land itself had been scarred beyond recognition. One chilling truth settled over them like a suffocating weight. No one survived. Augustin's stomach dropped. His voice wavered. Why did our minds and bodies lose control like that? Smoke curled from the ruins, the stench of charred stone and dust clinging to the air. We were definitely being controlled, another warrior growled, his fists clenched in frustration. A priest of miracles, his robe still flickering with remnants of spiritual energy, furrowed his brow. My spiritual sense does not lie. Someone was pulling the strings from the shadows. Even Augustin, he must have been affected, too. The realization sent an icy chill through the remaining warriors. To control all of them so completely, without them even realizing it. Who could possibly be behind this? Before the tension could mount further, a golden light burst through the chaos. Ancient doors groaned as they creaked open. The gateway to the dragon spirit realm stood wide, its entrance pulsing with residual energy. For now, their questions would have to wait. He finally broke the tense silence. During the fight, I saw it. A black dragon entered the realm. A ripple of reactions followed. I saw it too, someone confirmed hastily. Me as well, another chimed in. A realization settled over them like a heavy fog. Are you saying all of this, the chaos, the mind control, the dragon, was orchestrated by Long Xia? It was too much to be a coincidence. I'm not sure, he admitted, his brows drawn in deep thought. But I do know one thing. It wasn't Tang Zhan. He's never broken his word, let alone stooped to something this vile. Uneasy glances were exchanged. That much was true. Tang Zhan was a warrior, a man of strength, not deception. Then who? Someone asked, suspicion creeping into their voice. That level of force control, only someone with immense spiritual energy could pull it off. Exactly, another agreed, though his voice wavered. The thought was unsettling. If it wasn't Tang Zhan, then who had the power to turn them into puppets? A hesitant voice broke the silence. Could it be Su Yang? The room fell deathly quiet. Are you serious? One warrior scoffed. That kid is barely a 4th transition professional. How could he possibly manipulate 9th transition demigods? His words were sharp, but there was a flicker of doubt in his tone. I was just speculating, the other muttered, looking away. He exhaled slowly. Ever since we started this crusade against the Abyss demons, strange things keep happening, one after another. No one could argue. The battle should have been straightforward, yet instead, they had lost control, turned on each other. And now, they had a bigger problem. Forget it, one of them said grimly. We have a more urgent issue on our hands. Their expressions darkened as the weight of the situation sank in. While we were controlled, we killed the royal court guards of the Elven Kingdom. A heavy silence followed. They should have revived in the temple by now, another murmured. But once the Elven royal court finds out, he didn't need to finish. Everyone knew what it meant. This could destroy their fragile alliance. An elder finally spoke, his voice calm but firm. Since we can't capture Su Yang for questioning, we need to act first. If the Elven royal court hears about this before we explain, it could spell disaster. I agree, another said immediately. No objections. They had to move. Now, the masked warrior spoke at last, his expression unreadable. With that, the discussion ended, and their path was set. But far beyond their reach, Deep within the dragon spirit realm, the sky cracked open, rippling with shimmering energy. Floating islands trembled, jagged rocks hovered in mid-air, and an eerie silence settled over the land. Something ancient was awakening. Are you afraid? The sky itself seemed to quake as dragons circled above, their colossal forms blotting out the sun. The very air shifted, rocks levitating as if drawn by an unseen force. Could it be that even dragons fear what lurks in this realm? The answer came swiftly, dripping with certainty. It must be the lingering presence of the ancient devourer. No matter how much time passes, that fear still lingers in their blood and their souls. With a confident flick of his wrist, a warrior guided his dragon through the turbulent winds. "Miss, you seem to be struggling. How about riding with me instead?" A nearby figure, barely keeping balance on her own mount, shook her head frantically. "No need." A mocking voice cut in, amusement lacing his words. "Alan, are you seriously flirting while riding a dragon?" Alan just chuckled, unfazed, his grin widening. But beneath the humor, the tension remained thick. Only the ancient dragon fang can suppress the fear of the devourer within dragon bloodlines. Humans have no such relics. Without a true dragon tamer, this should be easy. Before anyone could respond, a new voice sliced through the moment. "You're celebrating too soon." A figure clad in red stepped forward, eyes gleaming beneath his mask. "I'll use the stone tablet to control your dragons and take you all down at once." Power erupted from his palm, crackling like lightning, ready to reshape the battlefield. Then, a low, thunderous roar rolled across the sky. A shiver ran through them. The red-haired woman tensed, gripping her weapon. Beside her, another warrior turned pale. "No, this roar." A massive shadow loomed over them. "It's him, and the black dragon." From above, a figure in a dark hood descended, perched atop a colossal black dragon. Its enormous wings cast a suffocating shadow over the battlefield. Su Yang lazily counted on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 6 of you. Looks like this will be quite the feast." Below, panic spread like wildfire. Why is the green dragon afraid again? Even the stone tablet isn't working. What's with that black dragon? A furious warrior turned, eyes burning with rage. "Weren't black dragons forbidden from entering the realm?" Nearby, the elven general clenched his fists, his voice dripping with venom. "Humans, such despicable creatures. You break every agreement." One of his subordinates rushed to his side. "Your Highness, the dragons are in a panic. They can't fight." Frustration flashed across the elven prince's face. "What are you afraid of? That so-called black dragon tamer is just a fourth transition weakling. Take him down." His voice was sharp, commanding. "I'll handle the dragon myself." "Yes, Your Highness," came the immediate response. And with that, the order was given. By command of Prince Eric, the battle would begin. A black dragon, a lone rider, a storm of warriors erupted into action, launching themselves at the dragon rider. Weapons gleamed, spells ignited the sky, an overwhelming assault. Or at least, it should have been. The man simply chuckled. "So it's death then." Dark energy coiled around his fingers, pulsing with raw power. His smirk deepened. "But the ones dying will be you." A vortex of destruction exploded outward. "You have slain level 152 Elven Holy Knight. You have slain level 150 Elven Divine Archer. Havoc. Experience gained, 52.1 million. Eric's face twisted in disbelief. How is this possible? In the blink of an eye, 4 of their strongest warriors had been erased. Panic gripped the battlefield. "We can't even see his attacks," a voice choked out. How? How is a 4th transition human this strong?" His advisor's expression was grim. "We need to use our trump card. Now." But before they could act, darkness surged. A monstrous force clamped down on Eric. "What is this?" He struggled, terror creeping into his voice. Open up. Open up." But there was no escape. The power radiating from the black dragon was crushing. If Eric couldn't withstand it, then the rest of them had no chance. A flicker of movement, a blur of power, and then impact. A devastating kick sent the prince hurtling into the ground with a thunderous crash. The dust barely settled before a boot pressed against his throat. Suyang peered down at him, expression unreadable. "Do you even know what you're doing?" Eric coughed, his mind reeling. Suyang just smiled. "If someone wrongs me, I return it 100-fold. I don't care who you are." His gaze darkened, menace laced in his voice. "Even if you were a god." A pulse of raw energy crackled around him. "I would kill you all the same." Above them, draconic power began to gather, ready to bring judgment upon them all. "Don't get cocky, brat," one of them spat. "We were just careless before. This time, you're dead for sure." A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Freshly revived and already in a hurry to die. The air trembled as golden flames erupted from the dragon's maw, a blinding inferno tearing through the sky. The elf riding atop the beast sneered, his voice ringing with arrogance. "Burn to ashes." A deafening explosion shook the battlefield. Waves of fire surged outward, devouring everything in their path. The air distorted from the sheer heat, and a massive crater formed where the blast struck. But as the smoke thinned, something was wrong. What's happening?" A voice filled with disbelief cut through the chaos. The green-haired girl's sharp eyes caught it first. Their eyes. The colors changed. Her voice wavered. They're being controlled, forced into a frenzy. A spell like this. The elves were desperate to kill Suyang. Amidst the chaos, the elven commander grinned, relishing the moment. "Well done," he murmured, his eyes glinting with malice. Watching the inferno engulf its target, he smirked. "Let's see you act tough now." The battlefield trembled. A low, ominous hum filled the air before, boom, a golden explosion surged across the sky, the elf prince's magic pulsing with raw power. But then, crack, a distortion split through the air. Below, the battlefield twisted as a violent surge of energy erupted. A radiant column of violet light shot upward, splitting the ground in two. From within the storm of power, a black silhouette emerged, wreathed in flickering energy. Two dragons flanked the vortex, their wings thrashing in terror. "And no, this can't be real." The elf prince's voice wavered, his confidence shattering as the void advanced toward him, relentless and unstoppable. Then, screams. Fire rained from above, crashing down in blazing torrents like a meteor shower. Explosions rocked the battlefield as the elven forces scrambled in panic. Through the chaos, one figure stood motionless, untouched. Suyang. His black dragon loomed beside him, wings outstretched against the smoldering sky. Smoke curled around them, the battlefield littered with the corpses of those who had dared to stand against him. A strangled cry rang out. Where are you taking me?" Above the battlefield, the elf prince dangled in mid-air, caught in an unseen grip. Suyang's dragon carried him higher and higher, toward his final fate. To eliminate the threat completely, of course. The voice was cold, merciless. Below, the surviving elves could only watch, frozen in fear. "Suyang." The green-haired girl whispered his name, her voice shaking. The red-haired warrior swallowed hard. He didn't just survive that attack. He counted and annihilated them, effortlessly. Silence settled over the battlefield. Two dragons, one crimson, the other white, hovered uncertainly, their overwhelming might now shaken. "That scared me to death," someone muttered. Farther away, the last remnants of the elven forces stood trembling. Behind a distant cliff, a massive green-scaled creature observed the destruction, its claws digging into the rock. The elves had been wiped out in an instant. Its grip tightened as the truth sank in. Is Suyang even human? A lone figure stood in the distance, cloaked and masked, unmoving. Sweat dripped down his brow. His mind raced. A direct fight? Impossible. I won't survive. His fist clenched as he exhaled slowly. An ambush. That's my only chance. Across the battlefield, a battered elf staggered forward, his face twisted in horror and fury. His voice cracked as he gasped. "How? I died again." His comrades, equally blooded and exhausted, barely held themselves upright. "That kid, "He's not human," one of them muttered. The weight of their situation crashed down on them. 2 deaths. Their levels had plummeted. They had no strength left to fight. Panic spread. Their strongest warriors had fallen. There was only one option left. The leader gritted his teeth and pulled out a trembling hand. A scroll, one last chance at survival. "The dungeon entrance is closed," he rasped. "Use the town portal scroll." Whoosh! A gust of wind sliced through the air. His hands were suddenly empty. A chill ran down his spine. A low chuckle echoed through the battlefield. "Trying to leave." Su Yang's voice dripped with amusement, his eyes gleaming as he closed in. "Did you ask for my permission?" He struck, swift and merciless. The elves had no time to react. The elf prince stumbled back, his eyes wide with terror. A monstrous entity loomed over him, its jagged grin stretching wide. "Don't bother," the creature sneered. "Even a 7th tier can't break free. What can you possibly do?" The prince's breath came in shallow gasps. He forced a trembling smile, desperate. "Oh, let's talk this out," he stammered. "I'll give you whatever you want." A deafening boom shook the earth. His body stiffened. A massive force slammed down before him, shaking him to his core. Su Yang stepped forward. His gaze burned cold. "Oh." His voice was almost playful. "And what I want is your life." The prince froze, fear gripping him like a vice. He looked up at Su Yang, the arrogance from before drained from his face, leaving only raw terror. Su Yang tilted his head, amusement flickering in his gaze. "Scared?" His voice was mocking. "Weren't you trying to kill me just a moment ago? So bold, so arrogant. You even demanded Long Xia hand me over." His smirk faded. Why the sudden change of heart? The prince swallowed hard. His lips trembled. "We were wrong. We were blind before," he choked out. "We admit our mistake. Please, sir, spare us." Su Yang scoffed. "Too late." The elf's vision blurred as dread consumed him. "I've seen what you elves are like through Akare." Su Yang's voice was like a blade. "You think I'll let you walk away?" The prince's breath hitched. You're the one who killed Akare." Su Yang's gaze darkened. "I'll keep killing you," he whispered, again and again, "until your levels hit 0 and you can never revive again." The prince's world shattered. There was no escape. His scream tore through the battlefield, raw and desperate. He flailed, grasping for salvation. But none would come. The elf's trembling hands reached out desperately. "Stop! Aren't humans supposed to be our allies?" Su Yang moved like a phantom, his speed unnatural, his presence suffocating. The elf's frantic gaze darted around, searching for an escape. "If I don't make it out of here, your entire race is doomed." A deafening impact shattered the ground as Su Yang struck with unrelenting force, dismissing the elf's plea without a second thought. "An alliance?" Su Yang scoffed. "Impossible." The elf gasped, choking on his own words. "You can't defeat world-level bosses, complete advanced world quests, or unlock divine tier classes without us. Don't you care about that?" Su Yang's grip tightened, his voice like ice. "Nope." The next moment, the elf's body was sent hurtling down, an explosion of rock and dust marking his end. A system notification: Elf Knight Aegis, Elf Warrior Karen, Elf Mage Baheim, and Elf Archer Havoc have been completely eliminated. Silence fell over the battlefield. It wasn't just a victory, it was a massacre. Deep in the writhing shadows of Su Yang's prison, the last surviving elf warrior trembled. His voice cracked with fury. "Coward! Using tricks to win. Let me out and fight fair and square." Su Yang tilted his head, unimpressed. "Sure." With a flick of his hand, the dark prison unraveled, freeing the elf. Wasting no time, the warrior summoned his power. Blades of wind howled as his weapons surged with magic. "You asked for it," he roared. "Weapon enchant, storm gale slash." His eyes burned with confidence. "Die, human." But Su Yang didn't move, didn't flinch. As the elf unleashed his ultimate technique, Storm Annihilation Slash, a massive tornado erupted, ripping through the battlefield. The very air howled as a lethal vortex formed, swallowing Su Yang whole. Huh, you deserve it. The elf sneered, watching the cyclone consume its prey. Then, his smirk vanished. Through the raging storm, a lone figure stepped forward, untouched. What? How are you still alive? Su Yang casually dusted off his sleeve. His HP bar remained at 90%. A 7th-tier attack. Not bad. Stronger than that silver dragon I fought. The elf's face twisted in horror. My full power strike only took 10% of your HP. That's impossible. You're not a 4th-tier class. You're not even. Su Yang lunged, his presence suffocating. You finally get it, he said, a wicked grin forming. I'm a boss in human skin. System notification. You have completely killed level 1 Fairy Knight Eric. Hidden behind a rock. A cloaked figure trembled, eyes wide with terror. Not even an ambush would work on this monster. He clenched his fists. I have to tell my uncle and father. They're the only ones who can handle him. Just as he turned to flee, a system notification flickered. You have completely killed level 1 Beast Tamer Paiganu. The black dragon finished its meal, crunching bones with eerie finality. Su Yang barely glanced at the notification. The dungeon warnings were real. They were all dead. 2 women approached, one furious, the other uneasy. Forget those elf scumbags. Why did you kill Paiganu too? Su Yang wiped a speck of blood from his cheek, expression unreadable. Because the Shiva Kingdom had already planned to kill us all here. I just took him out before he could act. Pure self-defense. His gaze darkened. Besides, the Dragon Spirit Dungeon isn't some leveling paradise. It hides dangers beyond your imagination. He turned, walking toward the horizon. Stay put if you value your lives. Wander off, and I can't guarantee what'll happen to you. The blonde swallowed hard. Gulp. And just like that, their so-called hero disappeared into the distance, moving too fast for them to even react. He wasn't just powerful, he was a god among mortals. While riding his black dragon, he notices that after killing 6 elves, a moonlight behem, and 7 dragons, he gains over 30 million experience points. In the past, he would have been thrilled, but now, with his current accumulated experience, it barely feels like a drop in the bucket. The items, tools, and equipment dropped are somewhat valuable, but he doesn't need them for now, so he stores them away. Checking his attributes, he silently gazes at his dragon's sword, wondering if it's grown. The values seem necessary, but the bonuses from devouring those 7 dragons should be much higher than this. As he looks at the panel, he sees that slaying a Sunlight tier dragon is required to complete the evolution and unlock the devouring cap of up to 20,000. He wonders if he's already reached the 1st tier devouring limit. The mission ahead will be challenging, but there's no rush for now. He holds the locket, wondering if the nameless warrior buried here is the original owner of his Dragon Slayer heart. He believes he might be right as a distant light appears. Observing it, he wonders if it marks the direction of the guiding light, the place where the ancient devourer resides. A thick fog settles in, making it impossible to see anything. But he's lucky. The Dragon Slayer's heart points the way. He instructs Adel to charge forward, and the dragon moves fiercely. As they near, he spots a colossal mass of dragon bones. Could this be the proper form of the ancient devourer? He grins, noting how even Adel looks small in comparison. He's in awe, wondering how powerful the nameless warrior who defeated such a terrifying creature must have been. Was he a divine tier being, or something even beyond that? He lands, saying, even you can feel the thrill. Let's witness the continuation of this legend together. Just as he's about to land, a mighty wind starts to blow, so intense that he wonders if some rule is preventing flight in this airspace. The mist begins to swirl around him, and the skeletons stir. He observes the arm of the ancient devourer and wonders if he's meant to climb this path to the peak. It feels like some kind of ritual. Interesting. Suddenly, one of the skeletons opens its eyes, glowing with light. In an instant, many colossal dragons surround him. He calmly observes them and wonders, are these the dragons I killed earlier? Have they revived? Could there be a necromancer nearby? He draws his sword, and flames start to flare in the windstorm. A thought crosses his mind. Could this be part of the ancient devourers and the nameless warrior's trail? With that, he launches into the air, soaring above the ground, and begins smashing through the ancient dragon skeletons. He strikes relentlessly, not allowing a single bone to remain intact. After eliminating them all, he confirms that they've truly been revived. It's not the first time he's slain dragons and their bones. No matter how many times they're resurrected, he'll keep killing them. After slaying the final skeleton, Arthur shouts triumphantly over the mountain of bones. I still don't fully understand the meaning of this trial, but at least it looks like it's finally over. It took some effort, but it was done. They make their way straight to the peak in one go. As he climbs higher, a swirling mist suddenly rushes at him, tossing him off the cliff. He barely manages to grab the edge of the stone, clinging on with one hand. Looking up, he sees Adol in the distance and can't believe what's happening. The wind doesn't stop. It hurls his arrow perfectly into position like it was guided. Suddenly, a dark figure lands on the ground, sword in hand, standing right in front of him. Caught off guard by yet another surprise, he's still processing when the stranger slashes at his hand. But Suyang quickly switches hands and dodges the attack. The stranger doesn't let up, launching a flurry of strikes while Suyang is still barely hanging onto the cliff. Whatever thrill he had moments ago is gone. He closes his eyes, spots an opening, and leaps back up onto the cliff. He takes a breath and starts piecing it all together. Was that violent gust an attack from the ancient devourer? A map-wide blast in such a cramped area, flight restricted, and now an assassin swooping in for the kill? This whole place is a death trap soaked in malice. It reminds him of one of those legendary hell-level games from Sakura Country. Frustrated, Suyang draws his sword and mutters, after all that effort taming the black dragon, and now it's gone just like that? I'm pissed. Ancient devourer, nameless warrior, I don't care who you are, but today, I'm taking some of your bones home. The stranger calmly replies, Flame's qualification appraisal, it's being tested. That's when Suyang notices something. His dragon's body is slowly regenerating. So, this is a bloodline assessment. If they fail, will the dragon die, for real? He hopes Adol pulls through, but right now, he has to deal with the stranger. He demands, who is this nameless warrior? The stranger just responds with the same question. Suyang answers, my name is Suyang. But then the stranger repeats the same question again. Who are you? It stuns Suyang. What does that even mean? 2 times in a row? Has this guy seen through him? Can he feel it? The pull of the sovereign of original sin? The stranger doesn't wait. He unsheathes his sword again, the wind slicing around it like a living force. It's unbelievably fast, and in the blink of an eye, the blade pierces right through Suyang's shoulder. In the next moment, Yang drops to his knees. Strangely, even after taking a direct hit, he feels no pain, and his health points haven't dropped at all. Confused, he mutters, what's going on? The stranger looks at him and says, correction failed. You are, but before he can finish, Yang leaps back up, grabs his sword, and launches a sudden attack. But the stranger effortlessly parries the blow and counters with a swift strike. Yang barely manages to block it. Their blades clash violently as the two battle all across the area. Then, with a clever move, the stranger jumps up and slashes straight at Yang's face. Yang is caught off guard, but instead of dodging, he opens his mouth and bites down on the blade. With a burst of strength, he slams the stranger while still holding onto the sword with his teeth, managing to knock it out of the guy's hands. Yang chuckles. Didn't expect this. Even after unlocking the ultimate power enchantment, my bite's gotten stronger too. But he knows the fight isn't over. This guy still looks like some legendary hero, and even though he's unarmed now, he's not to be underestimated. Yang thinks it's just a matter of time now. With no weapon, the stranger's combat strength should be significantly reduced. But then, unexpectedly, the guy just sits down. That puts Yang on alert. The stranger mutters, you are? I see. Suddenly, a strange mana begins pouring from his body, wrapping around the sword in Yang's grip. The stranger calmly says, I entrust this sword to you now. That same energy begins to condense in Yang's hand. The stranger looks at him and says, go and kill Chloris. Yang blinks. Chloris? Who's that? Is it someone tied to the legend of the nameless warrior? But before he can ask more, the stranger vanishes into thin air. A system prompt appears. Weapon trait unlocked. Equipment transcendence. Crimson sword has been added to your inventory. Yang stares at it. What does this mean? Could this be a level beyond divine artifacts? Another notification pops up. The crimson sword consumes red moon crystal cores to launch correction attacks. Curious, Yang pulls out a red moon crystal and feeds it to the sword. Instantly, the blade absorbs it, and he sees it. 1 red moon crystal core equals 1 charge point. Meanwhile, a tall as black dragon seems energized. It looks like the inheritance ritual is complete. But then Yang remembered the strange pale flames from earlier times. A new system message explains. Necro flame has been devoured by the dragon. Creatures burned by this flame will be transformed into undead beings. As long as Adol's power remains, these undead cannot die. Yang's eyes widened. This sounds a lot like necromancy. He just turned his black dragon into a necromancer. In the next moment, the bone dragon stood behind him, revived, but something was different. Yang realized they had become his adult subordinates. Now, soaring through the sky with his dragon trio, a thought crossed his mind. If he lets Adel devour elite monsters and bosses, he could raise an army of powerful undead disasters. This isn't just necromancy anymore. This is Lich King-level power. This inheritance might actually be close to invincible. He glanced at the skull dragon and noticed numbers floating above its body. That wasn't there before. Could it be connected to the Crimson Sword? To test it out, he activated corruption. But the moment he drew his sword, all the undead around him instantly vanished. He stood there stunned. A notification popped up. Correction activated. Crimson infection level increased. 111. The entire area began buzzing with an overwhelming surge of mana. Yang was frozen in shock. This wasn't just a normal attack. This was a rule-level effect, one that erased even undead beings that should have been able to revive. This is crazy, he muttered. Then another notification came up. This one showed 0% cost. No HP drain, no crystal consumption. He blinked. Wait, does that mean it's free? But why were there two separate notifications? He remembered that the Nameless Warrior had tried using correction on him, too, but it failed. Could it be something unique about him? Something connected to the system? He asked the system directly if there were any clues, but there was no reply. Fine, he'd dig into it later. For now, his dragon had completed its legacy inheritance, and he had obtained an insanely overpowered divine weapon. This Dragon Spirit Secret Realm didn't give him experience points, sure, but the reward far exceeded anything he imagined. Still, there's one issue. Red Moon Crystal Cores are way too rare. Right now, the only way to get them is through the Red Moon Invasion event. Maybe the Job Change Temple has more information. So, Yang made up his mind. First, gather intel. But for now, it's time to leave this place. The air trembled as the portal crackled to life, its radiant glow illuminating the cavern walls. Two dragons lay before it, their bodies coiled in intense anticipation. From the distant sky, Mikiko Asuka spoke in disbelief. The exit was open, but how? A surge of magic pulsed through the air as a figure floated above the battlefield. Verlia also questioned the sudden turn of events. Mikiko Asuka told her to go first, saying she would stay a moment longer. Verlia asked if she was waiting for Su Yang. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the two dragons stirred. A whisper passed through the battlefield. He's back. Atal descended like an executioner, and Su Yang lifted his gaze. Atal, calm him down. The great black dragon roared with pure dominance. Even the undead dragons froze and submitted to the Death Lord's will. The battlefield turned silent. The two dragons came to a complete stop. Asuka looked at Atal and quietly observed that it appeared even larger and overwhelming. Has the secret realm made it stronger? Su Yang told them they could leave and warned them not to reveal what happened. Viria hesitated, but Asuka knelt and promised silence, calling him a good person. As she stepped into the portal with a smile, she said, "See you next time." Yang smirked faintly, thinking, so she sees me as a good person. Maybe she really is interesting. The moment passed. Yang saw that the outside was too chaotic to step into without a plan. The wind howled over the jagged peaks, and a strange symbol flickered in the sky. The world had changed with new rules and systems. If humans could become demons, then demons might also be able to join the human faction. He focused on the idea. If that was true, then he could use it to shift the balance of power. Energy surged through him as he floated in the digital void, and his voice stayed calm and firm. System, it is time to confirm it. The system responded as Su Yang gave the command. System activate multi-action compatibility. The space shifted. His body turned to code and merged with the system core. The abyss of demons stirred with new energy. Now back in his crimson demon form, Su Yang grinned as a notification appeared. The one-way restriction was gone. Demons could now freely enter and leave. Just as I thought, normal demons would just become targets for humans. But what if the one leaving was the sovereign of original sin? Violet energy surged as dark tendrils curled around his fingers. Lucifer, come forth. Lucifer stepped out from the shifting void and knelt before the throne. She said her power was returning, and his glory would soon be restored. Su Yang asked if she could pass through the Abyss Gate in her current state. She answered that she must try. He told her to go. The Abyss Gate towered over the frozen Siberian plains. At -30°C, the icy winds could break even the toughest mortals. The armored sentinels chant, how much longer do we have to stay in this godforsaken place? Even deep demons would freeze solid here. Lucifer's form materialized amidst the blinding frost, her body recoiling instinctively from the oppressive cold. My power is weakening. Their complaints stopped the moment they saw her, a demon. Now that demons could enter the outside world, panic hit fast. Quick, inform the high priest. But Lucifer scoffed. Too noisy. In a flash, Her claws sliced through the air. The guards didn't even react before their bodies were torn apart, blood staining the ice. Lucifer's gaze lifted toward the fortress ahead, its towering ice spires gleaming under the bitter sun. At least it's confirmed we can cross the Abyss Gate. Time to report back to my king. Back in the depths of the Abyss, Lucifer knelt before the Crimson Throne. So we can enter and exit the Abyss Gate, but our power is limited to the demigod tier. He wondered if it was because the path to godhood had not been unlocked yet. Did that mean the current world could not support god-tier beings? Even so, Lucifer's attributes and abilities were still far beyond those of 9th-turn demigod class holders. Outside the Dragon Spirit's secret realm, there were only a handful of 9th-turn demigods. Defeating them would be easy. He told her to go to the mortal world in his name and punish those who defied him. Lucifer bowed and said she would obey. He gave one last order, bring someone back. The human would act as his proxy while he rested. The world would soon learn what it meant to carry the will of the Abyss. Even Lucifer was surprised by the choice. Elsewhere, not long ago, a glowing portal pulsed in a barren land as Augustin confronted Tang Zhan. You broke the pact. Why did Su Yang enter the Dragon Spirit realm? And why did his arrival turn us, and even the elves, against each other? Across from him, Tang Zhan stood firm and replied, I have nothing to explain. I don't know why this happened either. A golden-armored figure stepped forward. The royal guard's honor must stand. Once he comes out, I'll take him to the elven court. He looked at Tang Zhan. You're coming too. Think of a good excuse. Interrogate me? That only works if you have the strength, Tang Zhan replied calmly. Before things could escalate, Asuka and Verlia stepped out of the portal. We are back. Why does everyone look so serious? One of them asked. Augustin asked her, where's Su Yang? And what about the others from the Elven Kingdom? Verlia tried to answer, but Asuka cut her off by replying, we got separated as soon as we entered. Only Verlia and I ended up together. We found nothing of value and barely escaped. A flash of light brought us to the entrance. The others should return soon. The knight in gold remained doubtful. If that is true, someone must have claimed the inheritance. So why are the others not here? His stare fixed on the two. You will come with me to the Elven Kingdom for questioning. Tokugawa-sama and Augustin chimed in. Stop right there. What are you trying to do? They are with us. You cannot just take them. The knight replied without emotion. If you try to stop me, then forget any alliance. If anything happens to the Elven heirs, you will be held responsible. A voice stepped in. We should focus on what really matters. Our mission is to complete the world's task and unlock god-tier advancements. If we lose the elves, we stand no chance when the sovereign of original sin appears. The knight got impressed by this dude's remarks and said, I will tell the queen you seem cooperative. You are from Shiva, right? The man nodded with a forced smile. Suddenly, the sky cracked open, and a dark rift appeared, and a heavy force fell over the land. From that darkness emerged Lucifer, the sovereign of pride. Her arrival overshadowed every bit of tension. I thought someone strong had arrived. Turns out it is just you again, she said. Her power seems lower now, Augustin observed. Augustin used a detection spell. The result was clear. She had dropped to the demigod tier, though her stats were hidden. He did not hesitate. Forget our arguments. Let's join forces and defeat her. This is our only chance. The battlefield shifted. Enemies turned into allies. Lucifer floated above without a care. Come at me, all of you, she said. Tang Zhan, take the vanguard. The command rang out, sharp and clear. Without hesitation, Tang Zhan surged forward like a missile, fists clenched and burning with fury. Everyone else, back us up. Anyone who hasn't defeated the king of original sin can't harm this boss. Augustin's voice carried urgency, and the team snapped into action. This wasn't about glory anymore, it was survival. So it's all on you then. Tokugawa gritted his teeth, blade flashing with energy. Let's help them first. If it goes bad, I'll escape. 2 support skills lit up the battlefield. Samurai Benevolence boosted nearby allies' physical attack by 20% and healed 17 HP per second for 30 seconds. Power rippled outward like a war drum. Then the real assault began. Heaven and earth thunder, transformation. Augustin descended, lightning tearing through the sky. Extreme annihilation fist. Tang Zhan followed his golden punch, glowing with rage. When it landed, the battlefield exploded with light and shockwaves. Boom! The sky shook. As the dust settled, Lucifer hovered above, her wings folded. So I actually got hurt, she said in surprise. Augustin observes that means she's not invincible, so they need to keep pushing. But Lucifer's cold voice cut through the momentum. Foolish insects. That little sting won't save you. She raised her hand, dark energy swirling violently. Enter Dark Domain. A black vortex exploded, dragging everyone within a 500-meter radius into a barrier that halved all their attributes. Oh, what is this? We're being pulled in. A storm of black and purple swallowed them whole. Panic spread fast. But amid the chaos, something was off. Why aren't those three affected? Augustin stared at the calm figure, standing firm in the madness. Tokugawa-sama. Master Augustin. The others tried to help, but couldn't resist the pull. Then, violet light erupted from the center. It is Yang who activates soul engraving by his command. Tang Zhan's eyes sharpened. He turned. Come with me. Before they could react, he launched into the sky, pulling two women with him. Below, space twisted unnaturally. This should buy us some time. Tang Zhan, take it slow. Su Yang stood steady, calmly scanning the battlefield. Looks like it's wrapping up over there too. In the distance, Lucifer's wings vanished in a blink. She suspects that this weak human could really be the agent His Majesty spoke of. She landed silently on the ground and said, I don't understand why His Majesty chose you. Calling you an insect feels generous. Su Yang smiled slightly. Maybe. He didn't flinch. His calm voice carried weight. Enough arrogance. Lucifer, go retrieve someone for me. The words hit harder than any spell. Lucifer's eyes widened. That voice didn't match his appearance, yet her body moved before her mind could process it. Yes. She lowered her gaze. Su Yang stepped toward a spinning abyss of crimson energy. Her hands trembled. I felt His Majesty's pressure. No, it must be an illusion. Yet deep down she wasn't sure. Far from battle, under a clear sky, a peaceful home stood still. A silver-haired elf woman hummed softly, watering flowers. Then, a sudden pulse ripped through the air. The watering can slip from her hand, crashing on tiles. She staggered and fell. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Come with me. A colossal spectral hand burst from the void, grabbing her without warning. Let me go. Who are you? Why are you taking me? No answer came. The sky cracked. The void collapsed and vanished, leaving only wind and silence behind. Elsewhere, the warriors knelt in defeat. Broken by the storm, they couldn't stop. It failed again. Augustin's voice breaks under the weight of despair. Tokugawa-sama said that the gap. It's too wide. This fight is hopeless. Augustin asks, where's Tang Zhan? No one answers, just shaken heads and grim faces. Then Atal steps forward, saying, right before we were dragged into that black void, I saw Tang Zhan, completely unaffected. It's like Lucifer didn't even see him as a threat. Augustin stiffens. What are you saying? Atal says, I have a chilling theory. What if Tang Zhan and Long Xia have already betrayed humanity and sided with the demons? Augustin yells in protest. Impossible. Tang Zhan would never betray humanity. But Atal stays firm. Master Augustin, I know you're close with him, but we can't ignore the signs. Others saw it, too. Lucifer spared him. That's no coincidence. A murmur ripples through the wounded soldiers. Doubt takes root. Remember the massacre outside the Dragon Spirit's secret realm? Another voice chimes in. We turn on each other for no reason. No human could have caused that, unless demons were involved. And who benefited in the end? Atal presses. Su Yang and Long Xia. Su Yang got into the realm, despite being forbidden. Augustin stares blankly, shaken. To control me without my knowing, that power exceeds 9-turn half-god tier. Then the Tokugawa-sama erupts. So what? Are Mikiko Asaka and Verlia traitors too? You're accusing everyone now. Atal falters for a split second. Damn, forgot about them. But he quickly recovers. Then Tang Zhan must have kidnapped them. Maybe to monopolize the realm's secrets. That lands hard. A grim possibility. But deep down, Atal's motives twist darker. I don't know what Tang Zhan did, but he's clearly ahead of us. I need to drag him down. His mind races. Only those girls know the truth. If I turn them against him, we might steal the secret. Shiva's rise must not be interrupted again. Atal tells the gathering that everyone should think carefully that Tang's words and actions are highly suspicious. He must be hiding something. The gathering starts to gossip, saying that although it's hard to believe, there still is a possibility. Atal says they don't need to waste any more time and suggests they head out to find Tang. Suddenly, someone moves and comes up behind Atal. The figure slaps him across the face and delivers a forearm blow, so hard that Atal slams into a rock, which shatters into pieces. It's Tang who says, if you dare slander me again, I won't mind making you experience death once more. Augustin shouts at him, demanding an explanation. Why wasn't he trapped in Lucifer's barrier, and why did he suddenly disappear? Tang replies that he has nothing to explain. If Augustine truly suspects him, he should go to the holy city and ask the highest priest to verify. Verlia adds that His Majesty led the two of them in a mad dash all the way to the border of Long Xia, stopping only briefly before immediately returning. Verlia adds that, at the time, this uncle looked very strange, almost as if he were being controlled. Now Augustine and Tokugawa begin to wonder. If Tang Zhan dares to propose going to the holy city, then the likelihood of him colluding with the abyssal demons is low. Everyone knows the high priest can detect lies. So, could it be that the young man from Long Xia Yang is actually the one working with the abyssal demons? All of their thoughts converge on one man, Su Yang. They question whether someone who has only just reached his 4th class advancement could even have the power or status to pull something like this off. However, Augustine says that if that's the case, then they should head to the holy city, ask the high priest to decide, and handle the matter involving the priest as well. Meanwhile, Atal, with a swollen face, disguises Tang and says that he will make him pay one day. In the holy city, standing before the priest, she asks if everyone can confirm they have never colluded with the abyssal demons and have no knowledge of being forcibly controlled. They all nod in unison. A bright yellow light shines above Tang's head, showing that he is telling the truth. The priest remarks that it is no wonder Tang was so confident. Since none of them is at fault, he places the 2 girls on the seat and questions them about the events they described in the Dragon Spirit's secret realm. He asks if they can confirm that there are no falsehoods in their statements. The girls are taken aback as the light above their heads dims, revealing that they have lied. They panic internally, realizing this is bad. They hadn't expected the holy priest to possess such an ability. Now, they can no longer hide the truth from Su Yang. Realizing the deception, Augustin shouts at them, "How dare you lie?" Tokugawa also rebukes them harshly, demanding, "What exactly are you 2 hiding? If you don't tell the truth, I won't spare Asuka, even if her father begs for mercy." Meanwhile, Tang begins to wonder, could these matters really be related to Su Yang? He had previously investigated everything. His background, his classmates, the guilds he joined, and even the temple priest. All gave the same evaluation. Su Yang is a genius, strong and kind-hearted, definitely not a ruthless villain. Even if, by some chance, he has a connection to the Abyss, he has never implicated Tang or those 2 girls. He wondered if the final verdict had confirmed Su Zhang's connection to the Abyss. Should he eliminate him now? But, just as he was trying to make sense of it, the priest turned to the 2 girls and said their identities had already been exposed. There was no point in hiding anything anymore. If they didn't wish to speak here, they could follow her to the confession room and explain everything there, so she could deliver her final judgment. Verlia and Asuka had the same thought. If the priest could detect lies, then maybe that matter would come out as well. So they agreed to go. The priest led them to the confession room, and on the way, the 2 girls looked back at Atal. He had no idea why they did that. It puzzled him. 10 minutes later, the priest stepped out of the room holding a weapon. Without hesitation, she pointed it at Atal and said, "Did you conspire with your nation's Vijanu to kill all the secret realm participants?" Atal froze. What has happened? How did the high priest know about this? Was it those 2 girls? Could they have caught Vijanu? That didn't seem possible. The priest continued explaining that according to the girls, back in the Dragon Spit's secret realm, Su Yang had discovered Vijanu's plan and killed him. They were not involved. That left only one question to resolve, whether Su Yang was guilty or whether it was Vijanu, who was actually Atal. The priest demanded a clear answer. Meanwhile, the crowd began whispering among themselves. Some questioned how Su Zhang, a 4th class advancement, could have killed a 6th class like Vijanu. Others began to suspect Atal, noting his long history of cunning behavior and wondering if he had been behind everything all along. Still trying to maintain his innocence, Atal denied everything. But the priest declared that the truth had already come to light. By the authority of the Holy Light Priest, he temporarily sentenced Atal of Shiva Nation to 3 death penalties. He would also be detained by the Holy City, with the duration of imprisonment to be decided later. Atal dropped to his knees in disbelief, unable to comprehend how it had come to this. Burning with rage, Su Zhang stepped forward. So it turns out, I and the other participants from Sakura Nation and Eagle Federation were completely innocent. This was all because you, Atal, wanted to frame me for your crimes. Atal dismissed it as slander. He admitted to plotting, but denied any ties to the Abyss. He accused Su Yang of killing a prince of the elves and claimed Long Xia had helped. If he was guilty, then so were they. In his eyes, they had ruined the Elf Alliance, and they were the real traitors. Tang shut him down immediately. He slammed a raw punch into Atal's gut. The impact launched him across the hall, and he crashed into the giant statue of the priest outside the building. Tang remained still and unmoved, and it was not over. Tang caught up to him and drove a brutal knee into Atal's groin. Then he followed with a powerful punch that sent Atal tumbling again. He stood over him and ordered him to go to the dungeon and wait for final judgment. He called him a stubborn, scheming bastard. Furious, Atal roared back and vowed revenge. But before he could move, arrows pinned him to the ground. The priest appeared and restrained him. Now that everything had been exposed, Atal thought the Shiva Nation would surely face retribution, too. There was only one thing left to do: flip the table. Brother, he thought, This is my final message before I'm sealed. Tell the Elf Kingdom that Su Yang killed their prince. Then join the Abyss. Side with the demons. Avenge me. He opened a portal and sent the message through. Watching everything unfold, Su Yang thought to himself, if the Shiva nation is siding with the demons, isn't that the same as walking straight into a trap? Now Atal is behind bars. Yang reflects. Despite how meticulously Atal plotted everything, how could he have possibly predicted that Yang is the ruler of the demon abyss? If the human nation defects to the demon faction, then they'll be mine to command. I'll gladly accept this generous gift. As for you, Atal, just obediently take 4 from me. After all, you brought this on yourself. Don't blame me. As for the Elf Kingdom, Yang muses, apart from Lilith, every elf he's met reeks of arrogance. Deep down, they all see themselves as a noble race, flaunting their pride and contempt like it's a divine right. Anyone unaware might think they all wield Lucifer-level power. They're just a race that once had God-ranked beings. Once I ascend to original Sin Monarch and achieve godhood, I'll show these arrogant elves who are the true rulers. Enslaving one more tier, 11 race, is nothing. Yang ends his thoughts, deciding the meeting has dragged on long enough, and it's time to get down to business. Standing before the Scarlet Withering Monarch, he admits he's been holding back his level progression for too long, fearing attention from the Holy City. But now, with the path clear, he's ready to push straight toward demigod rank. Lucifer watches from the side, clearly unimpressed. She can't understand why the monarch would pick someone as weak as Yang to act as his proxy. The decision makes no sense to her. Yang doesn't bother explaining. He simply tells her to stop asking questions and carry out the orders. Frustrated but compliant, Lucifer follows the command. She admits to herself that the monarch's choices are often beyond reason, and maybe keeping things smooth with the proxy is the smarter move. Still, it annoys her. Of all people, why was she the one tasked with retrieving him? She could have done it on her own terms. A system notification appears, confirming the detection of level 100 with a 5th revolution advancement quest. Jean observes that the process doesn't seem much different from Shireen's class change, and wonders if it's possible to set up a VIP system for Demon Sectum. Yang confirms he's already planned it out. The idea is to get powerful demons to clear the 5-star advancement quest within the Demon Sectum. If everything proceeds as expected, they'll trigger the Red Moon invasion, where defeating the Scarlet Withering monsters will drop Red Moon crystal ores. He's confident that, as the original Sin Monarch, he can simply order them to hand over the ores afterwards. He reflects on the scarcity of these crystals. The reason they're so rare is that very few individuals manage to complete the 5th revolution quests. But if he finds a way to mass-produce 5-star professionals through a controlled system, then collecting huge quantities of Red Moon crystal ores becomes a real possibility. Alongside the wealth that would generate, it would also solve the enhancement issues tied to the Crimson Sword. With excitement building, he sees it clearly. Once the collection power is secured, nothing will be able to stop him. Not even gods or Buddhas. The quest details arrive next. The objective is to kill the 5th revolution demon and non-demon professionals. The reward includes a Spirit Reaper title and advancement to the legend stage. Yang reads it carefully. The difficulty is obvious. At this level, anyone who completes a 5th revolution advancement is already a chosen one. Taking them down while still in the 4th revolution is no easy feat. He smirks, calling it the perfect filter to separate the truly God-chosen from the rest. Taking out 5th revolution professionals, he adds, is child's play. Turning toward the abyss, he declares his plan to stroll through the demon abyss and casually finish the first task. The scene shifts to Shiva Nation inside the Ganges temple. A man paces anxiously, frustrated by the silence, wondering why there hasn't been any news yet. The waiting is killing him. He clings to the hope that if Vishnu successfully inherited the power of the ancient devourer, then no one would be able to stop Shiva Nation's rise. They would surpass Dragonvaya, overtake the Eagle Union, and become the strongest nation in the world. With that power, they wouldn't even need the alliance with the elves. They'd be strong enough to kill the original Sin Monarch and take control of the world quest. While he's lost in ambition, a system notification appears. He quickly checks it and is stunned. Vishnu has failed. Worse, he was killed. How is this possible? Shocked, he slams the table. He can't believe it. His proudest son, a beast-taming prodigy with more talent than himself. If Vishnu had lived, he was sure to reach the 9th revolution. And yet, a 4th revolution weakling somehow killed his genius son? He curses aloud in disbelief. After a moment, he forces himself to calm down. The truth is clear now. The secret has been exposed. His brother is surely in grave danger. Shireen's class change will soon come knocking. He knows he must act immediately. Joining the demon faction means betraying humanity. Once that step is taken, there's no turning back. But Vishnu cannot die in vain. With teeth clenched, he makes his decision. Things have come this far. I have no choice. Back in the holy city, the high priestess announces that Atal has been imprisoned. Now, the focus must return to the matter of Su Yang. Augustin speaks first, saying Su Yang killing a 6th revolution like Vishnu with 4th revolution strength is already unbelievable. But killing the 7th revolution elf Prince Eric? That seems downright absurd. Verlia insists that everything she said is true. They must believe her. Augustin turns away. It's not that he doubts her, especially since the high priestess herself certified it. It's just that the situation is too bizarre. He wonders what really happened at that moment. Verlia explains that Su Yang seemed to use a strange item to control Eric. She's never seen anything like it. Eric remained conscious but couldn't move, use any items, or even cast skills. The duration of the effect was unknown, but it remained stable while they watched. Another official commented that it sounded like a binding status effect. However, based on what's commonly known, a lower-level professional trying to bind a higher-level one should see the control duration severely weakened. Verlia agrees. That's the standard rule among professionals, which is exactly why cross-level challenges are so rare. Augustin adds that this rule didn't seem to apply to Su Yang. Either his real level is far higher than known, or that item he used was incredibly powerful, perhaps powerful enough to bypass the level suppression altogether. He begins to consider the possibility. Tang cuts in, saying that no matter what method Su Yang used, at the very least, he was retaliating. He wasn't hurting others without cause. Tang doesn't believe Su Yang is guilty. Tokugawa speaks next. Maybe Su Yang isn't guilty in their eyes, but to the Elf Kingdom, he absolutely is. After all, one of their princes was killed inside the Dragon Spirit's secret realm. They all pause, realizing the political implications. If they can't provide a satisfactory explanation to the Elf country, what will happen to the Alliance? Just then, the temple doors burst open. A man rushes in and whispers urgently into the priestess's ear. With a heavy heart, she slams her weapon to the floor. An emergency has occurred. The meeting is temporarily suspended. Atal has instructed Amino to incite Shiva Nation to join the demon faction. At the entrance within Shiva Nation territory, a soldier stumbled out, crying and barely holding himself together. Broken weapons lay scattered on the ground, remnants of a lost Beatal. Priest Amino stood firm before the Abyss entrance and thought that if inheritance could not make them strong, then the demon faction would. With the original Sin Monarch's protection, they would rise again and flood the Ganges over their enemies. A man approached, and Amino asked about any update. The servant reports that 20,000 legend-rank professionals had entered the Abyss. Right now, over 1,000 people have completed demonization and are on their way to the Demon City. Once demonized, they will stop initiating attacks. Before Amino could respond, another man hurried up to him. He says that people from the Class Change Shrine have arrived. They've already captured a large group, and many of the untouchables have been persuaded by them. They're no longer willing to go to the Abyss. Amino's eyes widened in shock. He asked if any Brahmins or Kshatriyas left untransferred. The man replied, 70% of the Brahmins have already been transferred, and about 60% of the Kshatriyas too. Amino gave the order to prioritize transferring the Brahmins next. As for the remaining untransferred Kshatriyas, he instructed that they and the obedient untouchables should stall the Class Change Shrine to buy time. The messengers agreed and ran off. Meanwhile, Amino silently wondered if low-caste untouchables could really hold off Shrine's forces. He knew it wasn't likely and that some Kshatriyas would have to be sacrificed, but none of that mattered now. He grits his teeth and mutters that revenge will come. With that, he retreated into the Abyss. Elsewhere, in the 20th layer of the Demon Abyss, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. A group of demonized blue elves wandered through the Abyss. One marveled at how his base stats had increased about 4% after his transformation. Another added that this had gone up by 6%. Someone joked that he still didn't even know what demons looked like. Another teased that maybe there was a succubi in the demon city. Still, they were clearly enjoying the benefits of transformation. They knew people from Dragonxia must be jealous of how quickly they were growing. One elf said that once he got stronger, he'd counterattack under the leadership of the original Sin Monarchs and wipe out their enemies. They heard that the elf country holds a strong favor toward their Shiva Nation. Once an alliance is formed, the status of Shiva Nation will surely rise. Suddenly, a figure stepped out from the shadows. It was Su Yang. The elves stared in shock and asked who he was. Su Yang told them to guess. One elf, annoyed and startled, launched an attack. He throws a ball of mana at Yang, and a massive explosion follows. When the smoke cleared, Yang stood there completely unscathed. Calmly, he told everyone not to panic. He was just a guy from the Demon City, assigned to escort new professionals. Everyone panicked, thinking they had just attacked a city-assigned guide. But Yang smiled and assured them it was fine. He explained that he was part of the first batch to join the demon faction and was given the task of leading newcomers. The elves felt reassured and agreed to follow him without hesitation. They reached the base of the demon city, and Yang explained that as the demon faction developed more, new cities would be built around this area. This place could rival the holy city of the Class Change Shrine. For now, this statue was the Demon Saint statue, the sole resurrection point for all demon faction professionals. Anyone who died could be revived here. The elves were impressed, saying the demon abyss was more fascinating than they had imagined. They asked Yang which country he was from. He turned and replied he was from Dragongxia. They were relieved, saying that the country was on friendly terms with theirs. Another asked if there were rules in Dragongxia's demon city, like in the real world, especially about professionals attacking each other. Yang explained that there were rules. Attacking others inside the demon city would bring terrifying punishment from the high priest. One of the elves tenses up and asks, "What about outside the demon city?" Yang immediately understood what they were getting at and replied with a grin. "Outside there are no rules, and it's all about the strong preying on the weak." The elves visibly relaxed, until one of them noticed Yang calmly cleaning his dagger with a cloth. Confused, he asked, "What are you doing?" Yang answered coldly, "Preparing to kill these dogs." The elves are perplexed, and fear runs down their spine. But before anyone could react, his dagger slashed through one elf's neck. The others froze in shock. "What the hell is this bastard doing?" One of them yelled at Yang. But as they retaliated, a swift blow sliced their necks. Yang stood still, watching as the last elf crawled back, terrified. "You're crazy. Aren't you afraid of the demon high priest punishment?" Yang stared at him and said, "Any attack inside the demon city will lead to serious punishment. The demon high priest will strictly uphold the rules, but I make the rules." A strange mana surged from his body as he stepped forward and killed the last elf. Outside that area, several other elves ran to report to Lord Amino. Before they could escape, Yang appeared above them floating in the air and told them that since they were already here, they might as well stay. They were shocked by his sudden appearance, but in the next moment Yang cut them down in an instant. A prompt appeared. All Demon Faction 5th Revolution professionals were eliminated. Now only the non-Demon Faction 5th Revolution professionals have to be killed. Yang looked over the bodies and thought that the ones from Shiva Nation alone were enough to push him forward in the class change quest. He planned to keep hunting and finish the 5th Revolution advancement within a day. Meanwhile, the corpses around him burned quietly with the mana. Sung wonders that people from the Shiva Nation are still pouring in nonstop, and it's more than enough for me to finish my class change quest. Yang casually burned mana just to cremate the bodies, then jumped right back into hunting, trying to finish the 5th Revolution advance quest in just one day. As he moved further away, Lucifer had her eyes locked on him. Watching his actions, she couldn't help but think, this guy, the proxy chosen by the monarch, really doesn't seem all that simple. He's only in the 4th Revolution, yet he's capable of killing people in the 6th. But what exactly is the monarch's end goal here? Was Yang chosen just to help speed up the monarch's awakening? Still, can someone this weak and fragile really pull that off? Meanwhile, somewhere else, a hero quickly wiped out 10 5th Revolution demonstration professionals. Just like that, the 5th Revolution advancement quest was complete. Yang, on the other hand, got ready to take on the non-professional demons while checking his system quests. He figured there should still be quite a few untransformed Brahmin nobles left in the shallow layers of the abyss. Taking them out would be easy. The real issue was that they'd respawn under Shiva Nation's protection. That could mess with his plan unless he made sure to camp their corpses properly after death. If rumors started spreading about him in a bad way, things could get real annoying. Suddenly, he felt a presence. "Lucifer, you were right there," he said. She was caught off guard by how sharp Yang's senses were, and gave him a nod of respect. "What do you want from me?" she asked. Yang gave her a grin and said, "As a proxy, I'm ordering you to issue a quest. Send all the demon professionals in the demon city to the shallow abyss layers, and have them kill 10 untransformed 5th Revolution Brahmin nobles." He pointed his sword at her as he spoke. Lucifer's eyes narrowed with irritation, not because she couldn't handle it, but because she had no choice. This weak little proxy dared to order her around, and yet, since it came as a monarch's command, she had to comply, even if just this once. Elsewhere, a bunch of elves were checking out their quests. One of them smirked and said, "Looks like our boss ain't too fond of these new Brahmins." Another chimed in, "Then let's go, boys. Time to show these rookies what's what." They hunted the newcomers down without mercy. The Brahmins ran for their lives yelling, "Hey, we've already joined the demon faction." But the elves didn't care. They slaughtered them on the spot. The few Brahmins who managed to survive felt relieved. They'd broken past the class change screen's defense line again and had entered the abyss. This area had to be tightly guarded now. They started wondering how they'd sneak past, even though they were finally free from those crazy demon elves. One Brahmin said, "How about we grab a few sudras to use as meat shields?" Another agreed, "Good idea. The Shireen soldiers definitely won't dare kill innocent hostages at random." But the very next second, they were sliced to death. Heads rolled like sliced bread. It was Yang. "I felt a little guilty at first," he said, "but now it's clear. Killing you is just pest control for the people." He glanced around at the rest, who were just chilling, and added, "All right, back to assembly line work." An hour later, every last one of them was dead. Yang had completed the 5th Revolution advancement quest, clearing out both demon faction professionals and the ones outside the faction. Once he wrapped that up, another quest popped up. This one told him to dive into an unknown lair deep within the abyss and solo kill a native demon boss at star rank. The goal? Obtain the crystal core dropped by the boss and fuse it with the power of wrath. Yang was stoked. Finally, a hidden quest appeared. He said, "This feels a lot like my last hidden class change quest. That time, I needed the essence blood from the rock abyss earth dragon, but I ended up using black dragon essence blood instead. Now it's the power of wrath. Makes me wonder, what kind of insane result would I get if I used the dark origin power for fusion?" After some planning, Yang made his way to visit the abyssal roar first. In one area, there was a massive dragon skeleton. Then suddenly, a barrage of arrows came flying, panning through the scene and scattering wildly. Yang was riding the dragon and heading straight into the lair of the star rank native demon boss, which had a terrifying level of 150. Sure, here's the rephrased and proofread version in a casual tone, keeping it fun and engaging. Looking at the monster, Yang could instantly feel that sheer demonic pressure oozing off it. The boss let out a thunderous roar. "Who do you think you are, daring to challenge me all alone?" But Yang cut him off mid-roar. "Let's skip the intro. I'm in a rush. Just bring on." He dropped down from the sky with his dragon's soul, landing like a pro. The demon boss, clearly pissed, growled, "You overestimate yourself. You'll pay for that arrogance and ignorance." Next thing you know, spoons of mana were flying through the air like missiles, all heading straight for the boss. And 5 minutes later, the so-called fearsome demon boss was completely roasted. Charred and confused, he stared at Yang, unable to believe what just happened. "Ow, how could I lose to such a small human?" The boss stammered. Yang shrugged. "It was tougher than the silver dragon, I'll give you that. But yeah, that's about all it had going for it." He looked around, wondering, that's it? It's over just like that? But the boss wasn't done just yet. While lying on the ground, he suddenly unleashed a blast of mana from his mouth, his last desperate move to kill Yang. Laughing, the boss coughed out. "Didn't expect that, huh? My final trump card. A true damage attack that ignores all defense. You're definitely dead now." Smoke filled the air, and then Yang's voice cut through it. "You done playing around?" The boss froze. Yang walked out of the smoke with barely a scratch, smirking. "Haven't you heard the saying? No smoke without injury." "Well, too bad. My HP's only down by 2%. The boss practically started crying like a little kid. "Damn it. Am I the boss here, or are you the boss?" Yang chuckled and, without another word, sliced the boss clean in the next second. "That'd be me, obviously. I'm the boss." As the hero finished dealing with his opponent, he stepped forward, eyes fixed on the shimmering object before him. He wondered if that was the demon crystal core mentioned in the hidden quest. It used to excite him before, but now he could no longer look at it with any interest. Suddenly, a golden energy pulsed outward from the core, and as the light reflected in his eyes, he realized that to gain the dark, primal power of the Lord of Original Sins, one must enter the abyssal depths. The dragon hovered nearby and responded with a low rumble. It couldn't go in right now. The power of the Lord of Original Sin had to be bestowed first and then passed back. With a swift beat of its wings, the dragon rose into the air, noting that the connection opportunity hadn't refreshed yet. Waiting until tomorrow was the only option. As the scene transitioned, the focus shifted to a grand demon city, known as Su Yang's private residence. Inside, Elf stood near a window with her gaze distant, until she saw the hero. Her expression lit up, filled with relief and confusion. She had waited long for his return and asked herself where exactly this place could be. The hero stepped forward with calm assurance. This was the Demon Lord's city, deep within the demon's abyss. Elf's eyes widened with shock at the realization. A human like him shouldn't have been there. But the hero smiled faintly. The reasons were complicated, and he knew she would not be safe where she came from. He had heard that the Yelef Kingdom had begun yet another investigation. Bringing her here had been the only option. He assured her that this place was safe and that all her daily needs would be taken care of. She hesitated, but as she sat nervously on the couch, her voice softened. She agreed, trusting his words. Gently placing her hand on his chest, she admitted her thoughts. Sometimes, she truly wondered if Yang was really human. Everything he did felt too incredible to belong to an ordinary person. She meant no harm, and to her, Whether he was human or demon made no difference. The hero let out a light chuckle, calling her a silly girl in a teasing tone. He assured her that he was human, just someone capable of doing things usually beyond human reach. Far away, across distant lands, the scene shifted to the elf royal court. The princess sat tall in her grand hall, her gaze sharp as she addressed the armored knight commander standing before her. She questioned Tassi, reminding him that he had gone to the human world to escort Prince Eric and the others, and demanded to know why he had returned ahead of schedule. Tassi bowed respectfully and reported with a heavy heart that Prince Eric had not been able to return from the secret realm. The princess's composure shattered instantly. She rose to her feet, her voice trembling with panic as she called out her son's name. The fear in her eyes made it clear something had gone terribly wrong. Before Tassi could respond, the Minister of Forbidden Magic stepped forward, urging the Knight Commander to explain everything clearly. He also inquired about young Master Allen, whose whereabouts remained uncertain. Tassi's voice grew low and tense as he admitted that the details were unclear. He had been negotiating with the humans outside the secret realm when he was suddenly caught in the Pride King's attack. As far as he knew, only the humans held the answers to what truly happened. The princess's eyes narrowed with fury. Her voice rose in anger as she questioned Tassi's usefulness to her if he couldn't even ensure her son's safety. Sensing the tension, the minister quickly stepped in, pleading with the princess to remain calm. While he acknowledged that the Knight Commander bore some responsibility, he insisted that their main focus now should be addressing what he called the human world's greatest act of treason. The princess took a deep breath, trying to steady her rising fury. She agreed with the Minister of Forbidden Magic and ordered him to send word to the human world. She demanded that those silly, ignorant humans provide an explanation. If they failed, she warned, then the elves' longbows and magical staff would enslave them before the demons even had the chance to destroy their world. The minister nodded solemnly, accepting her command without question. Meanwhile, within the holy city of the human realm, the high priest stood before the sacred monument of Pandora's box. Her expression was one of dread as she reflected, the Pandora's box of Shiva Nation has ultimately been opened. Once the other countries of the world see the benefit Shiva Nation gained after transforming into the abyssal demon faction, who can guarantee they won't follow suit? With growing sorrow, she thought at that time, the world will inevitably fall into chaos. Who will be able to resist the invasion of the Red Moon? As her thoughts spiraled, an attendant approached. High Priest, there are people from the Elf Kingdom outside the holy city. So soon, she muttered, turning toward the grand door, just as it opened to reveal Mr. Carl Lawrence. He strode into the chamber with commanding presence and declared, "Humans, are you ready to pay the price for your stupidity? I don't have time to waste with you. Hand over the murderer of Prince Eric and Allen, or else." His voice carried heavy with threat. "We don't mind shifting from aid to enslavement." The court murmured in shock. What? What do you mean by that?" The high priest quickly raised a hand. "Please mind your wording, Mr. Carl Lawrence. As far as I know, although the Elf Temple has opened the divine path of job transfer, the most recent appearance of a divine tier being was over 200 years ago. In those 2 centuries, that divine tier might have fallen. And as a godless tribe, have you all become too confident?" Carl's expression remained unfazed. "Unfortunately, I am one of them." The hall fell silent, stunned by the unexpected revelation. After a brief pause, Tang, a dignitary from Longxia, stepped forward defiantly. To him, it was merely a matter of level suppression. As long as it wasn't a divine-level challenge, victory was still possible. He reminded everyone that Longxia had a long history of miracles, where the weak had defeated the strong. If the elf world refused to ally with them against the abyssal demons and instead considered an invasion, then they were welcome to try. Carl's gaze narrowed as he responded. If it were just level suppression, then perhaps a miracle could happen. But what if he told them that his side possessed not 1, but 2 divine weapons, and they were fully equipped to complete the fusion process? What would they do then? Another wave of silence swept across the hall until one of the human representatives finally spoke. The words carried a hint of resignation, acknowledging that Carl seemed to understand his position. Carl pressed further. He had heard the Knight Commander mention a country called the Shiva Nation, supposedly more sincere in negotiations. He then asked who among them represented the Shiva Nation. The high priest's expression darkened. Shiva Nation, she declared, no longer belonged to the human world. They had fallen and willingly chosen to side with the abyssal demons. Carl scoffed at the revelation. He had assumed humans were united, but that clearly wasn't the case. With that in mind, he asked once more, who among them was truly sincere in forming an alliance and willing to hand over the murderer? Tokugawa stood slowly, his voice steady and clear. He claimed to know who the murderer was. According to him, it was Su Yang from Longxia. Tang's temper ignited at the accusation. and he demanded to know how Tokugawa dared to say such a thing. Tokugawa defended his statement calmly. Su Yang, being the representative of Longxia and the highest-ranked person present, was using his authority to prevent them from handing Su Yang over to Carl's world. Carl turned to Tang with a chilling presence and demanded to know Su Yang's location. Tang stood firm and answered that he could not provide that information. Carl stepped forward, his hostility growing with every word. He accused Tang of seeking death. The priest stepped in with equal fury, challenging Carl to try him if he dared. Carl quickly shifted focus, changing the subject. He had heard that other survivors from the secret realm were present and demanded to know where they were. Tokugawa gestured toward them, saying that those were the ones who knew of Su Yang's crime and should be questioned. As the two survivors stepped forward, Virelia called out for Lord Augustus. But before Augustus could respond, Carl interrupted. Since no one could reveal Su Yang's whereabouts, he decided he would take the two secret realm participants back for interrogation. He turned to the high priestess, expecting no objection. She gave a reluctant nod, unable to deny the request. Watching from the shadows, Makiko clenched her fists. Once we go to the elf kingdom, things will become unpredictable. Su Yang, what should we do? Elsewhere, Livia stood atop a sacred platform, gazing at the sprawling city. So, this is the holy city of the human realm, she whispered to herself. Killing and saving people. Those executors sure know how to use others. As the scene transitioned, the hero sat confidently upon his throne, a faint dark aura curling around the edges of his seat. With calm disdain in his voice, he remarked how absurd it was that the elf queen actually wanted to enslave humans. Leaning forward with a sharpened glint in his eyes, he declared that, as the ruler of the abyss, he would never allow such a thing to happen. Without delay, he summoned his trusted subordinate. He ordered Livia to go teach that arrogant fool a lesson and bring those two girls back as well. Livia responded with a swift nod and vanished into the void, her presence fading like a shadow on the wind. Watching her disappear, the hero murmured to himself with quiet anticipation. He was looking forward to witnessing the special power of the King of Jealousy. Meanwhile, as the summit came to an end, the hall began to empty. Envoys and nobles filtered out, their faces tense with suspicion. Among them, Tokugawa moved in close to Makiko, his tone heavy with pressure and authority. He instructed her to reveal everything about Su Yang once she arrived at the elf royal court. According to him, this was her chance to repay the country's favor. He warned her not to anger Lord Carl or Her Majesty the Queen, or else she would be branded a traitor to the Sakura nation. Makiko clenched her fists, her heart aching from the sting of betrayal. He had once treated her with such respect, and now he stood before her so heartless. Unable to remain silent, Virelia stepped forward, her voice full of indignation. She told Tokugawa he had gone too far. The high priest's frustration echoed through the hall as his staff struck the floor. He chastised Tokugawa, reminding him that as the ruler of a nation, his behavior was disgraceful. But Tokugawa was unfazed, his mind swirling with selfish thoughts. One part of him observed everything with detachment. Another part whispered about taking a share, about seizing this opportunity. Perhaps, he mused, if he could make this elf noble feel good, then what he gained would be considered legitimate. Before the tension could escalate further, Carl cut in with his commanding tone. He stated that he still needed to report back to the magistrate, the queen. He made it clear that he liked obedient people. As a reward, he granted Tokugawa permission to accompany them to the Aleph world, where he promised to help him increase his level a bit. Tokugawa responded with an overly dramatic bow, expressing his gratitude. At Carl's gesture, two guards stepped forward. Magical restraints shimmered into existence and bound the two girls tightly, their enchanted bindings causing visible pain. Yet not a soul dared to speak up. Without delay, the group departed from the mansion and entered the dense jungle ahead. As the party moved along the wooded trail, Tokugawa leaned in closer to Carl. In a low voice, he asked what would happen if Tang continued to refuse to hand over the murderer of Prince Eric. Carl did not hesitate. He said that he would kill Tang and replace him with another ruler. Tokugawa's eyes lit up with cruel satisfaction. In his mind, he believed that Tang was finished. But just as the path ahead seemed clear, the sky suddenly darkened. A powerful presence descended from above, halting the group in their tracks. Livia emerged from the clouds, her form cloaked in ominous energy. Tokugawa's expression twisted with alarm as he looked up at the figure. He wondered who it could possibly be. Carl instinctively analyzed her, but confusion twisted across his face. I can't see your panel info, he realized, his instincts blaring with warning. Acting quickly, he launched a powerful magic blast toward her. But my instincts tell me this woman is extremely dangerous. Livia deflected the attack with ease, her voice dripping with icy confidence. Useless struggle. From now on, all your powers are mine. Dark tendrils of energy surged from her as she activated the sin of jealousy, absorbing every trace of power from Carl and his allies. Her ability, born from endless envy, allowed her to seize not only skills and strength, but even the right to wield them with mastery. Carl collapsed to his knees, horror overtaking his face. My power, it's gone. Livia examined the collection of stolen abilities with thinly veiled contempt. What are these garbage skills? Completely useless. She clenched her fist, condensing the raw energy into a glowing sphere. Pages, watch me improve your useless, forbidden skill. Power flared around her as she refined and amplified the stolen abilities, surpassing their original form. Carl, watching helplessly, cried out, "That's my skill. How can you? It's even stronger than when I used it." But Livia gave no response, only a cold, amused smile, as she stood triumphant above the broken remnants of their pride. He looked on with deep sadness as he tried to activate his forbidden skill, but despite his desperation, the power didn't come. Yelling in frustration, he shouted, "Activation failed? How can that be?" In that moment, he realized his power was completely gone. Tokugawa, sensing the shift, immediately panicked and cried out, "Monster! Someone help me!" From above, Livia hovered with a sneer, her voice sharp and merciless. "Noisy little fly, try this one." Without hesitation, she extended her arms and unleashed a massive wave of magic, bright red and layered like burning curtains, toward him. Both Tokugawa and Carl stared in stunned silence, unable to believe the overwhelming power radiating from her. Makiko stepped back and muttered, "This is terrifying," while Virilia, equally shaken, whispered, "What should we do?" They stood together on a vast, empty playground, the air tense and heavy. Virilia, though normally composed, trembled slightly. Fear had crept into her expression. Suddenly, Livia dashed toward them, urgency in her tone. "Come with me," she ordered, and without waiting for a response, led them away. The scene shifted. In a distant sanctuary, a priest stood frozen in place, her expression grim. A powerful force had erupted just moments earlier, and she could feel it in her bones. The auras of Carl, Lawrence, and Tokugawa, once strong and vibrant, had vanished completely. Before her, a man knelt on the ground, his body trembling and his head bowed low. He muttered, "That was terrifying." The priest stepped closer, her eyes narrowing as she asked what had just happened on page 8. Page 8 took a breath, still visibly shaken. He explained that Lord Carl and he had just left when they encountered a mysterious woman. She had not only sealed their skills, but had also used Carl's own power to kill them instantly. Her eyes widened at his words. She said that kind of power wasn't something even a semi-divine powerhouse with 9 transfers could unleash. She then wondered aloud if another king of original sin had come to the human realm. She looked around and questioned the absence of Makiko and Virilia, noting it was strange that she didn't see them. He slowly lifted his head and answered that both Lord Carl and he had been instantly killed, making it impossible for those two to have survived. She frowned, but her voice grew sharp with suspicion. She recalled that Makiko and Virilia hadn't been killed by Lucifer last time outside the Dragon Spirit's secret realm either. Back then, they had assumed Adder was behind it, attempting to frame Lingxia while hiding his ties to the abyssal demons. But now, Adder was sealed in the Holy City's prison. And yet again, Makiko and Virilia had survived an encounter with a king of original sin. He looked up at her, realization creeping into his expression. He began to ask if she was suggesting something. Yang's eyes darkened as she stated that there was only one possibility. The center of all these events was Su Yang. The priest turned pale at the thought and struggled to accept the conclusion. She asked if the king of original sin could really be acting under Su Yang's command. Livia stood silently for a moment, her brows furrowing as thoughts churned within her. She couldn't understand what the Lord's proxy was thinking. Bringing so many women here, what was the purpose? Makiko looked around at the dim, otherworldly architecture that loomed in the distance. Her eyes widened as she recognized the setting and wondered aloud if this could be the demon city. Virilia turned sharply, her voice rising with urgency as she demanded to know why they had been brought there and what the intention was. Before either of them could get an answer, a familiar voice echoed across the space. It was calm, yet carried a playful tone. He greeted them casually, telling them there was no need to be nervous. Both women froze, stunned by the sound of his voice. They couldn't believe it and questioned how Su Yang could possibly be there. Su Yang stepped forward with a steady, reassuring tone and instructed Livia to leave first. As he approached the two, his gaze remained calm but unreadable. He said that he couldn't explain his presence for now, but assured them that they were safe staying there. Makiko stepped closer, Her eyes locked on him as she tried to speak. He gently asked what was wrong, his eyes scanning her expression. She hesitated before quietly replying that it was nothing. Meanwhile, Livia stood silently nearby, her mind racing with suspicion. Su Yang appearing in this place could only mean one thing. He was one of the demons. Then his voice cut through the air again as he addressed Makiko directly. She stepped forward, still uncertain, and responded. Su Yang explained that the reason he had saved her from the elf was because she had once chosen to trust and help him. He reminded her that she had said she could see from his eyes that he was a good person. He asked if she still believed that to be true. There was a long pause as silence settled over the room. Virilia opened her mouth to speak, but couldn't find the words. Makiko stepped forward again, her expression sincere. She admitted that she still believed in him, or more precisely, that she hoped to believe in him. She said he must have had a reason for everything he had done. Su Yang gave a small nod, a faint smile playing on his lips as he thanked her. While they spoke, Virilia stood aside, quietly observing. She thought they were likely safe now. Even the king of original sin listened to Su Yang. Offending him would be a disaster. But she couldn't help questioning whether Makiko truly believed Su Yang was a good person. Still, she reasoned, Su Yang had saved them from the elves. That was enough. Su Yang turned to her and told her to stay put until the outside situation settled down. Once it did, he would send them back. Makiko nodded with a smile and agreed. The scene shifted to a quiet, candlelit room inside the mansion. The elf sat on the ground, a trace of sadness on her face as she muttered that 2 more duties had been brought back. She wondered aloud if he was planning to build a harem there. Su Yang responded without hesitation, teasingly asking if she was jealous. She looked away, her cheeks flushed. She insisted that she didn't mind him bringing other girls back. What she wanted was simply some time that belonged to her. Since they had come to this place, he had been too busy to accompany her properly. He let out a sigh and smiled gently. Since she had said all that, what else could he do? As the door closed softly behind them, he promised to spend good time with her that day. Later, as the candlelight flickered gently, Su Yang sat in a chair lost in thought. He reflected that after obtaining the dark source power of the king of original sin, he would be able to complete the 5th transfer the next day. With his accumulated experience, he felt confident he could jump directly to max level and begin the 6th transfer quest. His gaze turned toward the darkness beyond the window. Everything in the demon abyss was going according to plan, but the elf world remained a hidden threat. He considered waiting for the authority of the king of original sin to cool down before resurrecting Wrath and sending him to investigate. He stood up and slowly walked to the window. If the elves' combat power turned out to be weaker than expected, then allowing the kings of original sin to occupy the elf world first would be entirely possible. A flicker of ambition crossed his eyes. After eliminating the Lord of Original Sin, he would become the ruler of all 3 factions. He placed a hand on the cool glass. He believed that the human and demon factions could coexist peacefully, but the elf faction, they could only become subordinates. Just as he turned away from the window, a voice echoed softly behind him. Someone expressed anticipation for the surprised expression Su Yang would have upon receiving the Abyss's gift. Su Yang paused, his thoughts shifting again. He had nearly forgotten about the people from the Shiva Nation. By now, those nobles had likely all been transferred over, especially Amino. His eyes narrowed. As someone who always took revenge when owed, it was time for Amino to pay. As the scene shifted once more, high-ranking priests stood in solemn silence beneath the towering spires of the sanctuary. Her expressions were shadowed with doubt and unease. She, cloaked in deep blue robes, stepped closer to the great statue that stood at the temple's heart. Her hand rested lightly on its cold surface, as though seeking clarity through divine contact. All clues point to Su Yang, she thought with a furrowed brow. Could he really be related to the Lord of the Abyss? Her gaze traveled upward, toward the celestial emblem engraved above the statue. She pondered silently. A 5-star transfer. For most geniuses, that would be an insurmountable challenge. But aloud, she finally said, this might be a challenge for ordinary genius. She paused, then added internally, but if Su Yang is truly the incarnation of that Abyss Lord, then completing a 5-star transfer would be as effortless for him as breathing. Her thoughts moved quickly. The priest responsible for overseeing his previous transfer, would she know something? The scene transitioned again, this time to the glowing marble halls of the Job Change Temple in Tianling City, where the energy in the air had grown tense and almost electric. A subtle tremor ran through the sacred ground, and the immense holy statue at the center of the hall began to radiate with an otherworldly brilliance. Bai Ling appeared at the entrance, her eyes immediately locking onto the glowing effigy. She murmured to herself, wondering if this could be the summoning of the holy statue, something that had never happened before. A voice answered her, before she could continue. The woman introduced herself as Euphemia, the third holy high priestess. Her presence was commanding and her tone unwavering as she stepped forward, her ceremonial robes trailing behind her like woven starlight. She stated that she was there in the name of the holy statue. Bai Ling turned, startled by the name. She instinctively stepped back, barely able to believe it was Euphemia. Euphemia's gaze remained steady as she requested to know everything about Su Yang. Bai Ling repeated the name, stunned. Her voice wavered slightly as her mind struggled to process the weight. Bai Ling tells the high priestess, deciding it's finally time to share everything she knows about Su Yang. At first, she'd assumed the priestess already knew, but now she wants to talk about his heroic feats in full detail. The priestess is completely stunned. She hadn't expected any of this. Bai Ling even gets a little flustered while recalling how she first met him when he was just an ordinary warrior. Who would have guessed he'd go on to pull off legendary miracles? She reminisces about their time together. Even the priestess had met him once. Bai Ling explains that every jaw transfer he did was flawless, like 5-star level perfect. He crushed Crimson Wither in combat. He even tamed the Black Dragon. And the pavilion's young lady? She literally fell for him, like physically. That's all I know about Su Yang. Satisfied, Bai Ling says, clearly still caught up in her feelings for him. Honestly, it was written all over her face. She told the princess again that she'd said everything. But the princess stayed silent, and it became obvious to her that the princess had fallen for Su Yang too. She realized she'd miscalculated. Then suddenly, the princess turned and asked, "Between you and Su Yang, is there still something you haven't told me?" They were standing by the holy statue, where no lies or secrets were allowed. The girl got real close to our boy's name in that moment, so she couldn't just brush it off. She stumbled over her words, trying to explain. The priestess let out a sigh and said, "It's fine. If you see Su Yang again, just tell him I'd really like to talk to him." The girl didn't want to pass that message, but she couldn't argue, so she nodded. In her head, though, she wondered, am I just overthinking all of this? Meanwhile, the priestess had her own worries. Now that Carl Lawrence had been killed, she thought the elves might finally shift their attitude. But even she couldn't see where the future was heading anymore. "Oh Lord," she prayed, "please bless humanity and help us make it through this disaster." Back at the elves' castle, the group gathered, concerned about a troubling rumor. Demons from the abyss were hunting the Shiva people. One of them insisted there had to be some misunderstanding and decided to go meet the demon high priest personally for answers. But on their way, they were intercepted by a group of towering demons. One of them looked at a young elf and asked if he was a minor. The elf responded respectfully, confirming that he was and offering his help. Without warning, a massive hand reached out and grabbed him by the head like he was nothing. The demon lifted him up and announced that by the command of the demon high priest, Amino was accused of disrespecting the great lord and must be sentenced to death. Amino stood there, stunned, not understanding what was happening. His friend tried to reason with them, saying there had to be a mistake and that Amino would never insult the great lord. Even Amino spoke up, claiming he had never said a single disrespectful thing and that this had to be a misunderstanding. But the large demon remained unmoved, declaring that this was the will of the great lord, and if anyone had an issue with it, they could take it up with the lord himself. He then ordered his subordinates to take Amino away. The demons grabbed him and dragged him off while his shocked companion stood frozen, unsure of what to do next. As Amino was taken away, the group quietly questioned their next move, watching helplessly. Meanwhile, at the demon job transfer temple, Lady Livia stood with authority and demanded the presence of the one accused of blasphemy against the Lord. Amino, desperate, pleaded for mercy. He said he truly didn't do it, begged for them to believe him, and swore he hated the humans more than anything. He asked for one chance to prove himself and promised to become the fiercest demon warrior. Just then, the demon slammed Amino's head into the ground with brutal force. Standing tall, he announced that the blasphemer had been brought before Lady Livia. Livia turned, glanced down at him, and sneered. So this was the ant-like creature bold enough to blaspheme against the Lord? Amino, still dazed, begged for mercy. He swore he never meant any offense to the Lord. But Livia cut him off coldly, questioning whether someone like him was even worthy to speak in her presence. Without warning, a vicious slap sent blood flying from Amino's face as his body crashed into the wall behind him. That's when our boy made his entrance. He stepped forward and calmly said that if Amino was wondering why he was being sentenced to death for blasphemy, he should raise his head and see the answer for himself. Amino looked up, and the moment his eyes locked on the figure before him, his expression tightened in disbelief. It was Su Yang. He muttered that it couldn't be possible. Su Yang replied with an eerie calm. He said this was their first meeting and introduced himself. Su Yang, a native of Longxia, now serving as the acting Lord of the Abyss and its representative. effectively the crown prince of the damned abyss. He stepped closer, grabbing Amino by the head and reminding him that his brother Alter had once tried to massacre everyone in the dragon spirit's secret realm, including Su Yang himself. And now, after the failed plot, their entire nation had defected to the damned faction, a bold but foolish move. Amino, shaken, asked how Su Yang knew all this. Had he been watching him all along? Turning away, Su Yang said that when people scheme against others, they rarely stop to think that one day the consequences might catch up. Then he coldly added that Amino should go ahead and join his son, because Alter would be joining them in hell soon enough. The words sent a chill down Amino's spine. In desperation, he roared that he would fight to the death. His arms morphed into a swarm of deadly snakes that shot straight at Su Yang. But before they could reach him, the princess stepped in, flames flickering at her fingertip. She shouted for him to stop, declaring that attacking the Lord's representative was yet another crime. She raised her hand, letting the fire grow, and said with a smirk that his little ability seemed more suited for torture, and he should take his time enjoying it. No one could tell how exactly she struck him, but the sound of Amino's screams echoed far beyond the castle walls. The snakes he had summoned crumbled instantly into ash. Su Yang stood unfazed and said this was what it meant to face the consequences of your actions. Then, with a final glance, he ordered them to take Amino away and give him a swift execution. The guards obeyed immediately, dragging Amino out without hesitation. Su Yang then turned and declared that the newly arrived demon class from the Shiva Nation would be classified as a lower race and assigned to serve as attendants. Livia nodded, confirming she understood. As things settled, Su Yang's mind shifted. With the Shiva Nation now dealt with, his next targets were clear: the Elf Nation and that two-faced clown, Tokugawa. Sooner or later, all of them would pay the price. The scene shifts to the Grand Elf King's court, a massive and imposing castle. A figure slowly approaches, limping and bruised all over. The guards spot him and immediately recognize him. Lord Karl has returned. Wounded and exhausted, Karl's thoughts race. He wonders who that terrifying woman was. The power she displayed was far beyond anything anyone from the human world should possess. Her posture, her presence, everything about her fell off. Could she have been a demon from the abyss? If so, how could that be possible? And now he had to report this to the queen. She would no doubt be furious. Inside, the queen was already waiting. Calm, but expectant, she greeted him casually, noting that he had finally returned. She immediately asked about the one who killed Prince Erich. Karl, overwhelmed, dropped to his knees in complete defeat. Bowing deeply, he reported that the murderer had been identified. It was a young man named Su Yang, from Longxia, part of the human world. And more shockingly, he was the one who had tamed the Black Dragon. Gasps echoed through the hall. The warriors began murmuring among themselves. The Black Dragon? Tamed? That was supposed to be an omen of destruction. One of the elf warriors muttered that the creature should be slain immediately. The court was tense, everyone wondering how Her Majesty would respond. The queen's fury erupted. She shattered a nearby stone with her bare hands and demanded to know Su Yang's location. Karl, still kneeling, explained that there had been 2 survivors from the dragon spirit's secret realm who might have known the full truth. But while escorting them back, they were ambushed by an incredibly powerful demon. He tried to resist, but was defeated, and now the whereabouts of the 2 survivors were unknown. This new development only deepened the queen's concern. The elf lord continued, his voice trembling. He said the power of the abyss demon was terrifying, possibly even on par with the king of original sin. Another elf lord gasped in shock. The high minister had been killed? Just how strong was this demon? The room filled with unease. If a being tied to the king of original sin had managed to escape the abyss and enter the human world, then using it as a gateway to reach the elf realm seemed entirely possible. One of the elf lords turned to the queen and said that, according to the high minister's report, the strength of the abyss demon might be beyond anything they could imagine. He recommended that while continuing the investigation into Prince Erich's death, they should also speed up efforts to form an alliance with the humans to address the abyss threat. The other elf chiefs nodded in agreement. The queen sighed heavily. She declared that, since all her ministers shared the same opinion, then in the name of the holy nature goddess, she would be willing to temporarily set aside her personal grief and form an alliance with the humans to face the threat of the abyss together. However, she made it clear that Prince Erich's death would not go unanswered. The one responsible must be found, and their blood offered as sacrifice to the royal family. As her words echoed through the court, everyone turned toward the great door carved into the giant tree at the heart of their mystical castle. One of the elf lords stepped forward and began chanting, invoking the name of the holy nature goddess, praying that the queen's light would shine even in the other world. Meanwhile, In his mind, the elf lord reflected on the elf kingdom's long and brutal history with black dragons. They had slain 95 of them over the centuries. In fact, within the dragon kingdom itself, black dragons were now extinct. Never once had a black dragon appeared with the bloodline of the ancient devourer. He reasoned that the dragon tamed by the human boy couldn't possibly possess such a rare and terrifying lineage. And if that were true, killing it would be as easy as crushing a bug. The scene shifts to our hero, now seated on a throne in the face of a demon lord. The solid, rumbling bass beneath him pulses with raw power. He leans back, relishing the sensation of reconnecting with a long-lost strength. Each time it returns, it brings the same exhilarating rush. He knows it won't be long before he fully claims this power as his own. After all, true strength must eventually belong to the wielder. Otherwise, it's nothing but an illusion. He stretches out his hand, and strange, dark energy crackles from his fingers. Thoughts swirl in his mind. The appearances of Lucifer and Livia will no doubt attract major attention from both the human and elf factions. But during the period of uneasy silence that follows, neither side will make any reckless moves. This calm provides the perfect window to strengthen himself. He looks toward the semi-artifact, considering it as a tool to grind through its restrictions and eventually turn it into a weapon under his full control. A blast of energy lashes out toward the chained Lucifer, and suddenly a notification flashes into view. The semi-artifact, known as Rage King's armor, has been broken. Equipment and special restrictions are now removed. More data flows in, massive stat boosts and displays of brute strength, solid proof of how far he has come. He thinks ahead, calculating his enemies. 100,000 Diamond Tier demons, 1,000 Star Tier, 100 Crescent Tier, and 10 Solar Tier demons. It's no small number. Even demigod-level professionals would need immense time and effort to eliminate them all. But with the power of the King of Original Sin surging through him, it would take only a moment. He exhales sharply, the force of it cracking the sound barrier. Then with a flick of his wrist, energy pulses outward from the tower like a wave. Creatures lurking beyond the walls sense it. Whispers rise. They believe the demon lord is watching. He clenches his hand into a fist, calm and commanding. Energy begins condensing in his palm. Then, another notification appears. A level 143 Star Tier native demon has been slain. Experience gained reaches 1 million, and his stats soar once again. Just then he killed more native demons, and his total experience soared to 53 billion. He smiled proudly, thinking this is what true efficiency looks like, and it was simply too satisfying. Suddenly, a magical pattern appeared above, and the chain monster was released. He called it perfect. He began to play with the swirling black energy in his hand, and commanded Lucifer to approach. Lucifer appeared and knelt before him, saying she was ready to receive his orders. He extended his hand and told her to hand the energy to his agent. She reached out to grab it and responded that she understood. Curious, he asked what she thought of his chosen agent. She answered that the agent was chosen by the Lord, and his decision was not for them to question. He quietly noted how she never dared overstep with him, unlike how she treated others. The contrast was striking. Then Livia stepped forward and requested an audience, saying she had an urgent matter to report. He replied without hesitation, asking if it was about the Red Moon invasion. She confirmed it and admitted the information had arrived unexpectedly. She confessed she did not know how to handle it, and asked what the Red Moon really was. Both Lucifer and Livia sat before him, completely unaware. He realized the Abyss had never encountered a Red Moon invasion before. If they had, then neither of them would be this lost. But since the Jaw Transfer Temple had a working system for it, he decided to copy it. As he began to explain the Red Moon, something suddenly clicked. A realization hit him, and his eyes narrowed. Strange red energy started flooding the city. Outside, the monsters grew alert. They saw the glowing red light and whispered in fear. Something terrible was coming. Humans also witnessed it. The red glow spread across the land, and panic followed. People screamed and shouted that the Red Moon had descended. In the sky, the moon began to twist and melt. Thick, dark red energy poured from it like liquid. Then, without warning, a blinding light exploded above, shattering reality itself. Lucifer stared at the sky with a tense expression as the energy flickered and twisted above them. Her eyes narrowed while she tried to make sense of the phenomenon. From the Scarlet Gate, a blinding red light bursts out, ominous and pulsing. A monstrous figure steps through, and his presence chills the air. His eyes gleam with malevolence as the creature fully emerges. He is called Crimson Wither and is known across dimensions as the Whisperer of Chaos. Lucifer narrows her eyes, completely unfazed. She scoffs and mutters to herself that he is just another weak ant. Without hesitation, she unleashes a massive wave of pink energy straight at him. The explosion lights up the field, but Crimson Wither walks through it like mist, completely unharmed. Lucifer flinches because that is not supposed to happen. Livia also stares, stunned. Livia steps forward with irritation in her voice. What she is doing, she snaps at Lucifer. If you can't handle this trash, then I'll do it myself. She summons her power, fierce and radiant, and hurls it at Crimson. But again, there is nothing. The energy slips through him like light through paper. He does not even blink. Livia freezes as her mind races, and she thinks that her attack has gone right through him. It feels like he is on a different plane, like she cannot even touch him. A cold realization grips her. She thinks that even the attacks of Demon Kings mean nothing to him. That legend must be true, that Crimson Wither can only be defeated by a hero. But then, she wonders, what would happen if the hero is possessed by a demon lord? At that moment, the Demon King rises from his throne. His aura pulses as dark power gathers in his palm, glowing blood red. The light alone makes the atmosphere crackle. Even Crimson Wither pauses. Before the monster can react, the Demon King launches his attack. A surge of pure destruction tears across the battlefield. This time, it works and Crimson's form begins to fracture, breaking apart into shards of light and shadow. Lucifer gasps as she watches and whispers that her lord truly has power. Crimson's form begins to shift, twisting into something new. This is Crimson Eye, his true essence revealed. As he watches it unfold, the Demon King clenches his fist. Memories of their last encounter flash in his mind as he reminds himself that I will not be like last time. He will not freeze, and he will end it. He looks around uncertainly and wonders, is this the world inside the gate? Some kind of spiritual illusion? But there's no more time to think. The battle has already begun. The Red Lord still stands before the Scarlet Gate, beside the Crimson Eye, and thinks to himself that the pressure is terrifying enough to make even the Abyss Lord feel his heart falter. Suddenly, a radiant rain of light descends from above, and the red monster drops to his knees. He admits with disbelief that he has been completely suppressed and questions whether this mere mindscape has broken him. The Demon King lifts his palm, glowing with silent power, and thinks to himself that it is over an unexpected gain he never foresaw. Something beyond the king of original sin has revealed itself, and now makes sense why the job, Transfer Temper, remains cautious of the Red Moon. Beyond that crimson gate, and past the bleeding light, lies a world untouched and unknown. Nearby, Livia and Lucifer kneel on the ground. In that moment, the chain Livia holds in her hand loosens and falls away. Lucifer turns to the god and says that his soul has shifted and asks softly, has his majesty been tainted by crimson? Livia stares in silence, wondering the same. The Demon King, who remains seated, only shrugs it off like it is nothing. He says, there is no problem, and we should return to the previous topic. It is time to teach you knowledge related to the Red Moon. Lucifer, upon hearing that name, murmurs to herself, Red Moon invasion. Crimson with a red moon crystal core. Livia places a hand on her face and admits, I'm overwhelmed. There is too much information at once. The Demon King tells her not to overthink it, and says it would be better to experience it. He reveals that he has used his power to survey the abyss, and what he saw confirms his fears. The Crimson Force is beginning to seep into the darkness. That means even demons who have perfectly completed the job transfer can now trigger a Red Moon invasion. Livia asks, what do you mean by that? The Demon King turns to her and says that, as the higher demon priestess, she must take charge of the Red Moon matter. If a Crimson Gate appears, she must slay the heretic that emerges and offer him its crystal core. He declares, anyone who surrenders 1,000 Red Moon crystal cores will be granted a fragment of my origin power. Livia lowers her head. As you command, my lord. And then, the Demon King gazes beyond the gate and speaks of the vastness of the world. He says that the Lord of Original Sins is not his limit. One day, he will surpass that crimson being and uncover the greatest mystery of existence. The scene shifts to a holy city where the High Priestess stands. She looks up at the sky and murmurs, it's been less than half a month since the last Red Moon, and yet here comes another. And now the abyss stirs. World-class wars rumble on the horizon, and a crisis that could end everything is taking shape. In her heart, she pleads to her Lord to reveal when the true Savior will come to lead them from this collapsing future. Just then, Suyang appears and quietly announces his return. At that moment, a girl comes running toward him without hesitation. She throws her arms around him in a tight embrace. Suyang blinks in surprise as he tries to process the sudden warmth. She looks up at him and says, I just woke up from a nightmare. I saw a blood-red moon opening its maw and swallowing everything whole. Her voice trembles as she adds that she does not want that future to come true. Suyang listens in silence, then gently taps her on the head and asks, with a soft smile, if she has so little faith in him. He says that instead of dreaming of despair, she should imagine him punching the red moon into pieces. She does not respond right away, only holds him tighter and whispers that she is just scared because he is all she has left. Before he could say anything more, Lucifer appears at the edge of the scene. She watches the tender moment between them and remarks that the proxy seems rather busy. Suyong turns slightly and replies that indeed, things might get even busier soon, and tells her to let him know if anything important comes up. The girl behind him instinctively hides herself behind Suyong's back. Lucifer steps forward and hands him a crystal shard. This is something my lord entrusted to me. Keep it safe. Suyong holds the crystal in his hand and stares at it for a long moment. A quiet thought passes through his mind. He notes that she has left without hesitation. That kind of trust must mean she has a rather high opinion of him. The frame drifts toward a volcanic hellscape, where monsters writhe and drown in rivers of lava. A distorted voice echoes through the burning air, followed by a twisted laugh. The speaker declares, with madness in his tone, that the red moon crystal gold is his. He shouts that he will trade it for origin power from his lord and cries out to the skies that soon he will become a lord himself. High above the chaos, Lucifer hovers silently, her body slicing through the air like a shadow. Her voice comes low and cold as she questions how anyone could dare to usurp her lord. In her hand, she holds a glowing red moon crystal core, and her gaze burns with contempt. She wonders aloud why her lord has chosen that proxy, who is weak and ruled by carnal desire choice that only stains the majesty of her lord's name. But the law has already been spoken. For every 1,000 red moon crystals offered, a fragment of the origin power will be granted. Lucifer tightens her grip on the core. Her eyes shimmer with hunger. She whispers, I must work harder. I must be filled with my lord's power. And then she raises her hand to the sky and declares the only thing left to do. Suddenly, the pink energy explodes across the battlefield, and Lucifer's voice cuts through the chaos as she declares, with cold resolve, let the slaughter begin. After the pink energy explosion converges, the air crackles with tension. Lucifer hovers in the air, her red eyes glowing as a wicked smile stretches across her face. From within the fading glow, a voice echoes cold and ancient. The sin of error shall be offered to the crimson moon. A skeletal figure steps through the smoke and light. His name is Crimson Wither, ancient chanter class divine. Lucifer spreads her dark wings wide and takes to the sky. Her voice rings out, sharp and proud. How dare a heretic spouting nonsense attempt to judge an original sin? In the face of my arrogance, your withering is but dust. She draws her arrow, infusing it with raw energy, then lets it fly. It strikes the skeleton squarely between the bones, but nothing happens. Only a small hollow mark remains, and the figure calmly pulls the arrow out of his chest with no reaction. He looks at it with cold disdain and says, hollow arrogance. Not worth mentioning. Then he crushes the arrow in his hand. His voice deepens. Whether it is you or this fleeting world, it will all be crushed beneath the crimson moon. Suddenly, a tide of blood around Lucifer bursts onto the screen, swallowing everything in a wave of crimson. Lucifer watches, frozen, her confidence shaken. The figure turns his empty gaze toward her and declares, this is what becomes of those who oppose the crimson moon. The spiky figure clutches sharp claws in both hands, stepping forward with the clear intent to fight. In response, Lucifer spreads her arms wide and unleashes a domain expansion filled with raw, overwhelming energy. The air distorts as her spatial barrier forms vast and absolute. As the claws descend toward her, they collide with the barrier and stop. The skeletal figure stares in disbelief. This is a spatial barrier, and its scale is massive. Even Crimson Wither shows a flicker of surprise. Lucifer's voice rises, cold and mocking. Her self-important opponent is about to learn what real terror looks like. She channels her energy again and says, experience what true terror is. With a swift motion, she slices through the skeletal figure cleanly in two. His body shatters into glowing fragments of pink energy. Lucifer hovers in the air and scoffs. That's all it is? Then she pauses and thinks to herself. Just as her lord says, the enemies inside the Crimson Gate mirror the target's power. That means they can actually damage her. But still, she wonders if that was the level 100 monster Talon. Did it somehow wander into the thorns by mistake? Suddenly, a bright system notification flashes on the screen, showing that she kills the Crimson Wither and obtains 8,000 moon crystal core. Lucifer smirks, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. She notes that 8,000 will be enough to exchange for 8 wisps of her lord's fundamental power. Her breath grows heavier as deep anticipation wells within her. This time she believes her lord will fill her more completely than ever before. A faint flush warms her face, and she whispers to herself that she cannot wait. Then she notices the crimson energy has somehow entangled her. She isn't sure when it happened, only that it now clings tightly to her, and she can't get rid of it. There seem to be no side effects for now, but she decides she'll ask her lord about it during their next audience. The view shifts to Suyang as he holds the red moon crystal core in his hands. He exhales lightly and speaks to himself, urging the process to begin and telling it to complete the class change quest. In the next panel, someone appears to be quietly observing him as he moves through the ritual. The system screen displays a prompt about quest detection. Moments later, new information confirms the quest completion and lists the rewards. Suyang feels something stir within him, as if he's just leveled up. He murmurs to himself that he hadn't even realized how much experience he had built up. At this pace, it seems like he could reach max level in one go next time too. More messages scrolls. Suyang smiles faintly and thinks that his spirit attribute now completely exceeds the requirement for the forbidden spellbook Augustin has given him. With his current strength, he figures most enemies can be defeated with just a basic attack. Dark swirls of black energy begin circling around his body. His eyes narrow as he senses something shift. A new energy flows into him. Purple light begins to coil around his limbs as the fusion begins. He notes with surprise that the process is unexpectedly smooth, completely devoid of the pain he felt during the third bestowal ritual. He wonders if perhaps his growing connection to the king of original sin has increased his compatibility. And then, without warning, a violent burst of evil energy erupts around him. Darkness floods the space like a shockwave, tearing through the fabric of reality. Suyang staggers back, wide-eyed and completely caught off guard by the sheer force of the surge. Outside the building, every monster freezes in place. All eyes turn upward toward the sky, where the energy now pulses like a living storm. Without hesitation, they drop to their knees, heads bowed in reverence. Even Livia, standing in the shadows of the ruined hall, lifts her gaze to the sky. A mix of awe and dread fills her voice as she whispers to herself that it might be her lord's personal presence descending upon the world. All around her, the monsters begin to chant in unison, "Long live the Lord." Varela and the green-eyed girl stand inside the room, watching everything unfold outside the demon temple. They exchange uneasy glances as they sense a sudden eruption of overwhelming pressure. Varela mutters to herself that something powerful has just awakened. Through the window, they see the surge of evil energy rising like a storm, and it is coming from the direction of the demon temple. She wonders aloud, who could command such a force? Strong enough to make all the demons drop to their knees at once. Could it really be him, and wonders if the legendary king of original sin has descended? Beside her, Varela's sister suddenly drops to her knees, trembling with fear. One of the other girls rushes over and asks what's wrong. Varela stares at her sister and says, in a shaken voice, that she might have been used in some kind of summoning ritual. Hope that's not true. The green-eyed girl steps forward and says she will try to find out. She activates her magic, and the moment she peers into the energy, her eyes widen in disbelief after seeing Suyang. Suyang stands steady as the new energy flows through him. He lifts his gaze and quietly declares that this must be the ultimate power of darkness. A message flashes across the screen stating that the hidden class change quest is complete. He gives a small smile and thinks to himself that this ability was originally meant to be granted only after defeating a king of original sin. Yet somehow, it has unlocked early, and it lasts only 5 minutes as he knows that it is more than enough to deal with most enemies. He smiles more broadly and says this is exactly what a true class change and hidden class reward should feel like. Absolute perfection. Suddenly, a voice rises behind him, calling out in fury. It is Lucifer, and she is clearly enraged. Her energy burns through the air as she steps forward and glares at him. She says, "You are nothing more than a regent, and have no right to misuse the Lord's power or force the abyssal followers to kneel. Don't forget you are just a puppet." Suyang slowly turns to face her with a calm smile. Before she can speak, Suyang continues and says, "If you insist on calling me a puppet, then it's time to correct your thinking." His power flares, and waves of pink energy mix with black swirls, twisting the air. He lifts a hand, and his energy forms something sharp and bright. He says, "You'll experience my power with your own bodies." A small crystalline projectile forms in his palm and launches toward them. Lucifer and Livia dodge just in time as the blast tears through the air. Lucifer's fury sharpens, and she says, "If you dare keep abusing the Lord's power, I will be forced to teach you a lesson." But before she can act, something shifts. The energy around them suddenly changes, and both Lucifer and Livia freeze in place. Lucifer gasps and says that her arrogance and power are gone. Livia is stunned because her own power has vanished too. She does not understand what is happening. Suyang, still calm, his expression unreadable, says, "A regent is not just someone who follows the commands of the Lord. A true regent is one who holds the Lord's authority." Lucifer finds herself kneeling before him. In her mind, she admits that the force she just felt didn't seem like a regent at all. It felt like she was facing the Lord himself. She pushes the thought aside, stands tall again, and says she recognizes his strength and will follow your orders. But remember his place, she will not tolerate repeated aggression against the Lord. Suyang keeps his hands in his pockets and responds calmly, mocking them. "Even without the Lord's authority, you remain weak." Lucifer turns away, and her steps are heavy. Her pride was clearly wounded as she walked off. She hopes he proves worthy of the authority he has claimed. The two figures vanish into the distance. Suyang watches them leave, and a small grin forms on his face. He thinks that the more arrogant Lucifer becomes, the more it amuses him. After all, he muses, who would ever reject such a powerful, beautiful, and loyal follower? The scene shift where Suyang stands alone in front of the towering demon statue, navigating the screen before him, fingers gliding over the interface. He thinks he has fused enough dark origin power for 4 activations. 3 uses remain, but even now, his 5th-tier body can barely handle a single wisp of it. He tells himself, maybe after reaching 6th tier, I can push it further. Then, he taps the screen to view the 5-star quest for 6th-tier advancement. A new interface flashes up with details about the 5-star target. Sun Yao chuckles, thinking that a solo fight against a glorious moon-tier foe at 5th tier is suicide for most, but he's used to the impossible. He lifts his hand, and emerald flames flicker to life in his palm. He wonders if I devour him using gluttony authority, how much will my attributes grow? He thinks he might as well test his new powers too. Then the view shifts to Abyss Floor 19. Deep underground, in the dark and dangerous levels of the abyss, a huge black dragon is curled up on the rocky ground. Its wings are so big they stretch across entire platforms, and its scales glow with evil energy. High above it stands Sun Yang on the dragon's back. He gazes down as the screen zooms in, revealing a monstrous figure ahead. A sharp voice echoes throughout the floor. By order of Lord Livia's new abyss law, the final 10 floors of every 100 are reserved for the rising Devon nobility. The being before him steps forward, towering and twisted with blade-like limbs, and the name of this creature is Demon Lord Lovick. Lovick snarls and demands, "Whose subordinate are you, daring to break the rules? Aren't you afraid of Lord Livia's punishment?" Suyang holds a sword, faintly crackling with divine malice. He says that if Livia made this rule herself, then she must be trying to rebuild the demon faction after the rise of Demon City. He adds that she is ambitious. Lovick roars. His voice splits the sky. "No matter whose subordinate you are, in the abyss, the only law is the law of the jungle, where the strong survive and the weak perish." As Lovick's strike closes in, Suyang's form shifts instantly. He is no longer human, and no longer mortal as he becomes a demon king now. He grins and asks, "Are you ready to die?" A system message flashes across the battlefield that reads, "Great sin." Lovick halts as he senses the shift, but it is already too late. The two clash, with blades flashing and magic tearing the space around them. Tension peaks, and silence falls before the inevitable blow. Suddenly, Lovick crashes to the ground. His monstrous form cracks open, with his grotesque belly exposed. His expression shifts to pleading and submissive. Lovick stares up and says he is Regent Sama and begs for mercy. Sun Yang hovers above with wings flaring and tells Lovick, "I want to test my new power on you. You'll do whatever I say. No disobedience." Lovick replies, "I will do anything you command, even if it means dying 10,000 times." Sun Yang lifts his gaze to the heavens while basking in the rush of power and declares that arrogance is confirmed. A new power surges beneath his skin as the screen flashes again with the message "Great Sin" as the Greed Authority unlocking. Suyang hovered high above the battlefield, then spiraled down toward the ground. He faced the monster standing below and asked, "Do you have star-type equipment?" Lovick replied urgently, "I'll give it all to you. I also have a lot of glorious moon-type equipment as well." Suyang lifted his sword, as if ready to strike, and said there was no need, because his star-type juggler was a bit outdated anyway, and it was perfect for a test. His palm began to glow with spiraling green energy, as though he was about to unlock a new power, the great sin of greed. Then his dagger shattered into fragments and reformed into an amazing key, glowing with strange light. A moment later, a system screen flickers into view displaying information about the shield class. Suyang breathes slowly, says this isn't even an offensive skill, but the effect is insane. He grips the glowing green key in his other hand and says, "This key lets me strip my opponent under equal conditions star-tier gear against someone practically naked. And lastly, he wants to try the final skill, which is known as Great Sin, Sloth, and the screen shows the info about this skill. As the skill Greed in Sloth activates, Suyong tosses the equipment to Lavik and tells him to use his skills, along with a magic scroll, on him. The monster quickly obeys and channels his power into the equipment. In an instant, a red, mana-like light surges out and shoots towards Suyong. Lavik hesitates and warns him that it is a forbidden spell and he should be careful. But Suyong stays high in the sky, completely still, as the spell charges at him. The energy crashes forward, yet vanishes without a trace. The monster, Lavik blinks and is stunned by what just happened. Suyong simply nods and says, "Very good." But his mind races that mana consumption is insane and almost runs dry in a second. Even with Reaper mode, I wouldn't last more than 3 minutes. He exhales and says the last authority, which is lust authority, stays sealed for now, not testing it today, maybe later. Nearby, Lavik drops to his knees exhausted and asks if his performance was satisfactory, Regent Sama. Suyong lands beside him and appreciates him for his performance. He steps forward and says, "Now one last thing." Then the monster lifts his head and says, "Please command me." Suyong raises his hand as energy crackles around him and says, "Offer your head and, in an instant, kill the monster." Now the scene shifts to the palace temple, where the high priestess sits on her grand seat, speaking to her gathered subordinates. Her voice grows heavy as she begins to admit that Lilith, too, has fallen into Suyong's hands. One subordinate responds with a sharp nod and says, "Based on the latest reports from the human world, one of our scouts spotted a man from India who claims he saw Princess Lilith entering a known residence belonging to Suyong. But shortly after, she vanished again, likely hidden away by Suyong himself." The high priestess clenches her fists as her voice sharpens with rage. She says this woman, named Suyong, has gone too far. Not only did she privately tame the Black Dragon, a creature known to be a seed of disaster, she also mercilessly slaughtered my son Erich, and now she dares to abduct my beloved daughter Lilith. Her sins are threefold and unforgivable. The high priestess rises from her seat, her body trembling with a mix of fury and sorrow as she raises her voice in judgment. "In the name of the sacred goddess of nature, in the honor of the elven royal family, I declare a death sentence upon Suyong. Kill on sight and leave no survivors. Do not stop until she is completely annihilated." The chamber echoes with one voice as the subordinates all chant in unison. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The high priestess turns to the Minister of Arcana, her voice steady yet commanding. This time, she instructs him to once again descend into the human world, not for observation, but to initiate talks of alliance and to set the date for the long-awaited crusade against the Abyss. For this mission, she declares she will temporarily entrust him with the royal artifact, a symbol of ancient power. This artifact has two purposes, she explains. First, to strike fear into the ignorant hearts of humans. Second, if another king of original sin from the Abyss attacks, kill them on the spot. The minister lowers his head respectfully, then raises a chain-like staff in both hands, a magical rod pulsing with yellow mana. He speaks with conviction. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will spread the glory of the sacred goddess of nature and uphold the honor of their royal bloodline throughout the human realm. I will ensure that those frail humans understand submission is their only path to survival." The high priestess nods once with finality and declares the meeting adjourned, then orders the Minister of Arcana to come with her. In the palace, the high priestess points to the magic staff, glowing faintly with yellow mana, and asks, "What is that exactly?" The minister bows slightly and replies, "It uses royal bloodline as a guide to track the cursed princess." The high priestess frowns. Is it truly worth consuming sacred royal blood for a girl who brought only disgrace? Without hesitation, he drops to his knees and offers the glowing staff before her. She looks down at the artifact and speaks with solemn weight. "Non-royals cannot wield this relic. I have awakened it for you using primeval blood. Only now can you unlock its true power." Inwardly, she shudders, thinking just holding it for a moment nearly sent her own magic spiraling out of control. The artifact's force is beyond reason. She places her hand over him as mana weaves into his form and gives a final command. "One more thing. Help me find Lilith. Follow the guidance in the primeval blood, and you will surely find her." The minister lowers his head and replies, "Yes," and disappears from the chamber, his mission clear. The high priestess turns to Marita. "What exactly have you discovered? And why are you so determined to bring back my cursed daughter, even if it means consuming the royal court's most precious blood?" Marita steps forward, her voice gentle but certain, said, "Sister, this is divine guidance. She will understand soon. This will become crucial for the survival of the entire royal court." Meanwhile, at the royal palace, one of the subordinates rushes into the grand hall. "Lord Carl, The death sentence for Su Yang has been officially issued. We await your command. Carl doesn't hesitate. Good. This is your chance to redeem yourself. Seize it properly and do not fail as you did before. The subordinate bows, yes, my lord. Far above them in the sky, Su Yang sits atop his black-tamed dragon, saying a death sentence. They're really going all in, are they? He reaches for the scarlet sword at his side, then smirks. I wonder how many Crimson Moon crystal cores it'll take to erase a demigod from this world. Our boy's riding his jet-black dragon like it's just another Tuesday, staring out at the clouds with that deep-in-thought anime, main character energy. His brain's spinning. Why they drop Lilith's name, he wonders. Did they actually find her, or are they just flexing some tracking hack? His gaze sharpens. If the elves expose my location, he mutters, oh man, the chaos that'll hit could be fun to watch. His mind drifts back memories, resurfacing like echoes with a Bramia traitor, a human sighting with basal demons. A cold smile creeps across his face. He tells himself it doesn't matter, because history only remembers the victors. Once he kills the Lord of Original Sin, every doubt will vanish. Suddenly, a series of glowing messages flash across his screen about 6th-tier completion and rewards. Our guy's now standing before a massive demon statue with a purple crystal pulsing in his hand like a boss item drop. Su Yang grins. 4th tier to 6th in 2 days? Bro, the system better hand me a best grinder badge or something. More notifications roll in like bonuses, buffs, and system accolades. Strength surges through his body like fire through veins. These stats, he mutters, fist clenching. I'm nearly on par with Beelzebub, the king of gluttony. I'm actually starting to feel like a proper boss. Then he feels it a flicker, like someone's watching. He doesn't even turn. You really like lurking, Livia, he says casually. Are you good, or just vibing in the shadows again? Behind a broken tower, Livia flinches. She whispers that it's nothing, but quietly wonders how his power is growing so fast, he doesn't even feel like the same man she saw yesterday. Slowly, she backs away, her eyes still fixed on him. Our boy watches her leave, hands in his pockets, unreadable as ever. Even the king of Original Sin spooked her, he thinks. Not a bad look, honestly. Then he turned, ready to move, and said it's time to advance to the next stage. The scene shifts where a seductive figure flickers into view. The screen flickers to life about a tribute panel and displaying new data. Belial kneels gracefully before her king. She speaks with calm respect. I am honored by your summons, my king. What are your commands? The demon king leans back, and he thinks to himself that it's exactly what he expected from someone who cleared the first floor of the 600th realm. His stats already far surpass Wrath. Belial bows deeply, and the demon king begins to speak. Belial, with your life as the offering, I grant you the long slumber of death until you are summoned again. Do you object? Belial lifts her gaze, her voice steady and firm as she declares that sloth represents stability and immutability, that death is absolute tranquility, and she is willing. She places a hand on her chest and states with calm devotion that she humbly obeys her king's will. The demon king raises his hand and tells her that her loyalty will not be forgotten. He commands her to await her next reincarnation in the void. Dark mana rises and wraps around Belial as the screen flashes about new experiences. The demon king leans back in his seat while a glowing interface flickers before him. He thinks the items were originally meant for those who defeated the Lord of Original Sin. Enhancements to boost their final blow. Then he smirks and notes that now all the team bonuses intended for the Abyss Crusade's core members are being applied to him alone. And when he sees screen show that special drop acquired, his eyes narrow, and he murmurs that as for the Sin Reversal Divine Artifact, he goes quiet for a moment before speaking again. Well, that's the third one. Another world announcement is incoming. He leans forward slightly and wonders whether their morale will survive what's coming. The screen shifts to display information about the Sin Reversal Divine Artifacts and the players currently wielding the equipment. Our boy stands at the center of a ruined battlefield, surrounded by monsters clad in different divine gear. Around each of the 7 artifacts, glowing mana surges and pulses in waves. He looks at them and thinks aloud that the traits of the 7 Sin Reversal Divine Artifacts are mostly the same in structure. Their true purpose, he explains, is to assemble a crusade team of elites who hold matching authority. If he manages to gather all 7 artifacts, then he will no longer need an army, he will become one himself. At that moment, the Demon King issues a command. Lucifer, Livia, heed my summons and report on your Crimson Moon Crystal Core Collection progress. Lucifer steps forward and bows. Your subordinate heeds your summons. The Demon King gives his next order without pause. I command you to gather Crimson Crystal Cores. What is the current status of the battle? Lucifer responds immediately. She bows her head and reports that the Demon Temple has collected 2,310 crystal cores, and all subjects have offered them willingly to their king. The Demon King nods with satisfaction. Well done. Good. Livia steps forward, gesturing proudly toward the temple. It is my supreme honor to share your burdens, my king. Livia mutters to herself with quiet pride, letting out a soft "ha." Lucifer glances sideways with a smirk and thinks that Livia should just wait and watch. In the next moment, Lucifer spreads her wings, soaring into the air with full main character flair. My king, I followed your guidance and slew the heretic that emerged from the Crimson Portal. These 8,000 Crimson Moon crystal cores are the spoils of that victory. She presents the glowing crystals with both hands. I offer them to you here. Livia's eyes widen in disbelief as she stares at the massive temple Lucifer conjured. 8,000 cores, she mutters, stunned by the sheer flex. The Demon King smiles, visibly pleased. Lucifer, you have done very well. You truly are worthy of being the first of the 7 saints. Lucifer descends like a queen, her expression calm, yet clearly victorious as she lets out a satisfied humph. Behind her, Livia glares with clenched fists, silently muttering in frustration, letting out a string of low, angry grumbles. The tension crackles in the air. Yeah, this isn't just about missions anymore. It's straight-up office rivalry, demonic edition. Both are dead set on impressing the big boss. And then in the next moment, dark energy coils through the air, wrapping around their bodies with possessive hunger. Livia and Lucifer stand before the crimson altar as black magic seeps into their skin. They gasp in pleasure, breathless, glowing with red light and left turned on. This ritual is more than strength, it's the surrender of a body. And they accept it completely. Overwhelmed by sensation, Lucifer bites her lip, breathless whisper echoing in her mind. Ah, it feels too good, I need him to fill me again, my king. The Demon King examines the gathered crystal cores, dark energy flickering across his palm as he counts them silently. He thinks to himself that this brings the total to 13,100 Crimson Moon crystal cores. The Scarlet Sword's true power is beginning to show. He wonders if he'll witness even greater numbers now that the collection is rising rapidly. His gaze sharpens as he recalls the others' contributions. Lucifer has gathered 6,210, and Livia has delivered 31,932. He murmurs that these are truly exaggerated numbers far beyond expectation. In comparison, the amount needed to completely eliminate the crowns of the Elf Kingdom will be far less than this. The thought alone makes him grin. He's practically buzzing with excitement now. He conjures a swirling orb of dense black energy and holds it in his hand. Last time, it was Lucifer, he says calmly. This time, Livia, I'll trouble you to deliver this to my regent. Livia bows, her expression calm. Yes, my king. Lucifer and Livia speak in unison. Your subordinate takes her leave. But as Livia turns, the Demon King's voice stops them. Lucifer, he says, you were injured during your clash with the Crimson Wither. Why don't you stay and let me see your wound? Lucifer lowers her head, voice soft. Yes, my lord. The moment flusters her, a blush rising as she steps closer. The tension between them thickens. Her pulse quickens under his gaze. Watching from behind, Livia halts, irritation flashing across her face. She clenches her fists slightly, thinking how Lucifer always finds a way to get under her skin. Lucifer's on her knees in front of the Demon King, eyes wide, voice full of awe as she's like, wait, why did you actually come down from the throne? Is it to witness the gift that made the Lord of Arrogance tremble? The Demon King steps forward like he owns every inch of existence, towers over her, rests a hand on her head, then raises a finger to his lips. Sure, he says, don't act unless I say so. Lucifer nods, instantly obedient. Yes, my lord. Then she starts channeling some serious energy like cosmic level power is flooding her. The Demon King watches with that cold, calculating gaze. In his head, he's thinking, yep, just as I thought, the stronger the Scarlet Withering gets, the more insane the corruption. Even Lucifer isn't immune. But with enough strength, she might keep it in check. Then he just casually claims all that chaotic red energy for himself like, yeah, mine now. Lucifer starts reacting hard. She's trembling, flushed, and low-key overwhelmed. That corrupted mana is pulsing through her skin, twisting into glowing red crystals. Crimson shards rain down around her like the skies having a magic tantrum. She gasps, clearly flustered, and wonders if he's seriously converting all that corruption into red moon crystals. The Demon King picks up one of the crystals, looks at her, and goes, if you ever get corrupted again, don't try to fight alone. I'll handle it for you. Smooth. Like way too smooth. He heads back to his seat like nothing happened. Lucifer, still recovering, bows her head and whispers, yes, my lord. Inside, she's basically melting. My king, your kindness? Ugh, too much. Serving you is the biggest honor of my life. Back on his throne, the Demon King casually summons a glowing megasword. He lifts it with one hand and says he's now sitting on nearly 13,000 red moon crystals. Then, with a little smirk, maybe it's time to test this blade. The scene shifts to Holy City. The elven delegation rolls into the Holy City like they own the place. Right up front is the second prince, Andal Sevalea, looking like he came straight from a fantasy runway. The people whisper, "That's Karl Lorenz again," someone says, annoyed. And now he's dragging along a royal? Ugh, another spoiled noble brat. Then the third person warned them, "Yo, shush. You trying to get caught running your mouth?" A noble guy runs up, all formal and polished. "Lord Karl, your highness welcome. Huge honor to host you both." Prince Andal turns slightly to Karl and asks who the man is. Karl replies calmly that it's Tokugawa Suno, the ruler of Sakura Nation. Tokugawa bows like a pro. Whatever requests you bring, the Sakura Nation is all in. Andal assures him that the promises made by the ministers haven't been forgotten. Tokugawa thanks him with a bow, but inside, he's fuming. Ever since that last summit, Longsha's been blocking us left and right. Just because they're ranked first globally, they act like gods. He clenches his fists. Wait till Karl helps me level up. I'm gonna make them pay double. Suddenly, the air shifts. Big tension vibes, and the Lord Tangjian shows up, and people feel it. Karl on horseback smirks. TCH pathetic. But hey, having spies, still better than nothing. The Elven King locks eyes with Tang. "You must be Tangjian." Tang responded coldly, wanting to know what they wanted. The king drops a bomb. He asked Longsha's delegates to remove themselves from the summit entirely, referring to them as dogs. Everyone's jaw drops. One guy straight up loses it. It's Lin Sanchong, the vice guild leader, and he demanded the king. "What the hell did you just say? Say it again." Karl doesn't even blink and unleashes a powerful attack. He calls Lin an insolent worm and questions how a mere human could show such disrespect to the second prince. Lin barely dodges and admits, "Yeah, okay, this guy's not just talk, he's cracked." Tang quickly steps in. "Sancho, enough." Then to Karl. "What exactly is your kingdom trying to pull?" Karl keeps facing forward. He says having the second prince here is a gesture of goodwill. But the guy who killed Prince Eric and snatched Princess Lalith is from a Longsha citizen. So the delegation has no choice but to request Longsha's withdrawal from the summit. Prince Andal adds that the withdrawal would prevent further pain for his highness. Karl simply bows in response to the prince's will. Karl bows, acting all respectful, but Tang knows better. He's thinking, on the surface, they want to kick us out of the alliance. But deep down, they're after my boy Su Yang. Really going this far, for someone who just hit level 4? Karl keeps it going. The Elven delegation will not enter the temple or the summit until every Longsha rep is gone from the city. Inside the Holy Temple, the High Priestess shows up in full divine mode, stands before a statue, and sends out a wave of holy light to heal Lin. Karl watches, narrowing his eyes. Just as things are about to pop off again, boom. A sacred blast shuts everyone up. The High Priestess steps forward and warns everyone to mind their words and actions. Karl bows politely. "Thank you for your guidance, High Priestess," he says. "I admit I was out of line." But inside, he shook to match the sacred 3 branches. Maybe even surpass them? This temple's no joke. As he turns to go, he throws in one last jab. "I'd advise settling this soon. Otherwise, the heartbroken second prince might not sign the pact." In private chamber, inside the temple, Lord Tang sits across from the High Priestess, the vibe serious. She asks, "What's your take on the elves' demands?" Tang leans back. "It's all centered around our boy. The elves are treating him like some world-ending boss. This level of obsession? Kinda insane. A single prince's death isn't enough to justify all this." The High Priestess nods. "I agree, and I have a theory." Tang raises an eyebrow. "A theory?" She reveals that she has seen the world announcement. Tang's expression changes instantly. He stands up and asks if she has known already. The High Priestess nods. She says the one responsible for it is likely Su Yang himself. Tang just stands there, stunned. "My guy, what did you get yourself into?" With a flick of her hand, the High Priestess summoned a shimmering screen, replaying the intelligence they had gathered so far. Every thread seemed to lead back to one man. Whether it was the strange cases of mind control or the sudden appearance of the king of original sin, Su Yang's shadow loomed behind it all. At first, she suspected Adder. But even after his sealing, incidents continued to spiral out of control. And Su Yang vanished without a trace since the battle in the Dragon Spirit's secret realm. Now, even Mikiku and Verlio were missing. She wondered aloud if all of these events were connected, and concluded that, taken together, Su Yang appeared suspicious. Tang admitted he too had doubts, but argued that Su Yang was only a 4th-tier player and could not possibly be behind such things. The priestess narrowed her eyes and posed the thought that Su Yang might be the Lord of the Abyss. Tang was shocked at the suggestion and slammed the desk in protest, insisting it could not be true. The priestess explained that she had once thought the same, but her investigations had nearly ruled out that possibility. Tang begged her not to make such jokes, yet she pressed on, stating that Su Yang clearly maintained a complicated bond with the abyssal demons. She reasoned that he might even hold authority over the king of original sin. If that were true, killing it and seizing the sin reversal divine artifact would be effortless. The troubling part was that the temple's reach extended across the entire world, and yet 3 such artifacts had already appeared without the temple receiving even the faintest clue. Calling it all useless, the priestess turned away. She concluded that the one who truly obtained the divine reversal artifact might not even belong to this world. Tang countered by asking why she would then say the sin reversal artifact had fallen into Su Yang's hands. If Su Yang was not the Lord of the Abyss, he wondered how the man could possibly command the king of original sin. The priestess admitted that her reasoning was speculative, since the evidence could not form a complete loop, yet she maintained that the attitude of the elf kingdom supported her suspicion. Their treatment of Su Yang was far too serious, almost as though he carried a secret they were desperate to uncover. After thinking for a moment, Tang declared that everything pointed back to the dragon spirit's secret realm. The priestess corrected him by saying that everything indeed began there. She suspected Su Yang had inherited some kind of legacy within that realm, something that forged a link to the abyss and granted him transcendent status. With such power, he could command the king of original sin, acquire the sin reversal artifact, and orchestrate the attacks on Toku, Gawa, and the others, all while protecting the 2 girls who knew his secret. The logic, she said, was sound. Tang sighed in resignation. He admitted the reasoning made sense, recalling that he too had survived Lucifer's assault. Yet he asked why, if it were true, Su Yang had not consulted with them. The priestess replied that Su Yang must have his reasons, adding that she hoped to meet him in person. In her heart, she resolved that next time, she would uncover the truth. At present, advancing the world quest remained the high priestess's top priority. To conquer the abyss, the power of their kingdom was indispensable. Tang stepped forward, his voice firm. He told her there was no need for further words. Longxiao would withdraw from this cursed alliance. But that did not mean they were abandoning the fight against the abyss. His warriors would continue training, becoming stronger on their own. As he turned away, he declared that they would rely not on outside forces but on their own strength, and one day slay a king of original sin themselves to claim a sin reversal divine artifact. He ordered his armored warriors to march, and they left the hall in silence. The priestess watched them go and wondered if this was the spirit of the Longxiao people. She silently wished them great fortune in battle. Then, glancing at her assistant, she asked why he was still standing there when Tang and the others had left. Startled, he stammered that he would go and join them immediately. Not long after, the priestess met with the elves. Prince Ander lounged arrogantly, his boot resting on the table. He dismissed the formalities as a waste of time and told everyone to shut up and listen to his terms. Carl and several others exchanged uneasy glances, muttering that their prince was little more than a spoiled brat when the princess was not around. The priestess pressed for clarity. What were the second prince's demands? Ander began with his first condition. Since the humans had requested elven aid, the spoils of war would be split 60-40, the 11 worlds receiving the greater share. The priestess accepted without objection. Then came the second condition. Of the 4 remaining sin reversal weapons, 3 were to be given to the elves. The room erupted. The priestess was taken aback, and several generals stood in outrage. They demanded if the prince was trying to monopolize the weapons. Those artifacts were crucial for defending against the final boss. How could he demand nearly all of them? Ender dismissed their protests. He argued there was nothing excessive about his demand, reminding them that 3 sin reversal weapons had already surfaced. Counting those, humanity would still control 4 in total, a huge advantage. A female general with jagged abs called the arrangement shamelessly calculated. A goblin general pointed out they didn't even know where the 3 revealed weapons were, so claiming them as an advantage was meaningless. The cocky elf scoffed that this was not his concern. Whoever possessed the weapons, they belonged to the human side, so they should find them on their own. This arrogant dismissal only enraged the generals, who sat in simmering silence. Among the gathered crowd, whispers spread. They could not let the elves go unchallenged. Yet without elven aid, the abyss could never be conquered. Even the strongest among them would fail alone, and if the world quest collapsed, all would be lost. After a long and bitter debate, the human side reluctantly conceded. The alliance with the elves was sealed, and the first joint abyssal crusade was scheduled to begin in a month. The scene shifted to the Longxia capital, where a glowing blue portal pulsed as people gathered to watch. Out of it stepped the elves. Prince Ander looked around with disdain, muttering that this city was already irritating. In front of him, townsfolk chattered. A little girl spotted the newcomers and tugged her mother's hand. She ran forward with a smile, calling out to the elf as Big Brother. Ender narrowed his eyes. In the next instant, one of his guards hurled the child aside with brute force. She fell hard, her mother rushing to her side in tears. The guard sneered, proclaiming that Longxiao was rumored to be the most polite nation of the human world, yet commoners here dared look directly at the second prince. The elves gazed down coldly, demanding why the filthy mortals had not dropped to their knees. Among the crowd, Su Yang observed in silence. His eyes hardened as he turned to Lucifer. He told her it was time to leave. Confused, she asked where he intended to go. Gripping his sword, Su Yang's answer was simple. He was heading to Longdu, to cut down. A human warrior stepped forward, his voice full of rage, demanding to know where these feudal remnants had come from, daring to act so wildly in their city. He bellowed that it was the elves who should be kneeling in apology. The elf guard only sneered, calling him conceited trash, and vowed to show the difference in strength. With a brutal strike, he slammed the warrior into the ground, pinning him hard into the dirt. Coldly, he declared that this was the fate of ants who dared defy them. Nearby, the female fell to her knees, trembling as she begged them for mercy. She cried that her daughter was not even level 5. If killed, the child could never be revived. Her voice cracked with desperation as she pleaded for her life. Suddenly a voice thundered from above, calling them impudent as the sky split with blinding light. A radiant barrier enveloped the mother and child while a blazing force descended, setting the ground aflame. The human warriors' lands, rallying their ranks and ordering the citizens to evacuate. Tang stepped forward, fury etched into every word as he demanded of the elf prince whether it was his guard who had struck down Longxia's people. The elf guard, strained by the flames, sneered back and asked what if it was. Tang leapt in the air, his body blazing with power. He drew in energy with the extreme Dao inhalation technique, his fist wrapped in a thick, violent red aura that shattered the elf guard's body in one devastating blow. Without hesitation, he followed through, hurling a surge of golden mana straight toward the elf prince. Carl stepped forward, staff glowing as he shielded the prince. Tang's strike tore through the square, leaving a trail of devastation. Yet under Carl's protection, the elves stood unscathed. Carl's gaze fell on Tang as he asked if this was how Longxiao welcomed its guests. Tang's reply was sharp. Respect, when given, was returned tenfold, but the elves had shown none to his people. Prince Ander brushed the words aside. To him, etiquette was for nobles, and the ones harmed were nothing more than commoners. He wondered aloud why Tang would make such a fuss. Tang answered with steel in his voice. In his city, there were no nobles or commoners. Everyone was equal. Yet the elves had hounded them in the holy city and now barged into Longxia without cause. He demanded to know their true purpose. Carl laughed coldly and declared their accusation. Su Yang, he said, had committed 3 crimes. First, without permission from the elf royal family, he had subdued a black dragon, a creature they considered a seed of disaster that must always be executed on sight. Second, he had slain Prince Erich and countless elven prodigies in the dragon spirit's secret realm. Third, he had abducted Princess Lilith. For these crimes, the elven queen herself had already decreed Su Yang's death. That was why they had come. A human guard roared in protest, calling the charges shameless. Subduing the black dragon was Su Yang's own skill. Why would he need the elves' permission? Carl snapped back that the dragon was an evil seed marked for extermination, and he demanded what a mere guard thought he was, to dare speak to him at all. The guard seethed with fury, but Tang held him back with a raised hand. Calmly, Tang asked if they were searching for Su Yang. If so, they would leave disappointed because no one knew where Su Yang was. Carl dismissed the answer. He claimed they did not need Su Yang handed over, only the release of the city's territory, so that the elves could search it district by district, starting here. The red-haired warrior rose in outrage, declaring that the capital would never allow outsiders to trample through its streets. To permit such a thing would be a blatant insult to the nation. Carl raised his staff, and green energy shimmered around him like a poisonous mist. He warned them to consider carefully whether they even had the strength to stop him. Tang's fury boiled over. He declared that a scholar might endure much, but this could not be endured. If the elves sought war, then war they would have. He unleashed his extreme divine power, hurling a massive explosion of energy toward Carl. But Carl turned his staff with effortless grace, diverting the blast through his guardian tree's protective power. Smiling thinly, he declared that Tang was now exposed after using such a move. With a single command, he invoked the sacred tree's punishment. From his staff burst countless deadly roots that shot forward, spearing through Tang's body. Blood sprayed across the stones as Tang collapsed, pierced and lifeless. Shock rippled through the human ranks. General Tang, their fearless warrior, had been struck down in an instant. Carl raised his staff, his voice heavy with pride, declaring that the power of a divine artifact was beyond the imagination of mortals. He urged the humans to abandon their resistance. Before his words could settle, leaves began to drift from the sky. Carl froze, startled, and looked upward. The heavens split open as a portal tore through the clouds. From its depths, two figures descended slowly. Lucifer, the king of arrogance, and, at her side, the cloaked form of the hero. The generals gasped in shock, whispering the name of Lucifer. Prince Ander barked at Carl to shield him. Carl steadied his grip on the staff, assuring his prince that with the divine artifact in hand, there was no need to fear. Yet, in his heart, he measured the risk. Intelligence had warned him. Once a king of original sin descended into the mortal world, their divine power would fall to the demon tier. He reasoned that with his artifact strength, standing at the same demigod level, it might even be possible to kill the strongest of the abyssal kings. Among the Longxiao warriors, unease rippled. Some whispered why Lucifer had appeared now. Was her target the humans or the elves? Tang, battered but still standing, narrowed his gaze. He noted that the hero's identity seemed cloaked by some unknown force. Perhaps it was intentional. Perhaps it was a chance. Either way, it made his own move easier. High above, the hero studied the field. His thoughts were precise. The adjustment range was barely a meter, the enemy was far too alert, and a direct strike might fail. He turned to Lucifer, instructing her to draw all the elves into her domain while he dealt with the second prince. Lucifer spread her power wide, expanding the abyssal domain. Darkness consumed the battlefield, swallowing sound and light alike. In an instant, the elf prince found himself standing alone. He spun in panic, searching for his guard, only to realize they were already locked in combat with Lucifer. The hero descended, looming over him. His words cut coldly into the prince's fear, telling him his subordinates would not return soon. The prince stammered, demanding to know who this man was. He declared his name and title, the second prince of the Elven Kingdom, and demanded to know what the intruder wanted. The hero gave no reply. He surged forward. The prince's shield flared, layered with noble protection, but the hero's strike shattered it, as though it were glass. The blow smashed across the prince's face, hurling him into the ground. Before he could recover, the hero seized him by the head and drove his fist deep into his stomach. Pain burst through the prince as he writhed and spat blood. Yet, even in agony, he sneered that death meant nothing. He would revive in the elf temple, and the elven army would flatten the abyss until the Longxiao people were annihilated. The hero drew his sword, his gaze like iron. He told the prince there would be no such chance. The blade carved through the air in one merciless stroke. Prince Ander's body split in two, his screams silenced as his existence unraveled. A surge of energy flooded the battlefield as the system's notification rang. Prince Ander of the Elven Kingdom had been slain, his very being erased. The human and the warrior were stunned. Prince F had vanished without leaving even a trace of his aura behind. They whispered in confusion, wondering what had happened. Tang, sweating nervously, realized he had been too distracted by Lucifer's earlier entrance to notice the mysterious figure at all. What unsettled him most was that the person hadn't emitted any powerful aura. He began to suspect this could be another one of the kings of original sin. As Tang glanced toward the boy, he sensed the Lucifer barrier weakening. A moment later, the dark veil surrounding the area dispersed, and Lucifer let out a sigh. The arcade minister only laughed at the sight, declaring that the so-called strongest king of sin was nothing more than a demigod tier. To him, there was no way such a being could stand against the noble power of 11 divine artifacts. He added that with the artifact in his hand, Prince Ander would have nothing to fear. But when Carl turned, he realized Prince Ander's presence had completely vanished. His eyes narrowed as he looked toward the boy, demanding to know what had been done to the second prince. Io responded without concern, saying he had simply killed the dog and that there was no need for such a fuss because Carl was next. Carl broke into even louder laughter, his staff glowing with sacred light. Beams of radiance suddenly burst forth, striking down his own elves first as their energy was drained, before the light spiraled toward the others. He announced that since Prince Ander was already dead, there was no longer any reason to hold back. The elves who dared defy the holy would be offered as blood sacrifices to feed the artifact. The human warriors scattered in fear, while Lucifer watched with a strange smile, reminding Carl that their fight was far from finished. Carl answered with fury, claiming that from the very beginning, his real target had been Lucifer. Placing a hand on his chest, he invoked his release authority, and his staff erupted with blinding brilliance. The light twisted into shimmering tentacles that coiled around Lucifer, binding her limbs and searing her with red energy until her cries filled the air. Carl grinned with delight, intent on making her nourishment for the sacred branch. Before the final strike could land, A surge of pink energy cut through the air, forcing Carl's attention away. He caught sight of the hero leaping forward and mocked him for overestimating himself. With a snap, he vanished from the hero's attack and reappeared, unleashing beams of light. The hero dodged with a leap, clashing against the beams until they shattered. Sword in hand, he charged Carl and brought his blade down. Carl sneered in defiance, even with death looming, commanding the boy to die. The hero only smirked back, replying that it was Carl's time instead. The necklace around Carl's neck flared with a green light, releasing a demonic roar immune to control skills. Their auras collided violently, shaking the ground beneath them. Still, Carl mocked the boy, asking what he could possibly achieve. In response, the boy drew his demonic sword. The battlefield warped, drenched in a bloody abyss as the weapon released its power. With a decisive slash, he struck through and pulled his blade back with a sly smirk, declaring that with the artifact in hand, the trip had not been in vain. The tentacles binding Lucifer crumbled away. She staggered free, stunned and breathless, wondering if the elf minister had already met his end. As the hero seized Carl's staff, Lucifer's voice trembled as she asked what he had just done. The hero narrowed his eyes and answered that there were some things she did not need to know. It was over, and it was time to leave. Lucifer refused to let it go. She insisted that with the artifact in hand, Carl had already been one step away from becoming a god, and even she had struggled against him. Yet the hero simply turned away, reminding her that Carl had been killed instantly in a single exchange. To him, there was no way to make sense of it. The only explanation was that the boy standing before them was an agent of the Lord himself, a being even she could no longer see through. Just as they were about to depart, Tang called out, asking them to wait. He bowed respectfully and thanked them, then admitted that even commanding the strongest king of sin could not explain who the boy truly was. He asked with hesitation, "Who exactly are you?" The hero stood in silence, offering no answer. Tang's mind raced as he wondered if it could truly be the person he suspected. At that moment, the scene shifted to the Elven Kingdom. The queen sat upon her throne, her eyes widening as she suddenly sensed both Ender's and Carl's auras vanish. She could not comprehend how such a thing was possible, and an uneasy dread settled over her as she wondered what on earth had happened. The queen grew increasingly uneasy. What troubled her most was that neither Ender nor Carl had revived at the temple. Something was terribly wrong. She demanded answers, questioning what was happening outside and what had become of the remaining members of the envoy party. Her assistant hurried to assure her that he would investigate immediately, but she dismissed him in frustration, believing that everyone around her was useless. Her thoughts drifted back to the last time an entire envoy had been erased by Su Yang. Could the same nightmare be repeating itself? The idea seemed impossible. Carl had wielded a divine artifact. How could a human be capable of killing him? Her doubts were interrupted as several elves rushed into the chamber, pale and trembling, dropping to their knees to announce their return. The queen's gaze was sharp, and she demanded that they recount everything that had happened. Not a single detail left unspoken. One survivor, still shivering, explained that after the Holy City Alliance meeting, they had traveled to the human nation of Longxia, where they had unexpectedly encountered Lucifer accompanied by a mysterious figure. Lord Carr had been able to suppress Lucifer, but the unknown figure had killed His Highness, the Second Prince. Soon after, Lord Carr had sacrificed his own people to unleash the artifact's power, and beyond that moment, the survivors knew nothing more. The queen pressed further, wanting to know who this mysterious person was. The survivor confessed that the figure had used a secret technique to conceal his appearance, making identification impossible. Rising abruptly from her throne, the queen released a surge of power that filled the chamber with a heavy, resonant hum. The air itself seemed to tremble under the weight of her aura. She dismissed the survivors with a single command, and they, quivering with fear, bowed and stumbled away, agreeing in broken voices before retreating from her presence. Alone at last, the queen stood in silence, her thoughts racing. A person capable of appearing at Lucifer's side could never be weak. Again and again, the same questions circled in her mind. Who was he? Who could it possibly be? The queen instructed Marita to prepare the sacred tree for the divine oracle, and her loyal subject obeyed without hesitation. Together they raised their arms before the sacred tree, and in response a glowing shoot extended toward them. The princess declared that with the blood of the 11 royal family members as sacrifice, she sought the secretary's glorious guidance and demanded that the truth of Carl's final moments be revealed. She cut across her chest, letting her blood drip onto the chute. The ground trembled violently, as if the entire sanctuary were resonating with ancient power. Both women exchanged uneasy glances, realizing the secretary itself was shuddering. What could the ancient spirit have witnessed to cause such unrest? The earth convulsed again, and a sudden explosion ripped through the chamber. A vast divine circle manifested before them, blazing with overwhelming light. Shock spread across their faces as they watched the circle transform into a vision. Within it, the image of a cloaked man appeared, striking with impossible force as Carl was shattered into nothingness. The vision ended abruptly, the screen vanishing as silence fell. The princess bowed her head, declaring that this had been the divine oracle of the secretary. Marita agreed, her voice firm as she interpreted the revelation. The meaning was clear: the mysterious man must be slain at all costs. The queen, however, remained troubled. The man had hidden his face, and there was no way to identify him directly. Yet she reassured herself that it did not matter. The oracle had already integrated the man's aura into a spiritual imprint. Whoever bore that imprint would recognize him instantly. No disguise, no concealment, no trick of fate could allow him to escape the perfection of the secretary's mark. She raised her voice with finality, proclaiming that the will of the secretary was the highest law. From this moment, all hostilities with the human nations were to be set aside, and every resource would be redirected toward crusading against the abyss. The mysterious man had to be found, and he had to be killed. Marita bowed in compliance, offering no resistance. Yet even as she gave these orders, the queen's heart smoldered with hatred. Her commands did not absolve the humans of guilt. Though she bowed to the will of the secretary now, she swore silently that one day she would avenge Ender and Carl twofold. The scene shifts to the divine artifact. It's a sacred branch blessed by the goddess, crafted from the first branch of the ancient tree grown under the nature goddess's blessing. A system notification appeared, informing him of the equipment restriction. The staff could only be wielded by those who carried the blood of the elven royal family. The artifact possessed immense spirit resistance, vast spirit points, and unparalleled mana recovery. It also granted the goddess's protection skills, including the ability to instantly summon a divine shield, as well as the sacred tree punishment, where countless branches extended outward and pierced the enemy's body. The scene then shifted to the hero's house. He looked at the staff and reflected that it truly lived up to its reputation as the divine artifact the elf kingdom was so proud of. Its effect for nothing short of god tier. He realized this was why even Lucifer had been unable to inflict real damage on Carl. Although the usage restriction was troublesome, the fact that Carl could wield it proved that a way to bypass it must exist. Determined to find answers, he decided to consult Lilith, an elf. The moment her eyes fell on the staff, she was struck by its beauty and felt a strange sense of familiarity. The hero pointed out that she had never seen her own family's divine artifact before. Shocked, Lilith demanded to know if this really was the artifact of the elf kingdom and accused him of stealing it. The hero responded with a faint smile, denying the accusation. He explained that he had not stolen it, but taken it by force. Lilith was stunned, realizing that this meant he had actually killed Carl. She admitted her astonishment, while the hero calmly confirmed it and asked whether she knew of a method to bypass the artifact's restrictions. Lilith recalled a passage she had once read in an ancient text. Only royal blood could awaken the artifact's true power. Acting on that knowledge, she touched the sharp end of the staff and let a few drops of her blood fall onto its surface. The pain brought tears to her eyes. Concerned, the hero asked if she was all right, and she reassured him that she was fine. Suddenly, the hero felt a violent shift in energy. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Perhaps this was the effect of the so-called cursed bloodline, powerful enough to even corrupt a divine artifact. His eyes narrowed as he watched the staff's attributes decline, the numbers falling by nearly 10%. The realization struck him as a tremendous loss, and sweat began to bead along his forehead. Lilith apologized, saying she had not meant to cause trouble, but the hero gently patted her head and assured her that it was fine. The divine artifact would protect her regardless. She called out to the others, yet the hero narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that the method of unsealing the artifact could wait until the day he enslaved the elf kingdom and forced the truth from them. The scene shifted to the 99th floor of the abyss, where a massive explosion erupted and swarms of monsters poured forth. The hero flashed forward, cleaving a beast in two with his staff, and his level rose to 199. Surrounded by countless corpses, he stood tall and declared that he was finally about to reach level 200. He realized that enemies erased by the Scarlet Sword provided no experience. Otherwise, Carl's death alone would have been more than enough to surpass that threshold. Turning his gaze toward the elves, he reflected that their queen would rather set aside her son's murder to form an alliance. Such a choice meant she possessed vital information. He decided he would have to pay close attention. Just then, a hulking monster launched itself at him with terrifying force. Though deep in thought, the hero reacted with lightning speed, spinning back to slice the creature cleanly in half. His mask gleamed as he noted that this had been the last one. With that kill, his level surged to 200. The ground immediately began to shake, and the cavern crumbled as stone fell all around him. The hero wondered what was happening when a world announcement echoed through the air. A notification declared that the world-class boss, the king of original sin, had entered recovery progress, and urged all to hurry and complete the crusade. The entire world was left stunned by the revelation. Our hero's body was beaming with mana as he wonders if the king of original sin has already recovered by a third. He questions whether his leveling up also influences the world quest, and if advancing too quickly might directly speed up the recovery. With all these doubts circling his mind, his giant black dragon approaches him. Yet he still believes that, for now, everything remains within a controllable range. He resolves to return and accept the Famine Tier quest first, while pondering how much stronger a one-third recovered king of original sin would become. The thought leaves him a little excited. Suddenly, the sky begins to tear open as energy crackles everywhere. A massive portal forms, and a yellow beam of light bursts outward, shaping into a celestial cross. The cross glows brightly in the heavens above the dragon skeletons, while waves of dark energy spread from it. Then, in an instant, it vanishes, leaving nothing behind. However, the scene shifts to Longvia, Tang clan residence. Tang lies resting on the bed, still racked with pain. As he rises, the red-haired warrior feels relief knowing Tang is finally awake, admitting that he had feared Tang might remain in a coma forever. Just then, Tang's daughter barges in and rushes immediately to his bedside. Tang asks why she is not on a dungeon run, and she explains that she heard her father was in danger and returned at once. She is grateful Tang is safe, confessing how worried she had been. Tang pleads with her, apologizing for causing such worry. She weeps as she hugs him tightly. Tang then asks how long he has been unconscious and inquires about Lucifer and the mysterious figure. The red-haired warrior explains that Tang had been unconscious for about half a day, and that the two left immediately after he collapsed, beyond their power to stop them. Tang reflects that it is a pity they failed to uncover that person's identity. Yet, deep down, he senses that the mysterious figure who slew Carl is none other than the vanished Su Yang. Just then, Deputy Chairman Chun informs Tang that two major events occurred while he was unconscious. Tang urges her to tell him immediately. Chun explains that the Alpha Royal family suddenly sent a message declaring they would temporarily abandon their pursuit of Su Tang, put aside their differences with Arlongzia, and instead direct all their efforts toward a joint crusade against the Abyss. At the same time, the New World announcement was released. The King of Original Sin has now recovered to one-third of its strength. The powerhouses of the Eagle America Federation, Sakura Nation, Stick Nation, Siberia Northland, and other countries have already gone to the 11th world, preparing for the Abyss Crusade by leveling up. It was a celestial large dungeon where countless people had gathered. The red-haired warrior reacts with surprise, noting that a prince and a minister died, and he expected a massive army to be sent. He questions what caused such a sudden change of heart. Shin replies that perhaps it is related to the recovery of the King of Original Sin. Tang considers this, and wonders if that is all. For the elves to make such a drastic turn, there must be a more direct conflict of interest. Chun adds that to prove their sincerity, the Alpha Royal family has specially prepared 3 demigod-tier high-level secret realms for them, one more than what the Eagle America Federation received. Tang's daughter then asks how they should proceed. A silence falls, as nobody knows the answer. She breaks it by declaring she will not go, refusing their charity outright. The red-haired warrior adds that those 11 mongrels acted arrogantly, dismissing them only because they possessed a divine artifact. Now that they have lost it, they are attempting to curry favor. He urges the chairman not to agree to their terms. Tang's daughter helps him rise, while he insists that they must now prioritize the bigger picture. He tells her to prepare, for they are going to the elf world as well. She protests, reminding him that he was just gravely injured by their enemies. Tang clutches his robe and declares that the primary target is no longer the elves, but the Abyss. Once the Abyss is dealt with, they will return to settle the score with the elves. Pulling on his coat, he rises with the bearing of a hero. The scene shifts to the massive gate where countless humans have gathered. Tang asks if the teleportation gate can still be used. The red-haired warrior assures him that it has been repaired, with the technical department working tirelessly, and that arrangements have also been made to restore other public facilities. Tang nods in approval, calling it good. Just then, his daughter stares at the portal in awe and questions what terrifying destructive force could have caused such damage. She wonders aloud if it was the power of a 9th-tier powerhouse, or even a divine artifact. Tang turns and remarks that, speaking of such things, her father once wanted her to meet Su Yang. Who could have known he would perform so many acts and then vanish? He laughs, insisting that Su Yang had not committed great deeds at all, but had only acted in self-defense. His daughter teases him. saying he always speaks on Su Yang's behalf, and wonders what kind of ability Su Yang must possess to have him so smitten. Tang reflects as he gazes at the portal and the teleportation gate, musing that perhaps Su Yang could help them annihilate the hateful elves. His daughter walks away dismissively, declaring that no one would believe such a claim. The scene shifts to our hero standing before the demon archlord. A system notification declares that after rejecting his tier upgrade, he has triggered a class change quest. A 5-star 7th-tier mission appears called the Dragon Feast of the Demon Archlord. It states that the Demon Archlord of the 19th floor of the Abyss is preparing a dragon feast. The hero must hunt a Sun-tier giant dragon alone, take its heart, and deliver it for the banquet. Our hero says, what a coincidence. The Devour Dragon Greatsword also needs a 7th-tier giant dragon to be further unsealed. This is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then he thought, but without Balan's help he couldn't locate the giant dragon's secret realm in the human world. The only remaining option is the Dragon Nation, and the only teleportation gate to the Dragon Nation is located within the 11th Kingdom. To go there, he first has to go through the human world's teleportation gate. As we look at the crumbling gate along with other species, he thought that the strength of the 11 guards is almost 6th or 7th tier, so that's not a problem. While walking, he suddenly stops. He thinks it's only the reason to go and observe the 11 world in advance, since he will be enslaving them anyway, right? Then his dragon flaps wings and sits in front of him. Our hero says it's a shame. He wants his dragon to have a good meal, but his dragon is too conspicuous. If someone recognizes his true identity, it will be a problem. He can take him to the Dragon Nation. His dragon bows down his head, so our hero pats him. But suddenly, it roars an energy crackle around it. Our hero wonders what's happened. Just then, the energy melts down in a very strange way, and the dragon starts to shrink until it just transforms into a black energy right on our hero's palm. Our hero was surprised, but then he was annoyed, saying his dragon, if it can transform, it should have said earlier. He asks his dragon if it needs a beating for such an act. However, the scene shifts to the Demon Abyss, the boss of Original Sin. This beast that has overwhelming stats, who sits on its throne, the boss says, just 1 tier recovery, and his stats surge this much. His power at his peak is unimaginable. But what is more important right now is the authority. The King of Original Sin effect is updated thus. The system says that by consuming a portion of the Dark Origin power, the boss can revive the King of Original Sin infinitely. Our hero says no time limit is needed. As long as there is enough Dark Origin power, our hero believes he can revive the King of Original Sin. He considers it a huge buff, and for the upcoming battle, undoubtedly great news. With a flicker of his finger, he channels Dark Origin power. As light shimmers and constricts within the inner circle, he declares that he will now fulfill his previous agreement and summon the King of Wrath, Samel, once more. The system pops up, saying the revival of the King of Wrath, Samel. It consumed 7 out of 1 of Dark Origin. Suddenly, the energy crackled around his green throne, and a giant beast wolf with overwhelming mana gets summoned. It says, by the grace of my King Samel, is ready to die for you. Our hero commands it to follow his regent Su Yang, heed his orders, and go on crusade against the 11 Kingdom. Samel says, as you command, my king. The scene shifts to the Elf Kingdom Human World Connection Gate, where elves guard the entrance while human troops attempt to pass through. One elf calls out to them, and the human commander explains that they are from the Sakura Nation, invited by Lord Carl to enter the 11 secret realms for leveling. He requests passage. The elf opens his stats window and replies that he needs to check. The commander urges him to hurry, all the while wondering why the elves suddenly set aside their defenses with Longxia and allowed others to join the Abyss Crusade Alliance. He thinks of how the Sakura Nation might seize this chance to surpass Longxia and trample over Tang's reputation. Then the elf points his spear, causing the commander to pull back his horse in alarm, demanding to know what they're doing. He insists that he is Lord Carl's guest. The elf retorts that it is not him they care about, but the one behind him. The commander turns and sees our hero, cloaked and standing alongside a giant muscular figure. At once the humans spread out, exposing them to the elf guards. The guards demand our hero stop, claiming their monitors detect highly unusual energy and ordering him to reveal his identity. Samel quietly asks the commander for permission to act. Our hero acknowledges that he had hoped to slip in disguised as a human, but realizes it will not be so simple. He smirks, deciding there is no reason to keep playing games, and orders Samel to crush them. Samel immediately obeys. His body swells into its berserk black wolf form, and in a blink he vanishes. The elves do not even notice until one of their heads is already severed. Alarm sound, warning of combat. As the warning signal echoes from an elf's pocket, Samel charges forward with blazing energy. The monitors confirm a boss-level energy signature belonging to the King of Original Sin. Panic spreads among the humans, as the commander realizes the truth. He orders his men to retreat. Assistants cry out in terror, questioning why a boss from the abyss has appeared here. Yet escape proves impossible. A swift blur slices through the fleeing soldiers, sparing no one. Not even women or weaker fighters. They are torn apart by Samuel's berserk frenzy, their bodies ripped to pieces. In the chaos, only the Sakura commander and his brother remain. His brother asks if they will abandon their men so easily, but Sakura commander dismisses his concern, saying his low-level fodder meant only to grind experience, worthless compared to their own lives. Our hero hears this and scoffs at their shamelessness. He commands Samuel to chase them down as well. In moments, Samuel appears before the terrified brothers, who can scarcely comprehend his speed. In an instant, one brother is smashed to the ground, hurled skyward with brutal force, and as he plummets, Samuel opens his mouth wide and devours him alive. A system notification confirms that the King of Wrath has slain an 8th tier level 276 player. Our hero remarks that 50,000 HP gain may seem little, but countless small gains add up in the end. Just then, Samuel forms a mana spear and hurls it at the Sakura commander. The spear flashes through the air, forcing the commander to turn back at the last moment. He mutters all or nothing, wondering if he is dead or if a shield will hold. Extending his hand, he conjures a barrier strong enough to absorb 100,000 points of damage. Yet the spear is so sharp that it tears through the shield until it shatters into pieces. A massive cloud of smoke erupts, but the Sakura commander leaps out, pale and shaken. He calls upon the divine power of shadow divinity for a brief moment and swiftly darts behind Samuel. His sword rolls open with the ultimate art of cherry blossom crescent, crackling with energy. With incredible speed, he slashes, and Samuel's blood sprays out. The Sakura commander cries out in triumph, believing he has succeeded, but Samuel only roars louder. The commander trembles, realizing he may have celebrated too soon. Samuel seizes him in giant claws, and the commander screams in agony. Samuel crushes his fist, spilling blood from the commander as he howls in pain. With brute force, Samuel begins tossing him left and right, roaring kill over and over. Their hero steps forward, telling Samuel to stop and reminding him that they have more important business to handle. There is no time to waste here. Samuel nods and answers in obedience. Then, with one final strike, he smashes the Sakura commander and rips him into pieces. A notification declares that Samuel has slain a 9th year, a level 302 human, granting a 600,000 increase to his health points. Their hero remarks that, counting the trash he already dealt with, his health pool has now climbed to over 70 million, an absurd number. He orders Samuel to hunt down those who still oppose the monarch within the royal city. Samuel obeys and storms toward the teleportation gate, roaring as he vanishes. On the other side, within the elf kingdom, whispers spread among the guards. Some wonder why the humans expected to enter the secret realm have not yet arrived. One guard shrugs, saying they're probably too lowly to be worthy of coming at all. Suddenly, violent gusts of wind surge out of the gate. An elf mutters about speaking of the devil, just as a real devil bursts forth, declaring that those who defy the monarch must die. The elves freeze in shock, stunned by the sight, and wondering where such a beast has come from. A's and storms toward the teleportation gate, roaring as he vanishes. On the other side, within the elf kingdom, whispers spread among the guards. Some wonder why the humans expected to enter the secret realm have not yet arrived. One guard shrugs, saying they're probably too lowly to be worthy of coming at all. Suddenly, violent gusts of wind surge out of the gate. An elf mutters about speaking of the devil, just as a real devil bursts forth, declaring that those who defy the monarch must die. The elves freeze in shock, stunned by the sight, and wondering where such a beast has come from. Our hero hopes that the elves enjoy his welcome gift. If Milk is thinking of tasty souls impregnated, he's a perfect way to watch the whole thing. Meanwhile, on the other side, the elves were discussing with their queen why they shouldn't let the humans go to the Dragon Nation and exterminate the giant dragons. This way, it would not only allow them to be available, but also prevent the dragons from taking their resources. The other elves argued that if they allowed humans into the Dragon Nation, they would pose a greater threat to them once they master dragon blood, enhancement, and dragon spirit spells. One of them said that rare divine power is far more valuable than that, as it is difficult to obtain in the first place, and humans' learning ability is exceptionally strong. Meanwhile, the elf queen was quietly listening to them, her mind racing with the thought that these things were completely insignificant. The key issue was the mysterious hooded person. Suddenly, an elf ran toward them, informing the queen that they had just received news that the World Guild Gate was attacked by a king of original sin. Hearing this, the entire hall was shocked that the king of original sin had launched an attack. The queen stood up immediately and ordered the royal guards to execute the heretic without delay. The guards obeyed her command instantly. Now the queen was grinding her teeth in anger, wondering why a king of original sin would attack here instead of going after the humans. Meanwhile, on the other side, Samuel had burned almost half of the elf city, and the elves were running away from him for their lives. Samuel was grabbing the elves and squeezing them until blood sprayed out from every part of their bodies. After destroying the city, Maya heads toward the queen's palace. There, he finds all the S-ranked elves floating in the air, ready to obey the queen's order to execute the king of original sin. But Samuel merely calls them ants. One elf charges at Samuel with incredible speed, slashing his sword fiercely. Yet Samuel instantly summons a weapon that blocks the strike midway. He mocks the elf's attack as laughable, then roars back, drawing his fist before delivering a devastating punch straight into the elf's stomach. The sheer force makes the elf cough up blood, unable to comprehend how such power is even possible. After wiping them all out, Samuel roars, daring anyone to face him. The senior elf quickly warns everyone to keep their distance, as Samuel's attacks seem to ignore all forms of defense. Then, one elf begins casting a forbidden spell, a meteor shower. Samuel narrows his eyes as two massive fireballs descend toward him, leaving behind trails of blinding light like laser beams. The ground shatters beneath him, yet he stands unshaken. Another explosion erupts as a meteor crashes down, but Samuel remains completely unaffected, purple mana surging and oozing from his body. One elf commander, witnessing this, believes the magic is working and orders his troops to repeat the attack. But suddenly, Samuel appears right before their eyes. Before the commander can react, he feels his body being slashed apart. Samuel had appeared directly in front of him. The beast seizes the elf in its grip and squeezes so hard that blood sprays from every part of his body. Then, opening its mouth wide, it engulfs the elf whole. Suddenly, Maya's body begins to crackle with mana as he declares the end of wrath, burning everything to ash. It is actually a powerful skill that begins by consuming the enemy's heart, dramatically boosting all attributes and amplifying destructive power. Samuel then tears apart another elf commander, proclaiming that those who desecrate the monarch will be executed by wrath. The remaining elf commander stands frozen, unable to comprehend how the beast is slaughtering them so mercilessly. Against the raw blood carnage, the elves cried out to stop the monster and not let him approach the royal court. But the beast, roaring and relentless, charged forward, killing the elven guards as if they were nothing. Despite their attacks, the beast's HP remained full. The elves couldn't understand why the boss's health wasn't decreasing. They wondered if he possessed a health lock mechanism while they continued their assault. One elf shouted for everyone to switch to crowd control skills to hinder his movement speed. Suddenly, massive roots burst from the ground, binding the monster by his limbs. Samuel smirked, calling their attempt foolish, like fighting firewood. With a single swift strike, he sliced through all the roots and declared that his time was almost up, vowing to burn his life to the fullest and devour the entire royal city. The elf queen grew furious, stating that he was not worthy to act wildly in the royal court. Then, a large elf stepped forward, standing in her defense. The queen sampled as the elf raised his hand, summoning a powerful mana veil. Instantly, the ground transformed into layers of swirling energy that coiled around the beast. The queen vanished as the mana completely engulfed Samuel. Realizing his mission had failed, Samuel felt remorse for his king. The mana storm consumed him entirely, his eyes dimming as his body vanished in an instant. The elf commander knelt before the queen, admitting that his subordinate had been incompetent and that he had failed to stop the king of original sin, asking to be punished. But the queen ordered him to stand, saying it wasn't solely his fault and that he must oversee the aftermath of the destruction. Moments later, soldiers approached the commander, reporting that no sin-reversal divine artifact had been found, only a few high-tier materials. The commander instructed them to secure the materials carefully and not lose them. Yet, deep inside, he wondered what the king of original sin meant by his constant mention of desecrating the monarch, as their elf kingdom had never had any dealings with the abyss. The scene opens in the working area where everyone is busy with their own tasks while the soldiers line up in order. One of the soldiers calls out for everyone to hurry up, warning them not to dwell around. The scene then shifts to the royal elves. One of them admits that the incident has scared the life out of him, since he never thought that the king of the original sin would appear in the royal capital. Another, holding a glass in his hand, remarks that it is fortunate that Her Majesty the Queen is present to keep things under control. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He adds that it is the fault of those incompetent guards who only know how to take their pay without doing their jobs properly, saying that they cannot even guard a teleportation gate correctly. He scoffs that they are just weak commoners and that it is an honor for them to die protecting the royal capital. Then, shifting the topic, he asks if he has heard about the unrest in the lower city. He said that he has heard of it and that a new sect has appeared, calling itself the Original Sin sect, claiming to worship the sovereign of original sin. He calls them foolish and confidently predicts that they will soon be purged without causing any real trouble. He laughs and raises his glass, proposing a toast to the great queen. When she hears their conversation, her heart grows heavy with sadness. Immediately, the scene transitions to a group of commoners gathered around a fire. One of them expresses disgust toward the nobles, declaring that those nobles are truly despicable and that they do not see the common people as human beings. Another person from the group rises and declares that they struggle every day just to survive while the nobles live in luxury, without contributing anything. Someone else agrees, and it is a woman who comments that the royal nobles commit the 7 deadly sins without feeling a shred of guilt. She continues, saying that they rely on the blessings of the gods to enforce their tyranny, impose heavy penalties, and indulge in pleasure. Anger overtakes her, and she grabs her hair fiercely while her fingers dig into her scalp, her nails pressing against her skin. Her eyes blaze with fury as she declares that if the gods protect the wicked, then those gods are themselves wicked. The group is stunned, and one of them nervously says that they do not want to live like this anymore. He wonders aloud how they can punish the nobles. The woman immediately responds that the wicked nobles are protected by wicked gods, meaning mortals alone cannot oppose them. Therefore, she insists they must seek an equivalent divine power that can bring divine punishment upon the corrupt. She asserts that only the sovereign of original sin, the one who governs all sin, can deliver that punishment. The people are shocked, and one of them repeats her words in disbelief, while another questions her, reminding her that the king of original sin once destroyed their homeland. He argues that the sovereign who governs sin must be inherently evil, and that even if they follow him, it will only bring more ruin. The woman glares at them fiercely and says that every trial comes with suffering, and those who cannot endure it cannot change their fate. She claims that the sovereign of original sin, who bears all sin upon himself, is not evil, but a benevolent God who carries the burden of the world's sins. Her voice trembles, yet grows powerful as she declares that the sovereign is the one who governs all sin, the benevolent God of original sin, and that everything that has happened is a trial. Driven by conviction, she draws a dagger and presses the blade against her finger. Blood trickles down as she declares that the blood of all kings shall end in sin, and that those who indulge in the protection of evil gods shall be punished by great sin. As her words end, the others repeat her proclamation with growing fervor, chanting that the blood of all kings shall end in sin, and that those who worship evil gods shall be punished. The woman closes her fist tightly, places her hand upon her chest, and whispers a final prayer to the sovereign who governs all sins. Then, turning toward the distant mountains, she murmurs that she hopes he will bring her salvation. As she speaks, a glowing screen flickers to life. A man standing nearby observes it carefully and says that just as the Knight Captain's memory had indicated, the passages to the Elf world and the Dragon Kingdom are still open, though heavily guarded. The boy standing beside him counts silently, thinking that there are still 2 scouts hiding in the shadows. He notes that one of them is a 6th-tier elf and concludes that while he does not fear a frontal battle, it will be troublesome if they send a warning. Deciding not to waste time on tricks, he resolves to kill them instantly. His body transforms, his black robes shimmer with a dark light, and his eyes glow crimson. A burst of white energy flashes across the ground as the soldiers are caught off guard, crying out in shock before being struck down. They barely have time to react before collapsing. The man mutters that using the soul mark will automatically return them to their posts with all memories of their deaths erased. He removes the marks calmly and looks ahead, remarking that the Dragon Kingdom is magnificent. His gaze follows the sky, where countless dragons soar majestically. A faint smile appears on his face as he asks if his companion feels excited or senses a familiar scent from home. He raises his arm and calls out the name Athos. In response, a colossal black dragon emerges, roaring thunderously as it takes to the sky with renewed vigor. The boy mounts the dragon and declares that they should look for any fortunate opponents nearby. Flying atop the mighty creature, he draws his sword as they enter the Dragon Valley. There, the white dragons awaken, releasing waves of pink and blue energy that ripple through the air. The ground trembles as stones are flung in every direction. A thunderous voice booms through the valley, mocking him for daring to appear before the dragon race. The blue energy intensifies, and a massive thunder dragon laughs as he accuses the boy of disturbing his domain. The boy braces himself as the energy surges toward him, realizing that escape is impossible. He steadies his resolve and tells himself that there is no reason other than the mission. The Thunder Dragon attacks, with his massive claws, roaring furiously as his energy crackles across the battlefield. The Black Dragon answers with its own roar, and the two mighty beasts clash. The land splits apart beneath their fury, while the sky flashes with light. The Thunder Dragon mocks the Black One, asking why a proud dragon would serve a mere human and whether it has forgotten the pride of its race. Rocks explode around them as the battle escalates. The boy rides through the chaos, flying swiftly like an arrow, shouting that the dragons themselves are no different since the strong always prey upon the weak. His words echo as he drives his sword into the Thunder Dragon's chest. The Thunder Dragon lets out a final roar as blood gushes from its mouth. The boy grins as his dragon descends beside him, and he says that they should share the meal together. The Black Dragon devours the heart of the Thunder Dragon, and the boy senses the surge of power flowing through him. He remarks that the Thunder Dragon's heart energy is immense, and that his affinity with the lightning element has increased greatly. He feels that he is now just short of mastering the lightning forbidden spell. The fallen dragon lies lifeless beneath him while he rests against its body, murmuring that this marks the 10th one. He examines his blade, realizing that the attributes of the devoured dragon's energy have reached their current limit. To grow further, he knows he must defeat an 8th-rank king-level dragon, but he admits that he is not yet capable of challenging a god-phase dragon. Deciding to bide his time, he stands as a glowing screen appears before him, displaying the stats of a 5-star 7th-rank hidden mission. He looks at the data intently and mutters that it mentions a holy dragon, something so rare that even the Global Beast Taming Association's database holds no record of it. And yet, by sheer chance, he has just encountered one. The scene opens as Hiro stands in front of the massive glowing screen, his eyes scanning the detailed data with focused intent. He recalls that normal giant dragons usually reach the diamond tier during their youth, and as he taps the screen thoughtfully, he continues that after undergoing several growth phases, they eventually ascend to the sun tier in their adult form. Even Otto's, the formidable black dragon bearing the ancient Devourer bloodline, had only managed to reach the star tier in his youth. As Hiro scrolls through the endless stats and figures about the dragon, he frowns and mutters that this particular Scar Dragon is actually Sun tier, which makes it a full 2 tiers higher than Otto's himself. Suddenly, the black dragon with burning red eyes rises behind him, and Hiro glances back with a smirk, asking if the dragon is getting jealous. He laughs lightly and assures him that he is not the kind of person who grows tired of old companions or constantly craves new ones. Besides, the quest requires him to slay the creature anyway. Hiro's mind begins to race as he speculates that the Scar Dragon must have devoured something strange to have fallen from its natural state. He wonders if it might be connected to those same rotten meat chunks, and if it drops one of those as well. Without hesitation, the dragon spreads its wings, soaring into the air, and Hiro leaps up after it, saying that they should go and take a look at that desolate land. The scene shifts as the black dragon lands near a barren riverbank while Hiro stands beside it, gazing over the bleak landscape where not even a single blade of grass grows. He remarks that the place truly deserves to be called a no-life zone. As he observes the thick smog gathering in the distance, he notices a shifting movement within it and realizes that something has noticed their presence. The black dragon lets out a deafening roar, and Hiro looks up in surprise, asking what is wrong since it is the first time he has ever seen the creature react this way. He mutters that if they are about to face a max-level sun-tier giant dragon, Otto's help may not be of much use and might even end up startling the beast. Determined, Hiro begins walking through the smoggy wasteland while black energy coils around him like a living aura. He turns to the dragon and tells it to return for now, saying that he will handle this giant dragon himself. As the red-eyed black dragon reluctantly retreats, a massive screen materializes before Hiro, displaying the stats of the approaching creature. It reads, Sun tier level 350 fallen scarred giant dragon with immense power that grows endlessly instead of adjusting to strength. The hero narrows his eyes at the monstrous figure in the distance and mutters that it is enormous, more than twice the size of Otto's, and its stats are almost comparable to gluttony. He questions if he can truly fight such a being and then pauses, realizing something unusual. He checks his own stats and feels an overwhelming surge of confidence as he notes that his health alone is over 5 times higher than the dragon's. The screen shows his stats at level 200, revealing immense power that never adjusts with strength, only gaining further boosts. The hero smirks, running his thumb across his lips, but despite his clear advantage, he reminds himself that he is still a very cautious person. Another screen flashes before him, showing his Reaper state, which amplifies all attributes by 20%, reduces mana consumption by 80%, and increases total damage output by 200%, while allowing him to wield the authority of the seventh original sin. Blue and golden energy burst from his arms as he declares that since this is a battle against a higher-level opponent, he will go all out and finish it quickly. Another screen flickers to life, displaying the effects of his extreme Dao dual cultivation, which states that for every 10 points of base strength, physical attack damage increases by 1.5%, and for every 10 points of base spirit, magical attack damage is amplified by another 1.5%. The Heart of the Dragon Slayer skill activates as well, allowing him to ignore all innate abilities of the dragon race, and amplifying his damage against them by 500%. The golden-eyed dragon looming in the distance glares down at Hero, while the red-eyed dragon beside him roars, white energy spiraling along its tail. Hero grips the red-eyed dragon's side, commanding it to stay still, and with a powerful shove, he pushes it away from the battlefield. The dragon ascends high into the sky, while the golden-eyed dragon opens its mouth, unleashing a torrent of deathly holy energy that glows in eerie blue. Hero raises his arms, chanting the release of a Tier 2 forbidden spell, as black energy spirals and crackles around him, forming a chain of raw destruction. He hurls the dark chains forward and shouts the name of his attack, Azure Flame, as the energy engulfs the dragon. The creature thrashes violently, roaring as Hero draws his sword and drives it upward to hold the dragon's massive jaws apart. Pink energy ripples around the beast, while white energy detonates behind Hero, the explosion blowing across the battlefield. Yet Hero stands firm amid the chaos, declaring with a hint of disbelief that a Sun-tier fallen scarred giant dragon boss with 14 billion HP has just been instantly killed by him. He admits that his damage output feels almost exaggerated and terrifying. With a confident grin, he states that it is time to devour the creature using his gluttony authority. As he channels the devouring energy, Hero suddenly freezes, his expression shifting to shock as he realizes the dragon is not completely dead. A vast shadow looms over him, and he looks up, wide-eyed, exclaiming in disbelief as a colossal dragon with blazing golden eyes descends upon him. Its roar is indescribable, shaking the earth itself. The system screen flickers one last time, but fails to display any details about the new entity. Staring up at the overwhelming presence, Hero's voice trembles as he wonders what on earth this thing truly is. The boy stands there in utter shock and exclaims that the creature's appearance is even more disgusting than before while none of its information is visible, making him wonder what kind of abomination it is. At that moment, the giant dragon rises with a terrifying presence, its forehead glowing with a pulsing purple energy. The dragon opens its massive mouth, revealing enormous teeth while its luminous eyes blaze with intensity. Suddenly, thick ropes begin to sprout from its limbs and surge toward the ground where the boy stands. The ropes tear through the land, shattering the terrain beneath him, and as they close in, he leaps into the air to protect himself. However, the ropes grow rapidly, surrounding him from every side. He struggles desperately to avoid them, but eventually fails as they coil around his body, slicing through him and completely restraining him in their grip. Shocked and overwhelmed, the boy lets out a painful cry that shakes the air, and through his roar of agony, the ropes suddenly shatter apart. In an instant, his form transforms into a giant version of himself. The dragon begins to charge green energy in its mouth and fires it toward him, yet the boy swiftly jumps and dodges the attack, the green mana crashing into the ground and spreading destruction. Glaring at the dragon, he declares that if that is all the creature can do, then it is now his turn to strike back. He sprints forward at incredible speed, almost like a jet tearing through the sky. Meanwhile, the dragon lifts its colossal body and unleashes a wave of pink energy that shoots outward like razor-sharp beams. The boy gasps at the sudden attack and calls out the name of his move, Inferno of Azure Flames. Golden energy, vast and blinding, erupts and splashes across the battlefield. Yet even with that power, the dragon endures. The creature roars violently, shaking the heavens, and the boy realizes in disbelief that his ultimate combo, combined with a forbidden spell, has only managed to shave off a quarter of its HP. As the dragon opens its mouth again, a horrifying sound echoes, a sacred yet dreadful voice that pierces through the air. The boy staggers, clutching his head, and groans that the sound is making his brain feel like mush. The system announces that he is suffering a special attack that reduces his sand value along with his strength, spirit, and agility by 10%. He gasps and questions in disbelief whether sand value isn't a stat associated only with legendary Cthulhu-type monsters, wondering if this mutated dragon has some connection to the Cthulhu mythos. The ropes once again extend from the dragon and strike toward him, wrapping around his midsection. He shouts that he cannot drag this battle out much longer, and although he is not afraid numerically, the side effects of the decreasing SAN value might kill him. Determined to end it before his fallen form and Reaper mode wear off, he raises his hand once more and unleashes another inferno of azure flames. The dragon roars louder, its fiery breath igniting the ground around it. The boy thrusts his hand forward, declaring that his lightning affinity is ready, and launches himself upward, shouting that it is time to take the creature's dawn life. His full power bursts forth as white energy surges toward the dragon, striking with tremendous force across its limbs, belly, neck, and wings. The dragon writhes and screams under the immense impact, while the system flashes on the screen that Fallen Form and Reaper mode are deactivated. The dragon gulps and staggers, barely standing, as the display shows that its health has dropped to 15% and the nascent Fallen Creation level is unavailable. Gritting his teeth, the boy mutters that just a little more effort will finish it. The dragon roars again, lifting its massive frame, preparing for one final strike. The boy raises his sword and says that it seems the dragon intends to end this in one breath, then calls upon Athos to unleash the power of the undead. Black energy starts to gather, swirling around the battlefield as several white dragons infused with pink energy materialize. The giant dragon opens its mouth wide, forming a sky-colored orb of energy, and releases a devastating blast. The explosion tears through the area, and the pink energy slams into the dragon's limbs, forcing it to scream in pain. The boy declares that it is over as the screen flashes the message of an advanced mana potion that restores 50% of mana with a cooldown of 60 seconds. He immediately leaps high with his sword drawn and drives a final, radiant strike down upon the dragon. The system displays messages in quick succession that Sent Fallen Creation has gained 130 million XP, 15 million gold, and several dropped items. Breathing heavily, the boy finally says that victory is his and admits that it has been a long time since he has struggled this much. As the pink energy dissipates and falls to the ground, he grumbles about these troublesome things again. Picking one up, he examines it and realizes that the rotten meat he had once fed to Athos has reappeared as a dropped item after the battle. Comparing both pieces, he notes that they seem to resonate with each other, but when nothing happens, he frowns in confusion and wonders what exactly they are. Moments later, the ground begins to rumble violently as black lines burst from beneath the surface. The boy senses a powerful aura rapidly approaching and questions if the battle just now has attracted a powerhouse from the dragon race. As a black dragon descends, he orders Athos to fall back, announcing their retreat. The black dragon roars fiercely, shaking the air, but soon after, a golden dragon lands heavily, spreading its gleaming wings. The golden dragon glances around and murmurs that perhaps it has arrived one step too late. The dying giant dragon groans in disgust, asking who could have slain such an abomination, and remarking that the one capable of doing so must possess formidable strength. The golden dragon narrows its eyes, feeling the lingering aura, and states that it recognizes it, declaring that nothing is impossible as its crimson eyes begin to glow with power. The scene opens as the boy places his foot firmly on the ground and demands to know who goes there, his tone sharp and commanding. The soldier standing behind him quickly turns toward him, startled by the sudden question. The boy immediately begins speaking again, declaring that black dragons are old and uncomplicated in the 11th Kingdom and that Ethos should take a rest this time. The giant dragon roars in response, its deep voice shaking the surroundings. Without hesitation, the boy commands the unleashing of all undead dragon threats upon the 11 royals. Instantly, a white dragon infused with pink energy activates, roaring fiercely as it launches a violent assault against the royals. Among them, a female shouts desperately, urging everyone to run for their lives, but a sudden voice rings out, ordering the royal guards to hold the line. The soldiers struggle as one of them cries out that the lightning is terrifying and impossible to stop. Another soldier yells to unleash the trashy attack and attract the enemy's attention, while one more warns that there might be poison in the air. Another quickly commands everyone to get out of the potion's range, and someone else invokes Zomaj's purity to cleanse the air. The chaos intensifies as the white dragon gets attacked by a royal warrior. At that moment, another gigantic creature, a skeletal dragon radiating green energy, emerges from the shadows. The boy clenches his fists and curses under his breath, realizing that these undead creatures refuse to die, concluding that there must be a necromancer nearby. He immediately orders his scouts to find the culprit, and the soldiers respond in unison, acknowledging him as their master. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, the boy observes the swirling pink and blue energy spreading across the land. He murmurs that it is not bad and that, as expected of the royal elite, the light from the dragon tattoo is dimming, signaling that Ethos's power is almost depleted. He knows that this gift will have to end here. The energy continues spreading, tearing through everything in its path while the white skeletal dragon's power expands outward. The boy mutters that next time the outcome might be permanent. As the dust settles, he narrows his eyes and demands to know who is there. Suddenly, a female voice answers, calm and steady, assuring him not to be nervous because she means no harm. She narrows her eyes as well and asks who he is. The boy glares at her, thinking with unease that he could not sense her presence at all. The mysterious woman speaks again, revealing that he came from the demon abyss. Shock flickers across his face as he straightens his stance and asks, so what? She does not react aggressively, but instead activates a glowing green energy and politely requests a favor. She explains that she needs him to deliver a letter to the demon abyss. The boy is visibly shocked and questions her intentions, asking why he should help if the device she carries is an elven weapon meant to harm the demon abyss, since doing so would make him her accomplice. She replies with quiet certainty that she is unsure whether he will help, but if he refuses, she will simply wait for the next demon who arrives. The boy then asks who the recipient is, and she gazes directly at him, stating that the letter is for the supreme king of the original sin and ruler of the demon abyss. The air trembles as energy swirls around her and the distant presence of the king. The boy is taken aback, thinking that her aura feels identical to the massive phantom that once stood behind the elf queen. He senses that her power is overwhelmingly vast, possibly divine rank, and wonders what her connection to the queen might be. The woman stands tall and composed as she asks if he still has any questions. The boy finally speaks, asking why she does not deliver the letter herself, pointing out that with her strength, she could easily do so. She calmly answers that she possesses no strength and is merely an ordinary elf. The boy's thoughts grow sarcastic as he considers that if her kind of power is ordinary, then beings like Lucifer and Lisa must also be average. She remains still and solemnly explains that for certain reasons she cannot leave this place, and that anything related to the custody bird must always be entrusted to others, for it has always been this way and remains so. The boy silently reflects that her claim is strange because the world gateways are now fully open, allowing even divine tier beings to cross freely. He concludes that she must be bound by some mysterious force, though he cannot imagine what kind of power could imprison someone like her. Finally, he agrees to help but warns her not to be lying. She bends slightly and extends her hand in gratitude, thanking him sincerely as she senses the aura intensifying above them. Urgently, she tells him to hurry and leave. The boy asks what about her, but she insists that he should not worry and should return to the abyss. The boy nods firmly, says farewell, and flies away on his dragon, vanishing into the horizon. As she watches him depart, she softly remarks that undead giant dragons are nothing but distant memories. The scene shifts to a group of soldiers arriving at the same spot, one of them declaring that the aura they sensed earlier definitely originated here. The perspective then transitions to a grand estate featuring a beautiful swimming pool where several figures are gathered. One of them addresses Her Majesty Martia, reminding her that she surely knows what the appearance of undead dragons signifies. He states that the only being capable of commanding undead dragons is the entity that once brought endless calamity and cast a shadow of fear across both the elven world and the dragon kingdom. Though its true name has long been erased from history, both elves and dragons still refer to it as the Ancient Devourer. Martia grits her teeth and mutters with dread that the legendary monster might truly be returning. In front of the ancient life tree of the elves, the elf queen asks her assistant how long it will be until the day of the divine's godbirth. The assistant replies that it will be 3 months, addressing her as Your Majesty, the elf princess. The queen then reflects that, recently, to investigate Carl's disappearance along with the artifact Marita connected to the world tree, she had also endured that maddening oracle of slaughter, which deceived her with a vision about the day of divine birth. She recalls those memories and extends her hand once again, declaring that a god will be born and awaken from the world tree, leading the 11 worlds in purging the evil of the demon abyss. A smirk forms on her lips as she continues that for centuries the god did not vanish but slumbered within the world tree, and once awakened, the elves shall reign over the 3 worlds. With joy, she adds that the dragon kingdom and the human world, devoid of gods, will inevitably kneel. Her assistant then asks what cleansing the evil in the oracle truly refers to. The queen glances at her with resentment and replies that both of them know the divine god is awakening to eliminate the existence that terrified the world tree and caused all disappearance. She states that humans can never subdue the supreme king of original sin within 3 months, nor manifest a god-tier being. Turning her gaze toward the towering human-built cities, she concludes that in 3 months, glory will descend upon the demon abyss, and the human world and the ancient world alike will tremble beneath the god's radiance. The scene shifts to a calm teleportation gate where no one stands, yet a lone figure approaches. He runs toward the gate, wondering where the guards have gone, remembering clearly that they were present when he first arrived. Confusion strikes as he questions why they vanished so suddenly and whether she is behind it. A half-cloaked figure steps through the gate, noting that judging by the situation, it doesn't appear to be a trap, and deciding to leave the rest of fate. Passing through the teleportation field, he looks towards something distant. This figure is none other than our hero. He emerges into a completely inverted world filled with flying machines, gunfire, and relentless chaos. He thinks that if he hadn't restrained Lucifer and the others, the human world would have already collapsed. Effortlessly, he leaps over towering 100-meter walls, lands inside, and swiftly investigates several locations. Eventually, he reaches the entrance to the demon abyss, where his hands begin to glow more intensely. Circling the area, he manifests a pattern through sheer mental focus. Then he notices a letter moving on its own and wonders why it is doing so, but quickly dismisses the thought, deciding that completing the advancement quest takes precedence. He resolves to face whatever it is only after turning in the quest. Later, our hero stands before the statue and commands the system to submit the 7th-tier quest. A heart-shaped light manifests before him, reporting the detection of a 7th-tier quest, confirming the completion of the 7th-tier quest job at the dam in Overlord's Dragon Banquet. His vitality tier upgrades, and his base attributes increase by 50%. The system grants him a base reward of 500 free attribute points, raising his level cap from 200 to 250. He consumes 1.3 billion experience points and levels up to 202. Our hero sighs, noting that only 300 million experience earned him 2 levels, realizing that reaching the maximum level will take longer this time. Still, advancing from Awakened to 7th-tier level 202 in less than a month remains impressively fast. The system then announces the acquisition of a passive dual empowerment, a strength-based gain that boosts physical power from 15 to 25%. Another passive, extreme dual cultivation, enhances physical damage from 1.5 to 2.5% for every 10 points of strength. Astonished, our hero examines his updated stats as his level, class, and attributes materialize before him. He reflects that his 6th-tier damage cap has risen from 10-fold to 20-fold, and that his base stats now surpass those of solar rank gluttony. With his gear and full strength, he can cleave through 8th-tier enemies, and soon, the 8th and 9th tiers, and even replacing the Supreme King of Original Sin, are within reach. The system then detects a quest item and instructs him to complete a hidden quest. A radiant glow forms a screen revealing that a job advancement has been unlocked, titled Holy Desecrator. The hero remains unaware of the significance of a hidden job advancement until the system confirms that the quest item scan and hidden quest are complete, officially unlocking the Holy Desecrator job. He acquired a new skill known as Desecration Blade, granting him control over unknown rotten flesh to forge it into an aberrant weapon called the Desecrator Blade. The system scans his inventory and identifies the unknown rotten flesh, explaining that the Desecration Blade's first effect is devastating flesh corrosion, inflicting flesh desecration that causes 2% health loss per second, while its second effect, potent mental corruption, inflicts mental desecration that causes 1% spirit loss per second. The system also grants him the skill Desecrator Form, allowing him to merge with the Desecration Blade and enter a form where his health points are doubled and all Desecration Blade effects are amplified. The health drained from enemies is temporarily absorbed by the user, but maintaining Desecrator Form consumes 1% spirit per second, and if spirit reaches 0, exiting the form becomes impossible. Instantly, an exoskeleton forms over the hero's body, and his sword begins to ooze with purple mana as his eyes glow crimson. Observing the blade, he assesses that with his current burst combat power, he can instantly eliminate 95% of all targets. Compared to that, the 2% health loss per second seems negligible and might even slow battles, though against sturdier foes or those with special resistance, percentage-based bleeding will prove devastating. However, the issue lies in spirit loss. If spirit drops to 0, it equals total mental collapse, turning him into a deranged madman too dangerous to control. The Desecrator Form, he concludes, must be used with utmost caution. Finally, he contemplates which unfortunate soul he should find next to test the blade upon. The scene shifts to the Abyss, 56th floor, upper right section, where chaos has already unfolded. A half-elf girl is pinned down, warned not to move, or she will be killed. She snaps back in anger, cursing the pervert to get off her. The man restraining her sneers and mocks that after wandering the abyss for so long, settling for a spider-like woman isn't too bad. The girl struggles to resist, but before he can continue, our hero appears and declares that he never expected people from Shiva Nation to be so depraved. The blue-skinned man turns to look at him, only for a blade to pierce straight through his heart before he can even react, blood gushing from his mouth. Writhing in pain, he meets the terrifying red gaze of our hero, who remarks that he will do perfectly for testing the desecration blade. The man crashes to the ground, trembling, unable to sense any trace of the hero's aura and wondering what kind of monster he is facing. Panic overwhelms him, and he begins to flee, thinking this opponent is far too strong to confront. As he runs, he spills his belongings and curses in confusion, realizing his health is rapidly dropping while his spirit is draining as well. He gulps down health potions one after another, desperate for recovery, but the bleeding effect refuses to fade, and he cannot comprehend where the mysterious spirit loss comes from. Suddenly, his veins begin to throb violently, his body twisting unnaturally as he screams that his head is splitting apart. From a short distance away, our hero watches calmly and notes that 20 seconds remain before the victim's spirit hits zero, eager to see the result. Then, from the wound where the sword pierced, grotesque tentacles burst outward, writhing across the man's flesh as he collapsed lifeless to the ground. The hideous growth spread through his entire body until, moments later, he rises again, now a deranged, zombified version of himself, laughing uncontrollably. The creature shambles toward our hero, who observes that, as expected, besides losing his sanity and descending into madness, the victim has also transformed into a monstrous abomination. With a hint of disgust, he notes that the creature's appearance is as vile as its corruption. Then, in a single elegant motion, a clean, powerful slash trails a faint pink light and cleaves the monster apart instantly. The mutated body collapses in segments, unable to grasp what has occurred. Looking down at the remains, our hero ponders why, after killing a demon professional, the body has not revived at the demon statue. He wonders if desecration has stripped it of the right to resurrection entirely. Our hero recalls a time when death in this world had already become nothing more than part of the game, long since stripped of its finality. When a professional dies, they are revived at their respective job temple, losing only experience and a level. Yet he himself has truly died 3 times. The two who perished under the black dragon Athos's flame of the world never returned, their resurrection confirmed impossible. He remembers one of them being brutally torn apart and the other burned into ashes, and the third, Ander, utterly annihilated by the correction ability. Looking back, he reflects that after leaving the Black Dragon Fortress, he sealed Athos's power. On one hand, the following enemies were no longer easily destroyed by Athos, and on the other, it prevented unnecessary trouble since he alone held the title of Black Dragon Tamer. Riding upon his dragon, he swept across the lands of Sifi. As he gazed upon his divine sword, he contemplated how the power of the desecration blade twisted the soul with a mental curse, altering life itself and erasing all ties to any faction, making the target truly killable. He recalls the moment he wielded twin axes and cleaved through 2 colossal beasts within seconds. Though the effect of this blade was not as simple or merciless as correction, the Crimson Moon Crystal Core remained a precious tool. After all, if an enemy could not be defeated through conventional combat, then the Desecration Blade would serve as the ideal alternative, perhaps even offering a chance to trigger the Twin Blade resonance. The scene shifts back to his home, where he announces his return. The ever-sweet Lilith rushes forward and embraces him tightly, welcoming him warmly and asking where he had gone this time. He tells her that he traveled to the Dragon Kingdom and took a quiet detour through the 11 kingdoms as well. Shocked, she exclaims that such a thing sounds insane and asks if he wasn't caught. He walks toward the sofa and assures her that it was fine since he was cautious all the way. Changing the topic, he asks whether silver-haired elves are common in her world. As she prepares tea, she replies that silver hair among elves is rare and that she has never seen one herself. He then asks about their eyes, mentioning emerald green. Lilith answers that only elves of royal blood possess green eyes, and the purer the royal lineage, the deeper the emerald hue, a trait belonging solely to the queen and the high priestess. The hero takes his cup of tea, reflecting on her words and thinking about the royal bloodline, noting that such elegance and noble temperament certainly matched the impression he had. Speaking of nobility, he observes that Lilith herself is the picture of a true princess, her expression and posture flawless as she gracefully sips her tea, perfectly composed and beautiful. But a moment later, she spits the tea out, claiming it is too hot. Amused, he mentally lowers her rating from a 10 to a 9. Leaving the room, he walks down the hallway, descending the stairs into a blackened chamber. He casts a barrier that prevents anyone with a spirit lower than his own from entering and declares the initiation of connection. At once, he descends into the body of the Abyss Lord seated upon his throne. Gazing at the sign glowing within his mind, he mutters that it is time to uncover the secret this letter conceals. As he throws it forth, a girl's form materializes out of the light. He realizes that the symbol itself has taken shape, manifesting as a living entity. The figure kneels gracefully and speaks with reverence, addressing him as the great sovereign of the abyss and the supreme king who governs original sin, affirming that he is indeed a true god. The hero, maintaining a calm and casual demeanor, addresses her as an elf and demands her name and purpose, still taken aback that she referred to him as a god. The elf lowers her head and introduces herself as Chloris Sivalea, goddess of growth and nature, ruler of the 11 worlds connected to the human realm. Hearing this, the hero recognizes the surname Sivalea as belonging to the royal family and recalls the name Chloris. Yet at that moment, another memory resurfaces, Sivalea's plea for help in killing Chloris. He remembers that the phantom within the dragon spirit's secret realm once spoke those same words, carved upon that mysterious stone tablet. Could it be that this goddess was the very one who had betrayed him? The grim scene flashes vividly in his mind. Breaking the silence, Chloris speaks again, explaining that she has come to seek his aid. The hero listens intently as she confides her request, to use his divine might to help her kill the other version of herself. The hero stands astonished, struggling to comprehend what she could possibly mean by such words. He recalls that the phantom in the dragon spirit's secret realm once spoke those exact words, as inscribed upon that mysterious stone tablet. Could it be that this 11 goddess, Chloris Sivalea, had once betrayed him? The thought conjures unsettling images in his mind. Yet before he can dwell on them, she speaks, declaring that she has come to seek his aid and requests his divine might to help her kill another version of herself. The hero remains utterly confused, unable to comprehend her meaning. Sensing his uncertainty, Chloris continues, explaining that as the supreme king and a true god who descended from another world, he must already know that beyond the domain of order exists chaos and disorder. There lies the realm of the outer gods, beings of calamity, corruption, and despair. Among them is an evil entity known as the Mother Tree, which has already descended upon the sacred tree of the 11 world and begun incubating another version of herself, one who serves the Mother Tree's will. Her goal, Chloris explains, is to replace her entirely, seize control of the 11 world, and extend that corruption into the other realms as well. Her strength continues to grow, and soon she will emerge from the sacred tree fully formed. If she is not stopped, humanity, the divine bird, and even the abyss itself will fall to the invasion of the chaotic evil gods. Chloris pleads earnestly, begging for his intervention. Listening to her words, the hero silently reflects that while he suspected she might be connected to the Elven Queen, the revelation that she is an actual goddess changes everything. He finds himself baffled by her talk of chaos gods and this so-called Mother Tree, concepts entirely foreign to him. How is he supposed to respond to something he has never even heard of? For a moment, he clenches his fist to steady himself, reminding his mind to stay calm. As long as he does not reveal any cracks in his composure, she will not notice his lack of understanding. After all, she has come to him for help. The initiative remains firmly in his hands. This may even be an opportunity to extract valuable information. Collecting himself, he finally speaks, telling her that before giving an answer, he has one question of his own. Addressing her directly, he asks whether she has ever encountered the corrector. Her eyes widen instantly, her expression freezing in disbelief as her mind blanks out, unable to grasp what he truly means by that question. Sensing the meaning behind her silence, our hero asks if she has never met the corrector. After a long pause, she lowers her gaze and replies that she would never dare to conceal the truth from the Supreme King, admitting that she truly cannot recall such an encounter. She explains that the other self born within the sacred tree was split from her original being, and perhaps that fragment carried away part of her memory. The hero, however, doubts her explanation, thinking that amnesia is a weak excuse and wondering if a deeper conspiracy lies hidden within that colossal sacred tree. Breaking the silence, his voice resonates through the throne hall as he asks what she will offer in return if he chooses to assist her. Without hesitation, she produces an ancient scroll glowing with divine markings and declares that she is willing to form a divine contract with him. From this moment onward, she vows to become his subordinate, overseeing the 11 worlds under his authority and offering 70% of all faith power gathered there as tribute. The hero's eyes widen at the generosity of her proposal, realizing that 70% of faith energy is an immense concession. Rising from his throne, he regards her with a measured expression and remarks that once he regains his full strength, he could simply devour her world instead. Extending his hand slowly, he fixes his gaze upon her and commands her to give him one good reason to help her at all. She kneels deeply, her voice steady yet respectful, stating that from what she knows, he currently exists in a state of profound weakness. Though he retains his divinity, he lacks true divine power. Under the blessing of the Mother Tree, she warns, he might barely match her strength. In an instant, our hero steps forward, appearing right before her face, his gaze sharp as he asks whether she is threatening him. Taken aback, she freezes, unable to respond at first, then hastily raises her hand in deference, insisting that she would never dare. She clarifies that she merely speaks the truth, warning that if he were to fall, the entire abyss itself could become an offering to the Mother Tree. She implores him to consider the matter carefully. Our hero reflects silently, troubled by her words. That weakened debuff, could it truly be this severe? And what of the supposed one-third recovery he possesses? What does that even mean? The situation grows increasingly complex. To regain control of the conversation, he asks how much power she still possesses and what must be done to destroy her counterpart. Chloris responds that nearly all her strength has been detained, leaving her only with the divine authority of realms. Though she cannot exert true divine power, she has been secretly nurturing the faith of original sin throughout the 11 worlds. Once enough belief has accumulated, she will be able to open the path for him to descend directly into her world. When that time comes, she pleads for him to crush the false goddess within her cradle. Her explanation leaves him momentarily blank, yet he admits that it sounds simple enough. Bowing once more, she says her remaining power will soon fade entirely. If he is willing to bestow salvation upon her, she will offer a divine contract in exchange. Our hero takes the scroll from her grasp and declares his acceptance. She expresses her gratitude, thanking him sincerely for granting her salvation. As he reads the document, he notes that although he has never seen anything like it before, the divine nature of the contract is unmistakable. Its sacred authority allows no deceit, governed entirely by the laws of divine order. The pact states that Chloris Sivalea willingly becomes the vassal of the supreme king of original sin, pledging to rule the 11 realms in his name, surrender 70% of their faith power each moon, and assist him in slaying the false god within the sacred tree. He acknowledges that the wording matches her earlier explanation perfectly. Then his eyes catch an additional clause declaring that as the greater god, the supreme king of original sin may revoke the contract at any time. Realizing this, he concludes that she is indeed being truthful. Yet something feels off. His name is missing from the signature field. He questions whether he needs to sign it manually. Chloris smiles faintly, and before he can act, the scroll activates on its own. A surge of divine energy fills the air as the contract takes effect. The hero stands momentarily stunned by what just occurred, wondering if his title as Supreme King of Sin overlapped with hers and caused a system glitch. Has he just gained a free divine contract, or is there a hidden consequence waiting beneath it? Overwhelmed, he mutters that it is too much to process and decides to consult Lucifer. Summoning her instantly, he explains the situation. Lucifer listens closely, repeating his words about divinity before remarking in confusion that authority is granted by him, yet divine power itself cannot be confined. She questions the very concept of divinity and admits that even she does not fully understand where such an essence originates. Our hero realizes that even this goofy Lucifer knows nothing useful. Changing his tone, he calmly tells her that he has only just awoken from a long slumber and that his memories are hazy, so she should pay it no mind. Lucifer immediately kneels, her wings trembling, and begs forgiveness for her insolence, saying that she failed to consider his condition and asking to be punished. He waves a hand dismissively, telling her that it is fine and that she may go. Once she vanishes, he exhales in relief, thinking that it was close, and he almost blew his cover. He leans back on the throne, lost in thought, realizing that a being who reaches the divine tier after the 9th turn is only then considered a true god. Even someone as powerful as Lucifer still has a vast gap between her and a real deity. He admits to himself that Chloris's warning was not idle talk, and that if he is not careful, he might truly crash and burn in the 11th world. Focusing again, he raises his hand, forming a dense, sticky black mass above his head. Deciding that the information gathered is enough for now, he resolves to continue making progress on the reverse and divine artifact. The black mist begins swirling through the throne room, coiling across the marble and dark steel like a living shadow before condensing into a single point. He calls forth Mammon, Lord of Greed. The mist roils violently, taking shape with sharpened claws, fanged jaws, and burning emerald eyes. A massive wolf beast emerges from the darkness, bowing deeply before him and declaring his resurrection with reverence, praising the great and supreme king. System notifications echo in his mind, revealing that Mammon, the Lord of Greed, is a demigod entity with 120 million in health points, with strength, spirit, and agility each exceeding 100,000, possessing traits such as Cyanide Body, Abyssal Horde, and Greed Incarnate. Our hero muses silently that Mammon was once the Lord of Sin guarding the 200th floor. His raw strength may be slightly below Samuel's, but his spirit attribute is remarkable, reaching nearly 300,000. Still, the key to his true power lies in the king's offering. Mammon lowers his head and pledges that he will spare no effort to fulfill his master's will. Seated on his throne, the hero rests his chin on his hand and commands Mammon to open his vault. Mammon obeys immediately, stepping aside and gesturing with a clawed hand as a colossal door materializes behind him, groaning open to reveal a blinding hoard of treasures beyond imagination. With pride in his voice, Mammon announces that this is his vault and invites the Supreme King to take whatever pleases him. Inside Mamun's vault, there are pure gold items everywhere, stacks of coins reaching meters high, and even golden swords shining in the dim light. Mamun addresses the hero as king and politely asks what kind of treasure he seeks, even offering a recommendation. The hero casually refuses and decides to choose on his own. He looks around and realizes most of the equipment here is Blazing Sun tier or Glorious Moon tier. The number is huge, and Mamun must have collected them for ages. But for the hero now, these rewards feel a bit too basic, nothing too exciting. Then something catches his eye. He pauses, staring ahead while Mamun quietly observes him. A strange object glows brightly, visible even from a great distance. The hero turns to Mamun and asks about it. Mamun lifts his hand, and the shining structure floats into his palm. It takes the shape of a square, with eerie glowing eyes carved into it. The moment Mamun holds it, the structure unfolds, revealing a bright object inside. Mamun explains proudly that the hero has chosen well. This is a demigod artifact, known as the Gift of Nothingness, one of the finest treasures in the vault. The system notifies our hero that the Gift of Nothingness is a demigod artifact that keeps the wearer unseen unless a god looks directly at them. It greatly raises spirit and allows the user to move in perfect stealth until they attack. Only those with far stronger spirit can notice the effect, and it slowly drains mana. Its true power forms a complete veil, where no attack can touch the wearer if the enemy is below the divine level, though it costs massive mana to keep active. Our boy starts thinking that his current base spirit is over 54,000, which barely meets the requirement to use the artifact. He calculates his current mana pool and realizes he can maintain the Walk of Nothingness for about 30 minutes and the Forced Nothingness state for 8 seconds. It becomes clear that this is top-tier power for stealth assassination and survival. He acknowledges it as an excellent gain. Mamun bows proudly and expresses that satisfying his king is his greatest honor while asking if there is anything else required. The hero turns away, stating that this will be all. He then stops and looks over his shoulder at Mamun and informs him that his value ends here. Mamun's voice shakes with concern as he questions why he would be killed again right after being resurrected. A dark sphere of energy forms in the hero's palm. He explains that words are no longer needed and that Mamun will now become his strength and return to the darkness to avoid being summoned again. The dark power surges forward. Mamun closes his eyes and accepts his fate while saying he will obey his king's will. The energy wraps around him and lifts him upward until he disappears. A system notification appears to the hero announcing that he has defeated the Lord of Sin and earned 11.4 billion experience. His level rises to 217. Notifications fill the screen in front of him, and he checks each reward with steady focus. He receives the flesh essence of the Lord of Sin Greed Mammon, which gives 10,000 spirit points when consumed. That alone is a huge boost to his power. Next, he gains the source of the demon of Greed Mammon, which protects him from demonic erosion on the first 200 floors of the abyss. The last item is the demonic eye of Greed Mammon, which increases his luck and improves rare equipment drops. He scrolls through the window as his crimson glow reflects over the golden light. He sees he only gained 16 levels, and the growth is slowing as he gets stronger. The same 3 rewards keep showing up, which means they are fixed drops from this demon lord. The hero falls silent, deep in thought. After a moment of reflection, he comes to a decision. He lets out a sigh, realizing that luck hasn't favored him once again. No reverse sin artifact drops this time, and his dark soul source power dwindles to nearly 1/3. He begins to walk, deciding not to resurrect any more lords of sin for the moment. There are other ways to gain experience. Raising his finger, he channels his remaining power, and the system confirms the consumption of 1/6 of his dark source energy to execute an 8th-tier Abyss Demon. The prompt follows. He earns 10.6 billion experience and levels up to 227. After consuming a potion, he returns to his human form and steadies himself. His spirit strength now approaches 70,000, and with a boost from Reaper mode, even a 9th-turn demigod-tier mage like Augustus would struggle to detect his stealth. He turns his gaze forward, confident that it's time to deal with Tokugawa. Alter and Amino have already fallen. Tokugawa is next. His words carry weight, for a massive spirit form emerges before him. It is Tokugawa himself, declaring that he shows no mercy to those who attempt to frame or betray him. The scene shifts to the Sakura Nation, inside a grand residence where Lord Shogun, a man with a thick mustache, seethes with anger. He slams his palm on the table, furious over the recent events. The cursed Lord of Wrath has struck again, claiming yet another life. That makes it the 4th death, and he's already lost over 100 levels. Rage boils inside him. He snatches up a cup, his expression twisting in frustration. The question burns in his mind. Why is Longxia being allowed back into the Abyss Crusade Alliance after everything? Years of effort spent manipulating the elves, all to turn them against Longxia, now wasted. The cup shatters in his grip, fragments scattering across the floor. His anger only grows as he recalls the latest development. Instead of retaliating after Lucifer's assault on their delegation in Longxia, the elves now seek reconciliation. They're even warning Longxia to hide its secret realm. Tang Zhan survives yet again, still climbing in strength, while Shogun's plans fall apart. He clenches his fists, overwhelmed by confusion and rage, unable to understand what's really happening. A knock echoes through the hall, and a voice from outside announces an urgent report. Shogun, still fuming, allows the messenger to enter. The man steps in quietly, his movements sharp and precise, resembling more an assassin than a servant. Dropping to one knee, he bows his head and speaks with caution. He mentions hearing the noise from inside, and asks if his lord is unharmed. Shogun waves off the concern and orders him to speak. The man delivers his message, news from the border. A newly discovered high-level secret realm has emerged between their nation and Longxia. Initial reconnaissance confirms that it houses a demigod-tier boss. Shogun narrows his eyes and demands to know the exact location. Is it within their subcoronation territory or Longxia's domain? The assassin replies that it lies roughly in the middle, but slightly closer to Longxia. Moving toward the window, Shogun gazes out with a cold smirk. He knows most of Longxia's experts have already departed for the 11th world. To him, that means only one thing. The secret realm now belongs to Sakura Nation. The scene shifts between Longxia and the border of Sakura Nation. A portal opens in the sky. On a giant bridge, there are two forces standing against each other. Then they get near each other in full fury, while the sky turns dark, crackling with light. One leader named Dongshan tells Sakura troops what they think they are doing by standing against Longxia. The other leader from Sakura Nation, Okita Kagoro, snaps back, saying what it looks like. They are running the dungeon, and if they have a problem with that. The woman appears out of nowhere and says Sakura, people must be joking. According to the rules set by the World Council, this secret realm belongs to Longxia. The Sakura Nation has no claim to it. Two dudes start to laugh at her, saying the world doesn't work like that, and from now on, she must be conscious of her words. With a flicker of his wrist, he shoots his weapon towards the girl. Its sharp blade swung towards the girl, and she could only raise her arm in defense. Suddenly, a hand flashes towards her and catches the blade with just 2 fingers, surprising her. It's Dongshan who catches it and says the assassin is a disgrace, questioning how a so-called warrior could strike at a child. The assassin, after firing his blade, turns away in mock disappointment and gives a condescending thumbs down. But before he can take another breath, a streak of yellow light shoots across and pierces his head, killing him instantly. The Sakura warriors immediately react, pointing at the old man in outrage. They accuse him of killing one of their own and demand to know if he intends to start a war within the Sakura Nation. Their shock deepens as they realize the truth. The old man's single strike has just killed an 8th-turn powerhouse in an instant. The warriors whisper among themselves, wondering if this old man is perhaps a 9th-turn powerhouse. The old man raises his arm, and a surge of blue light flashes across the battlefield, cutting through the air with incredible speed. In an instant, a massive barrier forms between both sides. Above them, the dark gate remains open, drawing in lightning and energy. The old man stands firm and declares through his actions that he does not care about anything else, but anyone who dares to cross the line he has drawn will die. Lord Tokugawa recognizes Dongshan and remarks that it has been a while, then eyes the girl at his side and identifies her as Tang's daughter, asking if his assumption is correct. Dongshan responds by questioning Lord Tokugawa's purpose in arriving with such a show of force. Lord Tokugawa answers curtly that his meaning is simple and demands that they get lost. Immediately after, he channels his mana with such intensity that the ground ruptures and violent waves of energy surge forward. The defensive line Dong has drawn collapses completely beneath that onslaught, and half of Dongshan's power is slammed backward by the sheer force of Tokugawa's thrust. Dongshan states that Tang is not present and asserts that no one in Longsha can stop him, then warns that if Tokugawa is wise he should take the girl and leave, or Dongshan will send him to meet the god of death. Dongshan draws his sword as energy crackles around him and issues a final threat that if Dong does not leave with Miss Tang now, he will be forced to escort him to the afterlife. Old Dong fires back right away, saying Tokugawa better not try to act tough with that weak power level of his. He tells him to quit bluffing and call out the real ninth-turn powerhouse hiding behind him instead. As Dong walks forward, bright energy starts swirling around his body, glowing like he's ready to explode. Tokugawa's face twists in anger at Dong's words. He yells that Dong still dares to run his mouth, even with death staring him down. Tokugawa shouts again, asking who could possibly stop him now that Tang Zhan is gone. Just as he gives the order to slaughter the Longsha warriors, a sharp weapon suddenly bursts through his body from behind. Shocked, Tokugawa whips around, trying to see who dared stab him, but there's no one there. Grunting in rage, he unleashes one of his signature moves, Secret Art, 99-fold rendering slash. Even with his injuries, his blade whirls so fast that it tears through the air, splitting the ground open and filling the place with thick smoke. Tokugawa pants heavily, scanning the haze and muttering in disbelief, wondering who attacked him when there was clearly no one behind. Tokugawa clutches his bleeding wound, his mind racing. He realizes that from the moment he was injured to when he drew his blade, barely half a second had passed. No one, not even Tang Zhan, should have been able to dodge his blade array in that short time. But something feels off, like his attack didn't hit anything at all. He stares into the smoke ahead and calls out to Dong, accusing him of sending an assassin from Longsha. He insists that even he couldn't sense that person's presence. Tokugawa's tone hardens as he questions whether that's really true, saying that even if it was some stealth expert, their strength is clearly lacking. He scoffs, claiming that kind of attack isn't enough to kill someone like him. But then his expression changes. Sweat starts dripping down his face, and veins bulge across his skin. He mutters that something isn't right. His health is still dropping. In panic, he pulls out 2 recovery scrolls, using both instant heal and purification effects at once. When nothing happens, he checks his system prompts in disbelief, mumbling that there's no effect at all and wondering if he's been cursed. Suddenly, small, wriggling worms begin crawling out from under his skin, even from his eyes. Horrified, Tokugawa screams for his mages to heal him, to use every recovery and dispel spell they have. They rush to help, casting everything they can, but the bleeding won't stop. His knees buckle, his strength fading fast, and he gasps out in confusion. Why aren't any spells working, and what kind of curse could do this? Before anyone can answer, black tentacles burst from his body, his arms twisting into grotesque shapes. He lets out a terrifying scream as the corruption spreads, his body overtaken by something dark and viral. Panic spreads instantly among the people surrounding Lord Shogun. Voices rise in confusion, some shouting his name, others demanding to know what's wrong with him. The Shogun himself screams in agony as grotesque, flesh-like tentacles erupt from his body, coiling tightly around his torso. His arms and legs flush an unnatural red, veins bulging as something clearly takes control from within. Without warning, one of the writhing tentacles shoots outward like a spear, punching straight through one of his own warriors. The man doesn't even have time to scream before his body collapses lifelessly to the ground. By now, the symbiotic creature has completely overtaken the Shogun's face and eyes, erasing any trace of the man he once was. He turns toward one of the sect's young girls. She stumbles backward, trembling, begging him to stay away. Just as he raises a tentacle toward her, a strange yellow energy slams into the back of his neck with overwhelming force. A split second later, a massive explosion erupts from the distance, shaking the ground beneath everyone's feet. The one responsible steps forward calmly. Izanagi Hideki, a level 300 buddy, narrows his eyes as he observes the Shogun. He declares that this appears to be a curse unlike anything he has ever seen. Even his highest-tier dispel abilities are completely ineffective. With a grim tone, he announces that there is no other option. The Shogun must be killed first. Once he revives, his body should return to normal. He orders all nearby warriors to retreat and begins walking toward the Shogun himself. Before he can get close, the symbiont reacts violently. The tentacles multiply and spread in all directions, thrashing wildly. The warriors instinctively pull back, unwilling to get any closer. At that moment, A priest steps forward and activates his spell. Chains of light burst forth, wrapping tightly around the shogun's body. One by one, the tentacles are forced into submission, pinned and suppressed by the binding magic. Nearby, a young girl watches with clenched fists and asks her elder in a shaky voice what they should do next. Elder Mo responds calmly, saying they will simply observe. This is internal conflict of the Sakura nation, and they have no reason to interfere. The priest then pulls out a yellow scroll and begins a summoning ritual. The air trembles as a massive creature materializes directly in front of the bound shogun. With overwhelming force, it swings downward, smashing into him like a falling mountain. Smoke and debris explode outward, obscuring everything. Tears stream down the priest's face as he waits. When the smoke finally clears, his heart sinks. The shogun is still standing. He takes a step forward and releases a deafening howl that echoes across the battlefield. Not a single wound mars his body. The attack hadn't affected him at all. Another chain shoots out, followed by several more as multiple disciples rush in, binding the shogun even tighter. Someone shouts that it's time to finish this. The sect master raises his sword high above his head, pouring everything into one decisive strike. The blade crashes down with terrifying power, cleaving through the shogun's body. Blood erupts violently as his form splits apart. The strange symbiotic creature begins to melt away, peeling off like corrupted flesh, dissolving into nothing. Yet even as his body is segmented, it remains disturbingly intact. The warriors freeze in place, staring in horror at what lies before them. The elder turns to the priest, his voice tense, asking why the body isn't disappearing and what is truly happening. The priest opens his system window and stiffens. His face drains of color as he stares at the information in disbelief. He mutters that he needs to contact the job-changing temple immediately. Moments later, his expression twists even further. With a shaken voice, he asks if it's really true that the shogun didn't revive. Completely stunned, the priest can only offer one possibility. Perhaps the shogun had respawned at another temple. When the report comes back that none of the temples have detected even the faintest trace of his life signature, the priest finally understands the truth. This isn't a delayed revival. This isn't some hidden mechanic. This is truly the end. The shogun is dead, permanently erased, his body having dissolved into that grotesque creature. The realization leaves him momentarily frozen, unable to believe what has just occurred. Around him, the atmosphere shifts. Warriors begin turning their heads toward the priest, their eyes burning with rage and accusation. Sensing the hostility, the priest stiffens and demands to know why they are staring at him like that. He raises his voice, insisting that he never intended to harm the shogun. They had all agreed on this course of action. No one could have predicted that the shogun wouldn't revive after death. Then, without hesitation, he points toward the Longxia group, declaring that this must be their doing. He accuses them of wielding some forbidden power, a method capable of permanently killing the shogun. A Longxia girl immediately snaps back, fury blazing in her eyes. She shouts that the accusation is utter nonsense and demands to know whose eyes supposedly witnessed Longxia killing him. They don't even know who the true assassin was, let alone how the shogun ended up like this. The priest scoffs and fires back, asking who else it could possibly be. The shogun died on the border, during conflict with Longxia over the secret realm. No one, he claims, would ever believe their denial. Elder Mo finally speaks, his voice cutting through the rising chaos. He asks the priest what he is really trying to do. The priest merely smirks, saying he has no obligation to explain anything. They'll find out soon enough. With that, he activates his spell, light enveloping him as he vanishes back to his domain. The Longxia girl turns to her elder, unease written all over her face, admitting she has a very bad feeling about this. Elder Mo nods grimly, sharing her fear. Whatever the priest is planning, it's clearly something dangerous. Back in the priest's domain, a disciple approaches respectfully and asks about the next step. With Tokugawa dead, the priest now stands as the acting shogun, and the disciple immediately pledges his loyalty. The priest acknowledges that the shogun's death is a severe blow to their nation, but calmly adds that it may become an even heavier blow to Longxia. When asked how, the priest explains that if the world comes to believe Longxia possesses a method to permanently kill professionals, they would instantly be labeled an enemy by every nation. Who, he asks, would tolerate such a power existing freely? Once isolated, no matter how strong Longxia might be, its eventual downfall would be inevitable. The elder listening nearby reflects silently. The logic is sound. To this day, all nations fear the Crimson Moon, because aside from scarlet withering, it is the only phenomenon known to cause permanent death among professionals. If rumors spread that Longxia wields a power similar to scarlet withering, the world would turn on them without hesitation. Even if the truth later emerges, the damage would already be done. Longxia would be weakened, stripped of its former influence and strength. The priest's smile deepens as he declares his intent to spread the news of the Lord Shogun's murder and permanent death across the entire world. He will put on full display, ensuring everyone understands Longxia's supposed threat, its strangeness, and its terror. And if the Lord Shogun's spirit is still watching from somewhere beyond, the priest believes that knowing his death will lead to Longxia's downfall would surely earn his approval. The moment news of Tokugawa's death spreads across the world, the entire globe is thrown into chaos. Shock ripples through every nation. Cities erupt with discussion, disbelief, and fear as people scramble to verify whether the impossible has truly happened. Behind the scenes, governments quietly begin dispatching spies, closely monitoring Sakura Nation professionals, watching for any sign of abnormal movement. At the June Guild, whispers fill the air. Someone mutters that it looks like the Sakura brats finally got what they deserved. A girl quickly hisses at a kid to lower his voice, reminding him that walls have ears. The group belongs to the Tianji Pavilion. One of the handlers waves it off, telling him to relax, then turns to the manager with a sigh, asking why they had to bring this escort team along again. The white-haired manager explains calmly that tensions between the two nations are escalating. Since they're operating undercover without filing formal notice, proper protection is necessary. Union happens to be the most reputable A-rank guild in the city, making them ideal as escorts. The brown-haired girl nods and responds politely, saying they appreciate the trust and will do everything they can. A white-haired girl suddenly speaks up, mentioning that she heard Su Yang is part of their guild and asks how he's doing these days. The other two girls fall silent and glance at her without answering. A pink-haired girl continues chewing her food and casually explains that ever since they encountered him outside that dimension, they haven't seen him again. No one knows where he went. The little girl adds that his guild status has been grayed out for a long time now, and they haven't been able to contact him at all. The girl who asked nods softly, saying she understands. She starts to say something else, then stops herself and mutters that it's nothing. The pink-haired girl's eyes light up immediately. She grins and says she smells gossip, asking if there's something going on between her and Su Yang. The girl denies it bluntly, saying of course not, and turns to walk away. The pink-haired girl hurriedly follows after her, pestering her to open up and be honest. Irritated, the girl snaps back and tells her to mind her own business. Watching from the side, the manager falls into thought. Ever since losing Su Yang, this girl has been training relentlessly, taming one dragon after another, all for the sake of challenging him again someday. But Su Yang vanished after that incident in the Elf Kingdom, and his disappearance has been gnawing at her ever since. The manager can't help but wonder where Su Yang, the Tianling's rising star, has gone. Later that night, the girl announces that they've arrived at the memorial hall. The other two are still eating, their hands never leaving their food. Strangely, no matter how much they eat, the food never seems to diminish. Inside the memorial hall, an elder is already seated, quietly waiting for them. A coffin rests at the center of the hall. The moment they see it, they understand. It contains Tokugawa's corpse. Shock flashes across their faces. Putting his body on public display like this feels excessive, even grotesque. Both the manager and the old man exchange heavy looks. Neither of them has ever seen a death like this recorded anywhere before. The manager finally speaks, asking whether this was the real objective all along. First spreading rumors and slander, then using such a shocking display to steer public opinion, turning Longxia into the focus of global suspicion and criticism. The old man looks at the manager and questions him quietly, asking whether the leaders of the other factions are truly fools. Would they really believe a one-sided story coming from Sakura Nation alone? If Longxia genuinely possessed the power to permanently kill professionals, then why would they have hidden such a terrifying ability until now? The manager answers calmly that the truth no longer matters. What matters is making the other major powers believe that Longxia might possess such a method. As long as Longxia cannot conclusively prove its innocence, even a 41% possibility is more than enough to draw suspicion and trigger layered suppression from multiple sides. He adds that this plan was deliberately executed only after War God Tang disappeared. Calling it what it is, he admits it's a vile, insidious scheme. The scene shifts back to the priest's domain. His room is deathly silent. Standing alone, he wonders whether Longxia has already become the target of the entire world. In his mind, it won't be long before nations begin hunting them down, allowing Sacrifice Nation to rise in their place. The man kneeling before him praises him openly, saying it is all thanks to the Lord's brilliant planning, and that he is destined to become the greatest figure in Sacrifice Nation's history. The priest smiles inwardly. Destroying Longxia while summoners simultaneously eliminate Tokugawa truly is killing two birds with one stone. A plan of this caliber could only come from someone like him. Once Longxia's territory is slowly devoured, ruling the world will be well within reach. Just then, hurried footsteps echo through the hall. A man rushes in, panic written all over his face, and reports urgent bad news. The priest frowns and asks what it is, scolding him for losing his composure. The man quickly bows and reports that demons have attacked the exhibition hall where the shogun's remains are being displayed. The situation is chaotic, and they urgently need orders. The priest rises to his feet, his expression darkening, and demands to know how many demons have appeared. The man answers shakily that there are only two. In the next instant, the priest drives his knee into the messenger, sending him flying, berating him for panicking over just two demons. He demands to know whether there aren't countless guards stationed there, and asks if they are all completely useless. The man crashes to the ground, but forces himself to speak, gasping that those two demons are extraordinarily powerful. The guards were utterly helpless. He adds one final detail, his voice trembling, saying that one of them has 6 pairs of black wings. The priest freezes. 6 pairs of black wings. He repeats the words under his breath, his eyes widening as a horrifying possibility forms. Could it be the Lord of Pride, Lucifer? The moment the name is spoken, panic erupts throughout the hall. Voices cry out in fear, urging the acting shogun to decide quickly, declaring that the situation is critical. Now standing as the acting shogun, the priest forces himself to think. According to all known analysis, demons weaken once they leave the abyss and cannot remain in the mortal world for long. If they simply avoid direct confrontation, Lucifer would eventually be forced to withdraw. However, showing too much weakness now could severely damage future diplomacy, especially when the entire world is watching their every move. He gives his orders coldly. Since those demons dare to defile the shogun's corpse, the Tokugawa family guards will be the ones to confront them and die with honor. As for the rest, they are to follow him and wait. He says they will move when the time is right. Among the crowd, one man lowers his gaze, his heart turning cold as he realizes the truth. The priest isn't just avoiding responsibility. He's using the demons to wipe out the remaining Tokugawa forces. Truly ruthless. Just then, an overwhelming presence crashes down upon the battlefield, crushing the tension like fragile glass. Someone has arrived. Their hero. His aura alone forces everyone to stiffen. He speaks calmly, yet his words cut deep, saying Sakura Nation really has some nerve, trying to provoke the entire world into turning against Longxia. Behind him, wings of darkness unfold as Lucifer stands silently, his presence suffocating. The hero continues, saying that if someone dares to commit an act, then they must bear the consequences themselves. His achievements will never be shared, but neither will this blame ever fall upon Longxia. The hero scans the area and scoffs, noting that none of Sakura Nation's top powerhouses bothered to show themselves. He calls them cowards, mocking how they hide like turtles behind their board. He states flatly that the enemies here have already been dealt with, and when he looks down at their mangled bodies, he remarks that this pitiful end suits them perfectly. He points at one of them and tells him to get up. The dragon has already been killed, its massive body lifeless on the ground. One man still clings desperately to the dragon's claw, barely breathing, pretending to be dead. The hero asks him calmly if he truly believes that playing dead will save him. Trembling, the man begs for his life. The hero asks where their current boss is and why they dare to send insignificant trash like them instead. The man hurriedly explains that the acting shogun is nothing but a dead bastard. The priest seized power for himself and ordered the Tokugawa clan to fight, treating them all as disposable pawns. Hearing this, the hero's expression darkens. In his mind, the priest is just another scoundrel like Tokugawa, perhaps even more sinister and despicable. He wonders why Sakura Nation keeps producing leaders this rotten. He turns his head slightly and asks Lucifer if he senses anything strange. Lucifer replies that there is nothing unusual at all. He adds that the priest likely didn't take part in the Abyss invasion earlier. The hero walks closer to the wounded man and says it seems their real target won't be showing up today. Still, even if the target hides, what must be done will still be done. With that, he raises his sword, Bomband, its presence alone sending a chill through the air. The man behind him struggles to his feet, panic filling his eyes, and hesitantly asks what he is doing to his summoned beast. The answer comes immediately. Blood splatters in all directions as the beast lets out a horrifying growl. From its head, grotesque symbiotic tentacles begin to emerge. Its body swells unnaturally, trembling violently as the tentacles force their way out through its mouth. With the help of that freakishly strange creature, the hero finally subdues and tames the beast. He turns back to the man and tells him he should feel lucky. He explains calmly that he doesn't enjoy slaughtering the innocent. Then he adds one final line, his voice cold and absolute. Except when it comes to humans. As the dragon becomes completely overtaken by the symbiotic creature, it lets out a furious roar and spreads its massive wings wide, shaking the air around it. The hero glances back briefly and gives a simple signal. It's time to leave. They're finished here. Lucifer watches the scene with mild surprise and remarks that this is really it, admitting that he expected the hero to slaughter far more people. The hero replies calmly that he bears no personal grudge against them and sees no reason to do so. Lucifer then mentions the rats lurking in the shadows, the ones spying from afar, and asks why the hero isn't dealing with them as well. The hero only smirks and continues walking, saying there's no need. Their auras feel nostalgic to him. It hasn't been that long, even though it feels like ages since he last encountered them. It's the Chinji Pavilion girl who had been secretly keeping an eye on him the entire time. She quietly reports to the manager behind her that the hero and Lucifer have left. He had already noticed as well. Behind them, the rest of the squad is in panic, worried that Su Yang might have already sensed their presence. The pink-haired girl suddenly speaks up, saying that at the beginning of last year, she encountered a massive, terrifying monster that nearly attacked her. The white-haired girl asks why demons would come all the way to Sakura Nation just to cause chaos, and what they were actually trying to do. The girl holding the staff hesitates, then admits it's only her guess, but those particular demons, especially the masked one, seemed furious at Sakura Nation. The old man asks her what she means. She continues, pointing out that the demon appeared right after the dragon devastated the area. Just look at the condition of the land. And that dragon, it's exactly the same as Tokugawa. That means the demon they saw was the one who killed him. Sakura Nation, however, had long claimed they handled it themselves. That lie may have enraged the demon, making him feel insulted. So he descended upon this place to teach Sakura Nation a lesson. Now, she says, she's right in front of that demon, racing toward her. The old man admits it sounds unbelievable, but when it comes to demons, anything is possible. The manager exhales and says that no matter what, this clears Longxia of suspicion, which is excellent news. He asks everyone to step back and leave this monster to them, but she doesn't retreat. Instead, she raises her staff. Behind her, a circular formation appears, a star glowing at its center as she activates her spell. She scoffs and tells them to spare her the nonsense, asking how she could possibly back down when facing a powerful enemy. Then she shouts for everyone to move together. All of them, along with their dragons, are to attack the Earth Dragon at once. The scene abruptly shifts. The priest stares at a system window, unable to believe what he's seeing. His eyes burn with rage as the realization hits him. His plan has been exposed. He mutters in disbelief, asking why, over and over again. Why did it come to this? Why did that demon interfere? Everything could have gone perfectly. Everything should have gone perfectly. Why? Before he can finish the thought, cold steel presses against his neck. A sword has appeared there. He turns his head slowly and sees who it is. Kagoro. The priest snaps, demanding to know if he's gone mad and what he thinks he's doing. But before his anger can take hold, he senses it. It isn't just one clan leader standing behind him. One presence after another presses in. Several leaders have gathered, their gazes cold and unyielding. Confusion flashes across the priest's face as he asks why they're all staring at him like that, and what exactly they think they're doing. One of the clan leaders steps forward and speaks plainly. Now that the truth has come to light, Sakura Nation must give the world an explanation, especially Longxia, as the mastermind behind everything, and the highest authority present. The responsibility naturally falls on him. He asks calmly whether the acting shogun agrees. In that moment, the priest feels completely stranded. All his dominance, all his ambition, it all collapses into nothing. Time passes, and the aftermath of the conflict unfolds. After a brutal battle, Luo Linger and the others finally succeed in slaying the mutated Earth Dragon. The news is carried back to Longxia, and soon after, every nation learns of Sakura Nation's scheme. The priest, revealed as the true culprit, is imprisoned and awaits judgment from the temple. Sakura Nation's international reputation plummets overnight. At the same time, the world comes to a chilling realization. The demon abyss is far more dangerous than anyone imagined. Its ability to mutate humans into monsters, stripping them of the ability to revive, sends fear through every major power. Thankfully, the Supreme King of Original Sin has yet to fully recover, and demons cannot freely leave the abyss. Otherwise, the consequences would be beyond imagination. As a result, the priority of conquering the abyss is raised once again. Elsewhere, he lies back on a couch, quietly reflecting on how things have played out. It all went more or less as expected. Sakura Nation won't be escaping trouble anytime soon. He gives his thanks for the information gathered, admitting it helped immensely. The voice responding to him belongs to the girl closest to him. She says she's glad she could help, then hesitates before asking about him. She hasn't seen him in a long time. She also asks whether the elves are still causing him trouble. He answers calmly that he's fine. His current location is very safe. They won't be able to find him, and even if they did, he isn't afraid. She exhales in relief, but still tells him to be careful. After a pause, she asks if, once things settle down, he could come back for a visit. There's something she wants to talk to him about. He agrees without hesitation. She presses him to promise, and he does. As the conversation ends, he finds himself thinking that staying in this place for too long sometimes makes him start to think like a demon, and that it's only bonds like these, small and human, that remind him he still belongs among them. Just then, the elf girl, Makiko, steps into the room and asks Lord Su if Tokugawa is truly dead. He glances back and answers simply that yes, he is. He won't revive, even if she returns now. No one will trouble her because of him ever again. She looks at him quietly and asks if that means he won't let her go back just yet. Not until his affairs here are fully resolved. He He nods, saying that's right. Then he asks her calmly whether she knows what he's planning to do next. She answers softly that she only has a rough idea. If he doesn't want to talk about it, she won't ask. She says she's willing to wait obediently until that time comes. Then, after a brief pause, she adds that if, even then, he still doesn't want to let her go, she doesn't think she would mind. She tilts her head slightly and asks what he thinks. The hero is caught off guard. He clears his throat and says they should talk about that later. As she leaves, a thought crosses his mind. This girl looks harmless, almost naively normal, yet she's anything but simple. Outside the hero's palace, a figure walks quietly, deep in thought. It's been a long time since he last set foot in the demon abyss. Although the demons haven't harmed anyone, he knows better than to lower his guard. Su Yang clearly holds an extraordinary position among the demons. That much is undeniable. The man wonders whether Su Yang possesses some special item or unique ability that allows him to command them. What troubles him most is Su Yang himself. Despite being much younger, his intentions are impossible to read. After some thought, he decides he should discuss future plans with Mikiko. Just then, his gaze shifts toward the palace entrance, and he freezes. The hero is standing there, right at the door, with Mikiko beside him. She's circling around him excitedly, telling him to visit more often because she wants to talk with him more. The hero listens quietly, then agrees and bids her farewell before turning to leave. Watching from afar, the red-haired woman is stunned. Since when did Mikiko become this close to Su Yang? While she was gone, did something unspeakable happen between them? As if sensing her thoughts, Mikiko suddenly turns her head and calls out, saying that Lord Su Yang has already left and that she can come out now. The red-haired woman stiffens. Not only did the elf girl notice her, she's even waving. She steps out hesitantly and asks when the two of them became so close. Mikiko replies casually that just now, Lord Su Yang and she did many things together. The red-haired woman's heart skips. She asks carefully whether they just finished doing something. Mikiko nods and begins explaining. He said he'd been very tired lately, so she gave him a shoulder massage. After that, they played some poker and exchanged tips on beast-taming techniques. It's nothing like what the red-haired woman imagined. Yet she's still left speechless by the sheer oddness of their relationship. She taps her own head and admits that it does make sense. Mikiko isn't that kind of person. Still, she had been startled. Her expression turns serious as she tells Mikiko that regardless of Su Yang's reasons, she should continue staying close to him. Humans and demons are ultimately incompatible, and she absolutely cannot accept someone siding with demons and bringing disaster upon the human world. Mikiko nods and calls her big sister, saying she understands. But she doesn't believe Lord Su is a bad person. After all, he's helped them more than once. The red-haired woman lets out a long sigh. She admits she's grateful as well. Still, being bound and restrained like this, watching events unfold from the sidelines, isn't what she ever wanted. Mikiko begins walking down the stairs and speaks casually, saying that if they truly wanted to leave, Lord Su couldn't actually stop them. The red-haired woman pauses, confused, and asks what she means by that. Mikiko explains it simply. They could just commit suicide. After death, they would resurrect at the Job Change Temple. They'd lose some levels, sure, but that would be the only price. The words hit like a hammer. The red-haired woman freezes, then admits it's true, but doing something like that is far too extreme. Mikiko shakes her head lightly and says that's exactly why she chose to stay of her own will. She's genuinely interested in Lord Su, not just in how he tamed the Black Dragon, but in him as a person. She never had the chance to talk to him properly before, and now that she does, she doesn't want to let it slip away. The red-haired woman listens in silence, her thoughts drifting. She's heard of the Ming family before. Their way of thinking has always been different. Seeing it firsthand now, she realizes it wasn't an exaggeration. In the demon abyss, the only human besides Su Yang who shows no trace of tension is Mikiko herself. The scene abruptly shifts. Deep in the mountains, a sealed entrance is violently pierced open. Each strike grows fiercer than the last. Claws tear through flesh, arms are ripped apart, and everything in the path ahead dies instantly. The one descending is none other than the hero in his demon dragon form, crashing down with overwhelming force. As the dust settles, he thinks calmly that he'll stop leveling for today. Farming monsters en masse using the Supreme King of Territorial Sin is efficient, even satisfying, but real combat still matters to him. His level is already nearing 245. Just as the thought crosses his mind, a strange dark aura surges up from the ground. Space itself twists and tears open, and a crushing pressure slams down on him. His expression shifts slightly as he wonders what this is. In the next instant, his consciousness is pulled away. He finds himself within the body of the demon lord, and the surroundings transform into the abyss of depths. He immediately understands. The system summoned him on its own. This time, however, something feels different. A violent agitation churns deep inside him. He wonders if the time for descent has finally arrived. Only 9 days have passed, yet enough faith power has already been gathered. If this succeeds, It will be the first time he unleashes the true power of the Supreme King of Original Sin. The risk is immense, but instead of fear, a spark of excitement ignites within him. The scene shifts once more. In the 11th Kingdom, voices echo in unison, chanting that the blood of all kings shall end in sin, and that a god who indulges in evil shall be punished by greater evil. An elf hangs nailed to a cross, lifeless. Below, a man grips a dagger tightly and screams accusations at the Lawrence family, denouncing them as notorious criminals guilty of every vile act imaginable. He shouts that rape and plunder are routine for them, and that their fourth son is the worst of all. He spares no one, not the elderly, not children, not pregnant women, not the disabled, utterly depraved. Raising the dagger high, the man declares judgment in the name of the sin of lust. Every fleshly tool of crime must be executed by bleeding, he roars, so that the victim will never resurrect at the temple. Meanwhile, an elf girl with mismatched eyes stands quietly, her thoughts in turmoil. She never expected things to spiral out of control this fast. For a brief moment, she wonders whether what's happening will lead to salvation or ruin. But that thought doesn't last long. She knows there's no turning back anymore. Just then, footsteps echo behind her. A voice announces calmly that it's time to begin. Time to summon the Supreme King. The elves move in unison, forming a ritual array with practiced precision, placing the girl at its very center. One by one, they slice open their wrists. Blood drips onto the ground, spreading outward as the world seems to darken, everything into a deep crimson hue. Using the blood of believers and the gathered power of faith, they call out to the sovereign of the abyss, the Supreme King who governs original sin. The girl raises her voice, chanting the spell, pleading for the Supreme King to hear her call and spread his glory across this filthy world. Without warning, thick smoke begins pouring around every building. A beam of black light shoots down from the open portal, bathing the entire area in an eerie brilliance. People look up in shock, shouting in confusion, unable to understand what they're seeing. One guard snaps back to his senses and urgently orders the others to report this to the queen at once. Standing before the massive door, the elves are anything but afraid. Their faces are filled with excitement. To them, this is proof. A god is finally about to descend. Then the door bursts open. Darkness floods outward, accompanied by heavy clouds of smoke. The elves fall to their knees, joyfully welcoming the king's arrival, offering their reverence without hesitation. From within the darkness, a clawed hand slowly extends forward, chains wrapped tightly around the arm, and in its grip is a faintly shining object. The movement is deliberate, inhuman. The figure emerges. It is the hero, manifesting in his demonic form. The elf queen bows deeply the instant she sees him. In her mind, she recalls the last time she used a spirit clone, yet even then, she had never felt pressure like this. Now, despite this being nothing more than a projected descent, the oppressive aura alone makes it difficult for her to breathe. Rank suppression. This is the pressure of a true god. She hastily apologizes, admitting that the gate of faith can only remain open for 1 minute. She believed the accumulated faith power would be enough, but now she understands how naive she was. She begs forgiveness for her ignorance. The hero doesn't even glance at her. Hovering above the elf kingdom, his gaze shifts toward the towering divine tree and the distant palace beyond it. 1 minute. That's all he has. He thinks quietly that he's never truly unleashed the real power of the Supreme King of Original Sin before. Perhaps this is a suitable opportunity. Without another word, he moves. In the blink of an eye, he appears before the divine tree. The next instant, the power of the abyss erupts completely. The command resonates through the land itself. The ground trembles violently as waves of dark energy surge outward, and crimson lightning tears across the sky. Terror grips the elves. In that moment, they finally understand. This isn't a god. It's a demon. Panic explodes through the crowd as shouts ring out, cries declaring that the demons have begun another invasion. Someone screams for the barrier to be activated immediately, their voice breaking as the world itself seems to buckle under the abyss's wrath. It's already too late. The hero fully reveals his true form and strikes. The barrier snaps into place at the last possible moment. But the impact is beyond comprehension. It shatters instantly, like fragile glass struck by God's hand. A system notification flashes into existence, cold and merciless, announcing that 11 nobles have been slain. His level surges upward without pause, climbing deeper into the 200s. He summons his sword. The blade expands violently, growing to a colossal size, far larger than it has ever been before. With nothing more than a casual flick of his wrist, the sword swings forward. The elf kingdom is split apart in an instant. Buildings collapse like loose sand, streets are erased, and the city is torn open along with the remnants of the shattered barrier. Even the elves' sacred divine tree is cleaved cleanly in half, crashing down as the kingdom collapses beneath it. The hero observes the resistance he encounters and finds it laughably weak. This was what they prepared. He briefly wonders what kind of devastation would unfold if he were to recover his full strength, when even a mere clone can accomplish this much. Below him, the kingdom descends into absolute chaos. Elves scream and flee in terror, unable to comprehend what they're witnessing. The highest tier holy defense barrier, something believed to be unbreakable, was erased in a single strike. They cannot even begin to grasp what kind of monster they are facing. A high-ranking elf forces himself forward and begins chanting, his voice trembling with rage. He declares that the destruction of the royal city and the injury of their secretary will never be forgiven. The intruder must die. Spell after spell rains down as torrents of flames surge toward the hero, but the dense abyssal energy surrounding him repels everything. The attacks never even come close. The hero lifts one hand. A blinding glow gathers in his palm. He releases it. A violent shockwave explodes outward, obliterating the incoming flames and tearing straight through the chanting elf. His body is ripped apart in an instant. The remaining elves freeze in horror. Their forbidden spells have failed. Their weapons no longer respond. Panic grips them as a single question echoes through their minds. What kind of power is this demon wielding? The hero then invokes a great sin. As his gaze settles on the surviving high-ranking elves, he senses the pride buried deep within them. In the next moment, dark blood erupts violently from their bodies, bursting outward as if their own arrogance has turned against them. He shifts his attention back to the divine tree. There isn't much time left, but he pauses, observing carefully. He understands now. This isn't just a tree. It is the cradle of a god. In 3 months, a new deity would be born from it, wielding complete divine authority. After that, it would march straight into the abyss to hunt him while he is still recovering. His conclusion is immediate and cold. Strike first. Judging the unborn god as weak, he decides to erase it before it can ever rise. A spear forms in his grasp. He hurls it forward with devastating force. The weapon tears through the air and plunges directly into the core of the divine tree. At the same instant, blood bursts from the elf queen's mouth. Elves cry out in alarm, demanding to know what happened to her. She wipes the blood away and insists she is fine, ordering them to continue sustaining the ritual. Yet deep in her heart, doubt gnaws at her. Did she succeed, or was it already too late? Watching the spear pierce straight through the core, the hero narrows his eyes. Is it really over just like that? Before the thought can settle, something feels wrong. The dark, original power clinging to the spear suddenly vanishes, as if it were swallowed whole. His expression shifts. His senses lock on a movement nearby. The high elf is still maintaining the ritual. He wonders what that individual just did, or whether someone else has already stepped onto the stage. It's Marita, the guardian who now possesses the core. She can clearly sense it. The core has grown incredibly weak. Calm and composed, she murmurs that a weakened true god is the most perfect sacrifice she could possibly offer to the mother goddess. Without warning, the tree core begins to radiate a vivid green light. Marita raises her hand and draws it all in, absorbing the energy greedily. The hero speaks coldly, stating that this is nothing more than a projection, and that she is reckless to act so boldly within the 11 world. She meets his gaze without fear and declares that this is her territory. Here, his divine authority means nothing. Deep beneath them, the core starts to shrink and twist, distorting unnaturally. Then it splits open. Something is revealed. A sword. A blasphemous blade. Merita's eyes light up as she reaches out and grips the weapon, turning toward him without hesitation. In that instant, the hero understands. That sword, it's the blasphemous blade. A grim thought crosses his mind. Is the so-called divine embryo also tied to that unknown, rotting flesh? Merita's excitement becomes impossible to hide. She is certain now, absolutely certain. With this power granted by the mother goddess, she will kill him. She swings the blade, and a terrifying pressure crashes toward him at blinding speed. The hero meets it head-on, raising dark energy to block the strike, and coldly remarks that all he sees is a parasiting the sacred tree she claims to worship. The clash detonates. Dark energy collides with the blade, and something strange happens. A translucent, glass-like shell forms around the hero's body, cracking violently under the impact. The barrier holds, but the shock runs through him. The destructive force behind that attack is monstrous, infused with the authority of a world god and magnified by the fact that she is fighting on her home ground. This is not power to be taken lightly. Marita doesn't stop. She invokes her authority. Nature itself answers her call. Roots explode from the ground in every direction, surging skyward and intertwining to form a 10,000-tree absolute prison. The structure seals around the hero completely. She tells him calmly that she sensed his presence the moment he descended. She admits that he may once have been in existence beyond imagination, but now, in his weakened state, instead of hiding in the abyss, he dared to interfere with her ritual to receive the mother goddess's blessing. She declares her intent without hesitation. After exposing this projection, she will descend into the abyss herself and sacrifice his true body to the great mother goddess. Perhaps then, she says, she will obtain his true godhood and transcend every limit that binds her. The prison tightens. The roots slam into him repeatedly, crushing, binding, suppressing. He struggles against them and finally senses it. A vile, nauseating aura. The interior of the so-called sacred tree has long since been completely corrupted. The fate of the mother tree was never pure to begin with. Understanding dawns fully. She intends to absorb his godhood. That realization ignites something far darker within him. Irritation twists into fury. Her arrogance, her greed, her presumption that she can devour him, it enrages him completely. The hero releases the sin of wrath. Dark energy detonates outward from his body, erupting like a black storm. The roots constricting him snap apart one after another, shattering like brittle twigs under overwhelming force. The 10,000-tree prison collapses instantly, swallowed by rampant darkness as the surrounding space trembles. When the violent surge finally settles, smoke rolls thick through the air. From within it, she leaps out. Marita lands lightly, coughing once before steadying herself. She admits calmly that even the lingering power of a true god is indeed troublesome, far more than she anticipated. The hero looks at her without emotion and states that this is where it ends for today. He can already feel the time limit pressing down on him. He tells her she should consider herself fortunate. If not for this restriction, she would already be dead. Marita smiles coldly and answers that the next time they meet will be the moment she sacrifices him to the mother goddess. Before she can say another word, the hero vanishes into the air. She coughs again, blood staining her lips, and stares at the space where he disappeared. A true god, truly terrifying. Even a mere projection carries power like this. She concludes she cannot delay any longer. She must find her other half as quickly as possible and devote it to restoring her strength. The elf queen steps forward in confusion and asks what exactly happened. Did she truly merge with the god? She explains anxiously that the situation earlier was critical and that she had no choice but to resort to such a method. In response, roots begin spreading through the ruined city, crawling across shattered ground and broken structures. In moments, everything is restored. The royal city is rebuilt as if nothing had happened. The queen exhales in relief and praises Marita, calling her outstanding. Marita replies calmly that she merely fulfilled the duty of a god. She announces that she will now depart to search for her lost half and entrust governance of the 11 world to the queen. She declares the coming era of Green Winter. Though it differs from the original plan, the revival of a god, even a weakened one, is enough to overwhelm the human world. But now is not yet the time. Once the abyssal demons are fully eradicated, the era of 11 dominion over the 3 realms will begin. Far away, a massive explosion erupts. Elves are sent flying like broken dolls as shockwaves tear through the land. Another figure stands firm at the center of the destruction, Marita's other half. She realizes instantly that the plan has failed. Whatever Marita did to the sacred tree went far beyond expectation. She knows Marita must already be searching for her. She clenches her fists. She cannot allow herself to be found. Erasing every trace of her presence, she disperses her body completely. After this battle, the Supreme King of the Abyss will surely need time to recover. She must find a way to delay everything until he regains his full strength. It must succeed. The scene shifts back to the human world, where rulers sit silently upon their thrones, expressions heavy and uncertain. Then it returns once more to the hero's own throne. He sits quietly, eyes closed, contemplating the 11 world god and the mysterious mother goddess. The balance has shifted. Nothing will ever be the same again. Victory at his current level is anything but certain. In fact, there's a real chance of complete failure. With his recovery proceeding at a normal pace, it's impossible to say how long it will take before he returns to his peak as the Supreme King. 3 paths lie open before him. The first is patience. Wait for his power as the Supreme King to fully recover, then descend with absolute dominance and erase his enemy without resistance. It is the safest path in theory, but also the slowest. If he waits too long, his enemy may very well reach his doorstep first. The second path is far more aggressive. Push himself to the 9th rank as quickly as possible and slay the Supreme King of original sin. Once that true god falls, the system will grant him access to an even higher tier existence, either through linkage or direct power exchange. The Supreme King of original sin is already a true god. Whatever stands above that level would erase his current enemies with ease. His gaze shifts as he raises his sword, contemplating the third path. Forceful correction. Using the Crimson Sword's correction power, he could directly erase his enemy from existence. But the cost is terrifying. It would require an enormous amount of red moon crystal cores. His thoughts drift to Marita. He remembers checking before. The number required would be 80,000 cores, more than double what was needed to deal with Lucifer. His grip tightens. Where is he supposed to find that many? A familiar hero suddenly tears into the battlefield, as if he had slipped through reality itself, his blade flashing as it carves straight through a great demon. An 8th-rank beast collapses in an instant, and the system rewards him with an absurd 860 million experience points. Before the echoes fade, he twists mid-motion and slices cleanly through the neck of another demon, his level surging upward until it crashes into 284. The last demon barely has time to turn its head. The hero's blade moves faster than thought, ripping through its body in a single breath. Even while they remain upright, they fall, cut down like sheets of paper. Blood sprays across his face, warm and heavy, as 2 more levels pour into him. With that step, he breaks past the legendary stage and ascends, crossing into the realm of godhood itself, a leap within the very hierarchy of life. His attributes and skills explode upward, and with the completion of this classic advancement, divine power floods into his body. Staring down the remaining beasts, he feels certain of one thing. This kind of ruthless grinding suits him perfectly. With anticipation burning in his chest, he welcomes the coming of the 8th advancement. What follows is pure havoc. A merciless slaughter unfolds as beast after beast is erased under his relentless assault. System notifications flood his vision without pause, each one confirming the death of an 8th-rank great demon and announcing another massive gain of 790 million experience. By the end, a total of 2.3 billion experience has been added. His level stabilizes at 250, slamming into the 7th advancement cap, and 8 advancement missions unlock at once. When he returns to the Sakura Nation, he walks calmly through the crowded streets as if nothing had happened. Stopping before the Job Advancement Temple, he announces that he intends to use it and orders everyone nearby to clear out. Lucifer hears the news and agrees without the slightest hesitation. As she watches him leave, she feels his aura brush past her senses and freezes. In only a few short months, his strength has soared to a level she can barely comprehend. For a mere human to receive the favor of the Supreme King is unheard of, and she can't help but wonder just who he truly is. Standing before the system, he formally requests a class advancement. The job enhancement structure responds immediately, confirming level verification. Level 250 confirmed. 7th advancement cap reached. Advancement unlocked. The system then instructs him to select the difficulty. Without pausing for even a moment, he chooses 5-star difficulty. No one in the world has ever completed a 5-star 8th advancement quest. Even legends like Tang Zhan and Augustin, figures who stand at the absolute pinnacle of the era, remain trapped at the 5-star 7th advancement. He knows that if he succeeds where they could not, he will become the strongest existence in the world. The system notification appears again, confirming the 5-star 8th advancement quest and stating that qualification approval is required. To proceed, he must first complete prerequisite tasks. Solo kill 1 native 8th rank demon. Solo kill 1 8th advancement class user. The moment he reads it, shock crashes into him. Sweat pours down his face as reality sinks in. The 8th advancement trial includes pre-request tasks whose difficulty alone explains why no one has ever succeeded. At last, he truly understands. The gap between the 7th and 8th advancement is not simply a matter of rank. It is absolute suppression, a chasm spanning life level itself, and the very structure of power. Most critically, an 8th advancement user can wield divine power itself, making it almost impossible for someone at the 7th advancement to defeat, let alone kill, such an opponent. And yet, only difficulty of this level is worthy of the road to godhood, and he accepts it without hesitation. He descends to Demon Abyssal Floor 340 to challenge his target. The moment the battle begins, the beast lunges at him, but he calmly blocks the strike with his sword. He tries to pull back, only for the winged monster to chase him at an insane speed. Unbothered, he releases his power, and the beast is instantly silenced. When it attempts another attack, he catches its arm barehanded, snaps it apart, slams the creature into the ground, and cleanly decapitates it. A second beast appears behind him, arrogantly boasting that its stats overwhelmingly surpass his. He doesn't even blink. With a single swing, he cleaves its soul apart as easily as chopping vegetables. Task 1 is complete. Without lingering, he decides it is time to deal with the trash of the Shiva Nation. The Shiva Nation greets him with an unsettling stillness. Only a handful of figures move through the darkness. One man crouches over the corpse of a massive dragon, gnawing on its flesh while cursing its awful taste and blaming the proxy for driving their people to extinction. He wonders what kind of existence they had offended to deserve this fate and fantasizes about tearing that being apart if given the chance. Spitting out foul dragon blood, he admits that without consuming demon flesh, survival is impossible. Gritting his teeth, he prepares to move, knowing full well that the stench of blood will soon draw other demons. Without warning, his chest explodes in a spray of blood. A blade has already pierced through him. The hero stands behind him, having appeared in the blink of an eye. Staggering, The wounded man turns around and demands to know who attacked him. The hero cuts him off coldly, stating that he is not the proxy the man was cursing. Confusion flashes across the man's face as he demands to know why things have gone this far, insisting there was no personal grudge. The hero's voice remains icy as he explains that this is not his sin, and that if blame must be assigned, it belongs to Adder and Amino. Terror floods the man's eyes as realization strikes. He recognizes him as Su Yang, the Longsha man who slaughtered the 11. Once recognized, there is no longer any reason to show mercy. The hero watches as the man turns and flees in panic, screaming that he is a monster and crying for help. Activating the blasphemy blade curse, the hero calmly wonders where he thinks he can run. The man sprints so far that he briefly disappears from sight. In the next instant, the hero reappears before him, irritation flickering in his gaze as the curse fails to trigger. He questions whether the man is simply lucky or possesses an abnormally strong spirit. Without another word, he smashes him in the face, orders him to stop, pins him to the ground, and drives his blade into him once more. Believing the man dead, he reflects that letting him escape would have been troublesome. Moments later, the curse finally activates, ending the man's life in a pitiful and miserable fashion. The system notification rings out again, announcing compatibility detection and the selection of an appropriate divine power trial. The result is confirmed. 5-star, 8th advancement trial, Death Divinity. The mission description follows. At a marked location lies a secret realm known as the Garden of Death, a place rumored to be haunted by cursed beings that wander endlessly, unable to truly die. He must descend to the deepest reaches of the Garden of Death, uncover its truth, complete the trial, and claim the divine power that awaits.